Good morning, Mr. Solis. All right. Welcome to the special City Council work session for Friday, June 30th, 2023. It's 9 a.m. in the morning. There's some breakfast over here to the side if anybody needs any, some coffee, some orange juice. We're going to work through lunch today. And before we get rolling too much further, Ms. Hilbrick, will you please call roll?
Yes, sir. Councilman De La Garza?
He's getting breakfast.
He's
here.
in breakfast, getting breakfast, so he's
here.
here. Councilwoman Solis?
Here.
Councilman Crocker?
Here.
Councilwoman Scott?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Young? I
He's
believe
here.
he's getting breakfast as well. Councilman Lofgren?
Here.
And Mayor Bachnight.
Here. Thank you. So we're scheduled to go 9 to 4. We'll do everything we can to move it along. But ask your questions as they come to you. Lunch will be served, and we're going to work through lunch. So it'll be a working lunch, just to keep the ball rolling. Mr. Garza, do you have any other announcements, reminders, public or employee recognitions?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes?
All right. Good morning. No, I do not.
Okay. Thank you. Any items from council?
None for me. We need to turn the temperature down outside, please.
Turn the temperature down outside?
Please, I'm not used to this hot weather.
Yeah, I heard that you were enjoying some cooler weather, so welcome back to the oven. All right, we'll close that. Any citizens' communications? I didn't get any cards. Before we start, Judge Heinold, did you want to say anything? Nope, okay. All right, and then we'll go into action items from council discussions.
Item C1 is a resolution approving the reappointment of Judge Vanessa Heinold as the municipal court judge.
Thank you. This is my item. This is really our third employee. We have 3 employees as city council. We have city manager, city attorney, and our municipal court judge. And we're very honored that Judge Heinold has agreed to serve again. She's done a fantastic job for us, helping us transition to a quarter record, coming up with all the extra ways to have citizens, as Thomas used to say, take care of their business. Does Saturday work. She goes and travels around the city to have dockets that are more accessible and easily attended by members of the community that need to address their business. So very thankful to have her as our municipal court judge. And I will make a motion myself, which I typically never do, to approve this resolution reappointing Vanessa Heinold.
Thanks.
All right, motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Sorry to presume that it was going to pass, but all those opposed, same sign. The motion carries. Congratulations, Judge.
Thank you.
All right, we'll get into the work session and let Mr. Garza dazzle us with his presentation.
Yeah. Woo! Wow, look at all that excitement out there. Wow.
Too early, man.
It is too early. Can y'all hear okay back there? Okay, great. Okay, got it. All right. Well, so, welcome. I was like, where'd the mayor go? He's back there. All right. So, welcome to another year of budget talk for us. As you know, over the course of the last few years, we've been transitioning to a different way of presenting the budget. I hope you've enjoyed it because we've really tried to streamline it, make it a little bit easier to understand, a little bit easier to follow. The purpose of today is to expose you to the first time to a preliminary budget that staff has been working on for the last few months. And I want to emphasize the word preliminary in this because later on I will go through a budget calendar that showcases when I officially propose the budget to you, which is at the first meeting in August. And as you know, the certified tax rolls we don't receive them until the end of July. And so this is truly a preliminary budget. We're not even to the proposed budget yet, right? And so I do anticipate some of these numbers to change slightly between now and the proposed budget, not only because of the upcoming certified tax rolls, but also things that might arise over the next month that we talk about that we might want to alter, add, remove, et cetera. We really want this to be a collaborative effort, and so you'll hear today a big picture story on the budget, and then you'll hear from some of our department heads showing off a little bit about what's going on in their departments and telling you a little bit about their budget story. But as always, we like to summarize it into categories so that it's as easy to remember as possible. And for fiscal year 24, we're really going to highlight on these elements because they really make up the story holistically around the whole budget. And some of it revolves around the economy, and so there's some significant impact on the sales tax revenue that we'll talk about when we get to that slide relative to the economy, obviously. Of course, our budget's always balanced. There will be an opportunity to lower the property tax rate because of an increased appraised values. We'll again talk about compensation and doing another phase of a compensation program. We'll continue to convey the positive story of the positive trend that our health fund has been on for the last few years, and share with you some of our thoughts on how we continue to add value and enhance our health insurance offerings to our employees. Of course, the CIP, as we discussed at the last regular council meeting, is a huge story going into next fiscal year because of some large projects taking place. And also related to grants, specifically the MIT funds that we were supposed to receive from the GLO and the COG, which, as you may recall, Councilmember Lofgren, Councilmember Solis were super involved with helping us try and maximize how much money we receive through that, which is roughly $20 million. And so that's a big part of the reason why overall the fiscal year 24, we're anticipating from a preliminary standpoint that it'll jump up close to $249 million. This is a significant increase because our current year's expense budget was adopted at roughly 183. And so that's a significant increase. And like I said, the previous items convey the story. On the revenue side, we're anticipating $242 million. And here at the bottom right, you'll see a little bit of how that net difference of $7 million comes to be. A lot of it, of course, typically has to do with construction funds, and this year is no different. On the right, I'll get into the general fund here in a little bit, but as you know, over the last few years, we've done this really neat pie chart that on the outer ring has revenue and on the inside has expenses. Our general fund stays fairly flat, but I'll get into that when we get to the general fund section. The bar graph on the left simply showcases how that 249 is made up, and you can obviously see the big difference there in construction funds. And we'll get to that here in a second as well. By the way, at any point, if you have any questions, comments, concerns, we welcome them. Gilbert will field all the questions.
Oh, that's how it works.
Yeah, that's why I sat you there. Yeah.
Just for reference on the, on that previous slide where we showed the public safety services, 57%. Do you remember last year?
I couldn't hear what you said.
We were at 52% last year, 53% of our budget, and now we're at 57.
That's
And
correct.
so we have an increase in, I just want to point out, we're increasing public safety services budget,
Okay.
which is a good thing I'm highlighting.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you at first. Okay, so we'll begin talking a little bit about revenue. You see a big difference, and I really want to call your attention to the bottom part of this slide because this really showcases some of the things that I already alluded to, such as the grants, which you'll see in blue, because that's money coming in at a higher rate because of the roughly $20 million that we are anticipating getting from the MIT. CIP bonds, we've talked about that. The one thing, too, that I'll get into here in the next few slides is related to property and sales tax revenue. You'll see that on the blue side. On the red, those are just things, anytime you see a red or something that is on the left side of the zero, those are things that are falling off. And so those are things that we had in the budget in fiscal year 23 that no longer will carry on or be included as part of fiscal year 24. In this instance, we had some funds allocated from VSTDC to go towards a grant that we had applied for but we didn't receive, and so that's fallen off. And we had some money allocated for an ASR well, and we didn't get that money, so we didn't do it, so that's fallen off. We do anticipate doing it next year, though. On the sales tax side, good story to tell here. You may recall that this time last year, we had a conversation around trying to stay conservative, trying to stay flat with our budgeted sales tax revenues, because there was a lot of uncertainty around, what's going on with the economy. There was uncertainty around, okay, are we going to hit a recession? Are we not? Nobody really kind of knew. There was a lot of even experts out in the field who were, in conflict as to whether, we were in a recession, when it was coming, when not. And so we didn't really move our budgeted sales tax number much last year. However, this year, as you can see on the second to the right column on the projected item, that we are projected to receive close to $19.5 million in sales tax revenue this year. I'm actually hoping for $20 million because Wesley and Gilbert have a bet, and Wesley thinks that the bet is that if we hit $20 million, Gilbert owes Wesley a steak. And so I'm hoping that comes in greater than 20, which would be the first time that our sales tax revenue ever reaches that high. And so good story there. Now, we still want to take a conservative approach. We don't want to ride that wave of just continuing that trend up. And so we are proposing sales tax revenue of $18.2 million, which is a variance of $840,000 compared to what we budgeted in sales tax revenue for fiscal year 23. We think that that's a comfortable place to be because we're not riding that wave of the increase that could potentially hit 20, but we're also not being as cautious or conservative as we were this time last year in saying, well, let's just budget the same we did last year. It was important for us to increase our revenue moving forward because, as you know, inflation is impacting everybody. And so it's impacting our cost to deliver the services that we offer. Of course, there's pay programs associated that we want to do. We want to try and be competitive with compensation. And of course, there's initiatives and new projects that we also want to embark on. So it was important for us to try and increase our revenue in real dollars in fiscal year 24, and the sales tax was one area that we were able to do that. This slide here simply just shows you a historical picture of the sales tax revenue. And so this, if you focus on the right-hand most side, you'll see the $18.2 million that we have budgeted for fiscal year 24, and you'll see how the rolling 12 moving average is trending in that direction. And so typically Gilbert likes to focus on that rolling average because that really paints a good picture. And so you can see how the 18.2 is consistent with that. Do you want to add something? Yeah?
Since I'm up here,
Yeah, that's why I set you.
I just don't waste my time.
I don't want you to waste your time either, Gilbert. Thank you for being here today. Really appreciate you.
Thank you. It gets worse on a one-on-one, don't worry about it. I just want to make a note here that you see the 18.2 dropping down. That's a very steep drop. If you look at the 12, it's more moderate. So the rolling 12 is saying, well, it's not going to drop that much, but I'm taking the point of view, I want to be a little more on the conservative side and put it lower. Because if you look at the 12, it's not really dropping like that. It's just slowly doing this, whereas I'm doing this. So that's what, wrapping up what Sue's making a point of.
I always appreciate the position that you take because when we get those sales tax results, I always appreciate the fact that we're not panicking
Yeah.
when we see the results.
The other side of the coin, and as well council will know all these years, the flip side is that you still benefit on that excess proceeds to do a very strong CIP. That's really how a lot of this funding too goes towards that, and other projects. Is it Mike, are you walking away now?
Yeah, I'm leaving.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Gilbert. Feel free to chime in anytime, seriously. Okay, another area on the taxes side that of course is of interest to whoops, I'm not trying to do that. Sorry. I pulled a Gilbert with the happy trigger here. Okay, is on the property tax side. Gilbert receives updates on a weekly basis as it relates to where we stand with, protests, where we stand with, of course, our net taxable appraised values. As I mentioned earlier, we received the certified tax rolls at the end of July. Currently, with the information that we have available right now, it shows roughly a 15.7% increase in NTAV. Now, history would tell us that this is going to go down over the course of the next, month, and so we expect that to happen as well. Obviously, we don't have a crystal ball to see where it's actually going to be at the end of July, but safe to assume that it'll go down slightly, maybe 1 or 2 percentage points. But nevertheless, that still presents a high, increase in net taxable appraised values. And so simply just based off of this preliminary information that we have, we wanted to show you the impact that would have on the property tax rate, because as you know, the math just would cause the property tax rate to drop. And as we've also discussed in the past, SB2 also limits the increase in property tax revenue that we can collect. And so those two things combined lead us to currently sitting at a decrease of a tax rate of over 5 cents. And so currently the tax rate is the 0.5582, and the proposed tax rate preliminary that we show now is 0.4998, which is consistent with the voter approval tax rate. So we're really right at that maximizing revenue opportunity, which is a very unique position to be in, because even doing that provides an opportunity to decrease the property tax rate, by over 5 cents. Now, this is based off of the 15.7% that we show here. And what I want to be sure to point out is that we need new revenue to keep the operation going. And, I mentioned earlier that was one of the reasons why we increased the sales tax revenue by over $800,000. I don't have a slide that shows this, but we're anticipating a revenue of a little over $19.3 million in property tax revenue with this tax rate. And for us, it's important that we bring in $19.3 million to keep the operation going. And so we do anticipate that if this 15.7 goes down, that this 0.4998 will go up slightly. And so by the time August 1st comes around and we propose the official tax rate, it may not be a decrease of roughly 6 cents. It might be closer to maybe literally 5 cents. And so just keep that in mind, that this is still very preliminary. I will point out at the bottom, because I think it's important to be transparent with this, is that even causing this, we do anticipate receiving over $931,000 in additional property tax revenue, which again is funds that we need in order to keep the operation going, simply because the cost of providing these services has gone up, and in order to continue doing things like pay programs and other efforts. You'll see there that on the carryover tax rate that the fiscal year 24 currently shows a 0, and that's because we're right at the hovering of the voter approval tax rate. And so again, this is just very preliminary, but we wanted to show this to you. As is customary, we also provide a slide showing what the impact would be to residents. And so we typically come up with an average of property value increase. And so the one that we came up with is 11.8%. And there's a methodology that Gilbert follows in coming up with this, which is based off of the percentage that residential increase is in the holistic increase in net taxable appraised values. Because remember, we have minerals, we have commercial, we have residential. And so the 11.8% is the average that we've come up with in terms of average increase to property values. And you'll see that at that, utilizing that average and including the tax rate that we have preliminary set up, the annual estimated tax impact to, let's say, property at $300,000 is almost flat. It's a little over $1. And so we're trying to be cognizant of course, just increased property tax burdens on our residents. I will say, when we present the tax rolls, we'll go into greater detail with this, and that'll happen at a later meeting. But we are continuing to see this trend where we're seeing increases in commercial. You may recall a few years ago, making observations around the fact that there was just a lot of heavy burden placed on residential values, and commercial was trending down, and, it just didn't make sense, that residential values were going up and commercial were going down. I hope you recall that big picture observation a few years ago. So we're beginning to see that improve. And so the bulk of the property tax increases, at least with the preliminary information we have available, will actually fall on commercial as opposed to residential. And so we do think there's a correction that's taking place with assessments to some extent, to where the increases in property tax revenue aren't heavily placed on residents. So just something to keep in mind. Yes, ma'am.
I think it's Senate Bill 2 had also a carryover amount of tax that we could carry over.
Right.
But that zeroes out periodically. Did I see from the last slide that if we don't take advantage of that this year, that we'll be back to a zero?
That's correct,
So
Ms. Scott.
we are leaving
Yeah, we'll
some
lose
tax
it.
money on the table.
And there's a reason why I show 4 years, because in 2021 is one of the first new enactment of the law, so that doesn't count. So you got a 3-year look back. So 22, we use about 0.001, and then in the next following year, we use 0.0079. And you can tell from 23 to 24, go down to zero. So we are making an assumption we are using the leftover up this year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. One of the other things I wanted to comment on here is, I'm not sure how up to speed you are with what might be going on in the legislature, but the state legislature has been trying to take up this issue of increased property tax revenue. They're focused on school taxes, though, because as we all know, the school district are the ones that levy the greatest tax rate, and so the bulk of the taxes that people pay in general go to school districts. And so the emphasis at the legislative level is on school districts, and there's been proposals to try and create some relief, utilizing some of the surplus revenue that the state has to be able to potentially send more money to school districts, so that the local school districts don't have to lean as much on the local property tax payers. Now, to be determined on what comes out of that, but I say that simply to convey that even though, yes, there is a lot of chatter around increased property taxes, that burden of responsibility to do something about it doesn't fall on just us, right? I mean, there's the legislature that's also trying to tackle this issue, and it's important that we're all reminded of the fact that the school district are the ones that create the bulk of the increases, the bulk of the challenges associated with property taxes, not so much the city. And I think it's important to be reminded of that. This slide shows just the relationship between sales tax revenue and property tax revenue. I won't overemphasize the amounts, but we like to show a slide like this to simply convey that property tax revenue is something that typically is more steady and reliable, and sales tax can be a little more volatile. And so that's also part of the reason why we're hesitant at times to focus our increased revenue solely on sales tax without also having a equal or greater increase on the property tax revenue side, since property taxes are more stable, more reliable compared to sales tax revenue. And so, as an example, if next year, something happens, a recession hits, or we see a decrease in sales tax revenue, we still have the increased revenue that we're anticipating getting in property taxes to help keep us moving forward. I won't spend too much time on this because we've talked about the CIP, but this simply is a slide that just begins to show the different places where money is coming from in order to fund the CIP. Of course, we know there's a CO element to it, which is the Sales Tax Development Corporation's involved with a portion of that. I mentioned the grant funds, which shows there the 19.3, which is the MIT funds. So again, just reiterating the same points. This is another slide that simply shows specifically the differences on the grant side, which again, on the right-hand side, shows the focus on the MIT grant revenue. I did mention that last year we had some money in the budget for the ASR well, a grant that we did not receive, but we ended up applying for a different grant that we do anticipate receiving this year, or in fiscal year 24, I should say. So we've added and continued that project forward, and so that's noted there in the middle. On the expense side, the story is the same. Increased CIP, that's why the huge, blue line there at the bottom, and funds associated with grants. This is simply just another slide that showcases a little bit more detail around our CIP program. We mentioned at the last regular council meeting how it's close to $92 million. And so this simply just is a reminder that 22 of that's going to residential streets. I won't go into a lot of detail, but of course, a big reason for that variance of $17 million is the fact that in fiscal year 24, we're going to go back in and do the street portion of these 3 large neighborhood projects that currently are going through utility upgrades. The street element of that is coming in fiscal year 24. And of course, the public safety building is the big one. This is the same slide you saw at the regular council meeting, simply showcasing how the $92 million CIP relates to our history of CIP funding. And recall that at that meeting, we made it a point to convey that, yes, even though we are spending a substantial amount of money on a public safety building, it's not at the sacrifice of other things that we're on schedule to do, such as streets, utility work, et cetera. Those things are very much still part of the CIP. This is simply just to convey how some of the transfers to help fund the CIP are taking place. The thing that I want to focus on is on the right-hand side to remind you on how we do utilize the general fund to help fund CIPs. And you see this fluctuation on the amount of money that gets transferred from the general fund to the CIP, and it stems from, of course, how healthy of a general fund we have, where we sit with reserves, and I'll show you a slide here in a second to show where we are in that regard. But you may recall in fiscal year 22, there was a big transfer in general fund over to the CIP, stemming from having a healthy reserve that had built up, but then also some additional dollars that we had received that year coming from some COVID-related funds that we had received. Capital variances for us, we have capital expenditures in the budget and then separately is the CIP. And so I think that's an important distinction to make because at times people think those are the same thing. But we do have capital expenditures as part of just our operating budget. And so these are things like vehicles as an example. And then the CIP, something completely different. This is simply just to show how there's a difference in fiscal year 24 to fiscal year 23. Again, the red are things that came out, and the black are just things that we're incorporating and adding to the fiscal year 24 budget. At the last regular council meeting, you heard us talk again about the CIP. You heard a presentation on building condition assessment study. And so there's some of that's in here as well for building improvements and other things. There's vehicles, and I'll let the departments go into those details when they present their stories. But this is simply just to convey that there is a difference for us between a capital expenditure and a CIP. Capital expenditures are part of our operating budget, are much smaller in scale. And of course, CIP are the large expenditures. I do want to take a moment to talk a little bit in detail about pay program. Pay program was one of those things that was on the second slide of my presentation that was part of the fiscal year 24 budget. There are some significant things going on in fiscal year 24 that you need to be aware of. I won't go through this in great detail at the top because I hope by now everybody's familiar with the pay programs that we've implemented the last few years in our effort to try and create better parity or create, have things make more sense with compensation amongst our employees. You've heard me say before that I am not a big fan of, across the board cost of living adjustments because if everybody gets 2%, you're not really fixing the inequities that exist. You're not really addressing, the positions that are further away from market than those that are already at market. You're not addressing longevity. And so we've been trying to, through these different phases, address these inconsistencies. And so, again, I won't go through that in detail other than to say that in fiscal year 24, we do anticipate doing what we were calling a phase 4, which would focus on the continuation of funding a STEP plan for police and fire. Now that's not for everybody. The STEP plan is a step that an employee reaches every 2 years. And so, again, not everybody with police and fire would reach that step in fiscal year 24, but some will. And so that funding is there. And then we're also trying to address experience and longevity and loyalty, et cetera, with our what we refer to as general population, which is the non-licensed police and fire. And so there's a component of this in there as well. And this is to address the situations where we might have, people literally in the same job doing the same thing, but we might have an employee that's been doing it for 10 years, making just as much as the person that started yesterday or very close. And we want to make sure that there's greater separation there to account for the experience and the loyalty and the longevity of the employee that's been doing that same job for a longer period of time. So that's in there. But I do want to spend a little bit of time on the bottom, because this is the first time that we actually show a history of TMRS rate. And the reason why we're showing it this year is because there was a sizable increase in our TMRS rate for fiscal year 24. And so the way that TMRS works is that every year they send us a rate letter that tells us what percentage of our payroll we have to send them. And that's what keeps the TMRS retirement system for ourselves continuing to be funded in a positive direction to help fund our liabilities. And I won't go into details of our TMRS plan. And we can do that at a later meeting. But this is simply to convey that, as you can see, in fiscal year 24, it jumps up to 17.69%, which is a significant increase compared to the previous years. Now, I'm familiar with big picture why TMRS rates are increasing across the state because of my role on the board, but I don't want to assume that those are the same reasons that are impacting the increase in our TMRS rate. And so we're still awaiting some more detailed information from TMRS on why specifically our rate with the city of Victoria has experienced that increase. I will say that holistically, though, we are seeing communities with higher TMRS rates driven in part because of inflation. We do have a cost of living adjustment for retirees that is tied to CPI. And so anytime that increases substantially, that adjustment on that payment for COLA adjustment for retirees gets adjusted, right? So there is no cap on it. So for example, we're at 70% of CPI cost of living adjustment for retirees. And so we know that that's driving some of it. Every 5 years, TMRS goes through pretty detailed studies to look at just the demographics of every employee base to see what trends are driving the demographics of your retirees. And I joked with staff that one of the things that's become a continual trend is that since there are more, if you look at the history, there's more females that have been retiring from cities, and females live longer than men. And so when you have a retirement payment that is until you die, and your employees are living longer upon retirement, it changes your liability for that retirement base. So again, we're still trying to figure out exactly why that increased for us, but the reason why I'm pointing it out is because it does have a substantial impact. So normally we show this slide simply comparing pay program to pay program, but TMRS alone was over a $410,000 increase that we have to send to TMRS. So that's substantial. That's, of course, money that could have gone to the pay program itself or just other things. But in order to keep our TMRS benefit the way that it is, we have to send over $400,000 to TMRS. I forgot to mention here that in fiscal year 24, that pay program is estimated to cost $688,000, which is less than what it's been the last few years. I've conveyed to staff, and I'll convey to you, that, in the first year we did it, or one of the first years we did it, where we had that large 1.7 and then we had a roughly 1 million, it's really not sustainable for us to have pay programs that are hovering around $1 million every year. We just do not have the tax base to support annual pay programs that hover around $1 million every year. We just can't do it. And so we're trying to develop pay program structures that are more realistic. And what I've conveyed to our employees, and I'll convey to you, is that my goal is to try and get into a pattern, if you will, where police and fire personnel, through their steps, get an increase every 2 years, and trying to develop some kind of mechanism where the general population, meaning everybody else, gets an increase at least every 3 years. And so, because again, being able to afford an impactful cost of living adjustment every year it's just getting more and more expensive as your fringe benefits get more expensive, as our overall payroll is getting more expensive because of the pay improvements that we're doing. All of a sudden, doing a 2% gets way, way more expensive when your fringe benefits are costing you more money, and now you're paying everybody better. So when you base it off a percentage, that number just goes up. So that's what we're trying to work towards. Of course, we'd love to be able to give pay increases every year, but I'd rather be honest and realistic with our employees on what's doable. And rather than them sitting around wondering, when is my next pay increase, hopefully developing a system where we can reassure them that they at least won't go, 3 years without an increase, and in police and fire's case, every 2 years. This shows you the impact of the $410,000 at the bottom for TMRS, and it just graphically just shows a little bit different on the $688,000 for the pay program in fiscal year 24 and the different categories. There's also some baseline adjustments in here, which we go through every year, and you may recall that. Those are adjustments that take place throughout the year when people, move on, retire, or there's just decisions that are made on restructures of the organization, or, you have somebody that leaves and their new person that comes in ends up making a little bit more money for whatever reason. And so these baseline adjustments are really adjustments that we need to make because they impact people that are already here, and we need to keep that going. Any questions on that? Because I know the personnel stuff can be quite a bit. Yes, ma'am.
On the internal service fund, what's that negative 13 right there?
I can't hear you.
Sorry, I forgot about the
The
mic.
negative 13?
Yeah, that negative
It's a baseline adjustment.
Oh, okay. I didn't know where it went, so I just wondered.
Yeah. I thought I'd get it bigger, but I said, no, it kind of distorts everything else.
Okay. So that's the same thing on the general fund, that 75?
It's 75, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I do plan on, through the course of our one-on-ones, taking a deeper dive into the TMRS, because I do think it's important that everyone understand our TMRS benefit, its different components, how much each component costs, things of that sort. I know we've talked about it in the past, but even more reason to talk about it now with this increase. I won't spend too much time on this. I've already mentioned that we anticipate grant expenditures going up because of the different grant programs coming in. On the expenditure side of things, I mentioned that we've been having conversations, or I've mentioned that there's equipment, building improvements, certain costs are going up, such as chemicals, just maintain equipment is going up, just different things. And so this slide really paints the picture on the things that are increasing from a maintenance standpoint. If you're thinking what I thought when I saw this and thought, wow, fuel's actually going down, well, that's because it hit a real high last year. And so even though it's not necessarily normalized, it is decreasing some. Department heads will get into more details of how this impacts their stories when they go through some of theirs. Debt service variance, I know this is of interest. Of course, this fluctuates depending on when we issue bonds. And so this shows a decrease going into fiscal year 24, but remember that in fiscal year 24, we will be issuing a substantial amount of COs. And so don't be surprised with the fluctuation that you might see, year over year with this. I mentioned earlier that the general fund stays fairly flat, and it stays fairly flat because of what you see at the bottom here. You do see some increases, and so the mayor pointed out the increase to public safety services, and so you'll note that, which is roughly a little over $1 million. But you also see some red elements that are coming off. These were things that were just related to one-time expenditures, studies, professional service line items, one-time maintenance projects, things like that have fallen off. But I think the thing that to point out the most that you hear about, and you'll hear department heads mention quite a bit when they present their stories, is that the reasons for their departmental increases will hover around, pay program, TMRS, baseline adjustments, increase in maintenance. You're going to hear that a consistent theme around that, and holistically, the general fund is reflective of that. So when we talk about, administration services, when we talk about non-departmental, these are things that are increasing because of the reasons that I just mentioned. This is simply just another slide to illustrate the increases. We do want to point out a couple of things. The Victoria County Appraisal District payment is going up, and so that shows in blue. I know there was an email exchange, going on between us and, of course, Councilwoman Scott, who represents us on that board. They are proposing to have a higher budget, and as you know, we pay a proportion of the budget for the County Appraisal District, which is roughly 17%. The reason why our increase is going up over $200,000 is not because it's gone up $200,000 from fiscal year 23 to 24, but we hadn't adjusted it in a couple of years. And so this accounts and ensures that we actually budget the full amount. Part of what drives that is that we're not sure how the new appraiser is going to actually bill us for our portion. It was kind of funky the way that it worked before, and when Gilbert was educating on me, I thought, well, that's weird, because we were supposed to be invoiced quarterly, but we would only receive 3 invoices from the appraisal district and then be credited because they never actually spent all the money that they had. And so there was never a need for us to expend 100% of what, at least going into the year, was our portion. But not knowing how the new tax appraiser is going to invoice us, we figured it's best to just allocate the whole thing, because if she sends us an invoice for the whole thing on day one, we want to make sure that we have it. And so we still have to figure out how she's going to function. But to be safe, we put the whole amount in there, and that's why it was an over $200,000 increase that'll go to the appraisal district. And if you're wondering, well, what are they going to do? Councilwoman Scott sent us a good summary of how they want to add some technology, add some employees. You heard her herself when she presented to you a couple of months ago, or whenever that was, that she's already identified some areas of improvement, and how, comparatively speaking to other appraisal districts, we're not staffed enough, not up to speed with certain technology that would make their jobs a little bit easier. And so we definitely want to be supportive, of her and their effort to modernize their operation, because we do think long term everybody will benefit for that.
I'd like to add that the AIOO audit is also included in the budget this year, and that won't be a recurring expense, so the budget will be adjusted again in the future.
Awesome, thank you. You're also going to hear a lot of people blame James Foote for IT-related charges going up in everybody's budget. So thank you, James. We can always count on you. Personnel, that of course is related to the pay program and baseline adjustments. We've already talked about some of this, specifically the bottom portion of this, how we are projecting increased revenue in property tax and sales tax revenue. That's the big takeaway here. I know that the status of our fund balance is always a good topic to discuss, and so this slide simply just showcases where we think we are right now. The beginning 1023 fund balance on the left-hand side, of course, is where Gilbert and our staff believe we will end up at the end of this year. But of course, that won't be finalized until we go through the audit, and that is official. But assuming that we are around where we think we'll be beginning next fiscal year, and with the preliminary budget as it's proposed, we anticipate being roughly a little over $1 million, almost $1.5 million above the minimum reserve. And so we would end up at 16.6 million, with the minimum reserve being 14.7. And so we're not necessarily leaving a lot of money on the table, but we are leaving a little bit of cushion there that we feel is important to leave, because of not really knowing how certain things will go. So for example, we still are not convinced that sales tax revenue is going to continue to climb. I think I mentioned to some of you in some of our one-on-ones that, from our perspective, it doesn't really make sense how some of these sales tax revenues continue to go up, because we're really not seeing per capita income go up. And so, how are people buying more things, paying more sales tax revenue, when the income information that we have available doesn't show a proportional increase to that? Now, of course, we probably know why, right? Credit cards and other things, but that's of course not sustainable. So we want to make sure that we leave a cushion there. Any questions on that? The other question that I typically get when we talk about fund balance is whether there's an opportunity to transfer any funds to our stabilization fund. You know, we started the stabilization fund a couple of years ago as a way to provide an alternative to transferring money to this fund if reserves are, you know, healthier than what maybe we feel comfortable with. At that point, of course, the option would be, you know, fund more one-time expenditures or stabilization fund. And a couple of years ago, we established stabilization fund, transferred some money to the stabilization fund. This year, as of now, we do not have a transfer going to the stabilization fund. There may or may not be an opportunity to do that once August, September rolls around, because there's still a lot of things that, you know, we don't know about, like exactly where the certified tax rolls are going to go. Is Wesley going to get that stake? You know, are we going to hit $20 million in sales tax revenue? So, but as of now, we do not have a transfer into the stabilization fund. On the utility fund, the big story with the utility fund is, of course, on the CIP side. I remember fiscal year 23 was heavy on the utility CIP front, and so that's all rolling off, which of course has a direct impact on the debt service aspect of it as well. On the blue side, meaning the things that are going up for utility fund, a lot of the same things that I've already discussed from an administrative standpoint, pay program, you know, et cetera. And I'll let I don't know who's going to present it. Ken? Greg. All right, Greg. I'll let Greg get more into that when he talks about the utility fund later. On the expenditure side, very similar story. Again, you're just going to see the same consistencies. CIP programs coming off. Certain maintenance expenses are going up. Certain internal service charges like IT are going up. And you'll see chemicals going up, personnel, that's pay program, things like that. And I know I'm overemphasizing the same thing, but I think there's value in doing that because it ensures that we all fully understand exactly what is going on with the budget moving forward. On the utility side, there's more bar charts here, but that's simply because on the utility side, we do lump in operating and CIP into one fund. And so this gives you a sense of where that sits. And so again, we anticipate having a little over $15 million as a beginning working capital for the utility fund. And based off the preliminary budget that we have right now, we anticipate coming at a little over $11 million working capital at the end of fiscal year 24, which the minimum reserve there would be 8.6. So a few $1 million difference there. A couple $1 million. Environmental services, this is expense budget. So the slide here is expense budget. Darryl will get more into detail, but one of his big stories is that he's not paying for expensive trucks. And so that's a big reason why his overall budget is going down, but I'll let him get more into the details when he presents his budget later. On the Environmental Services Fund, same story. We are leaving a little bit of cushion from where we anticipate ending the end of fiscal year 24 with what the minimum reserve is. We think that's always a good move, a good call. Health plan, as I alluded to at the second slide of the presentation, it's continuing to trend in a positive direction. There are some improvements that we continue to make to the health fund in order to enhance that benefit to employees, some that we're still working on. You'll see some blue here, so you'll see some increases in expensive in wellness, dental, HSA, I'll get into that, and medical claims. Some of that is just natural progression, but overall, the fund is trending positive. This is a history of the things that we've done with the health plan. This slide didn't make the draft that I emailed you earlier this week, but this slide also helps paint the historical picture of the last few years of the enhancements and improvements that we've made to the health fund. Beginning in fiscal year 20 with decreasing the monthly premiums, as an example, started then. Fiscal year 21, we didn't impact or change the premiums, but that's when we started allocating more money on our end to the health fund by the tune of over $1 million. This is when by this time, we had our new consultant firm on board, Lockton. We had gone out and we were changing to Blue Cross Blue Shield, which came with a slew of improved wellness programs. and other enhancements. So all that happened in 21. Fiscal year 22, we added value. We didn't make financial changes, but we added value by adding well at work programs, the first responder mental health program for police and fire. In fiscal year 23, we decreased the monthly premiums again because over the course of the first couple of years of having locked in Blue Cross Blue Shield, we were seeing some substantial savings in our claims. And so it presented an opportunity for us to decrease the premiums in fiscal year 23, which we did that. That was well received by employees because, as you know, historically speaking, there would be increases to their premiums, no pay increases, and over the last few years, we've been able to do pay increases and decrease health premiums, which of course, at the end of the day, positively net impacts our employees, and so they've been very grateful for us being able to do that. I know we added a pet insurance as a voluntary benefit. I know that Dr. Young had emailed us with some questions around that, so that's solely voluntary. The city doesn't pay any money into that. And surprisingly, that's well received. I actually insure my puppy with the city's program. I got a better value doing the city's group code than doing it on my own. So anyway, for fiscal year 24, we do anticipate or are proposing doing an HSA contribution of $250. The last time the city did this was actually in fiscal year 19, so it doesn't show on this historical slide. But it has been a few years. I know that there was discussion around possibly doing it with some COVID-related funds a couple of years ago, but that never really materialized to the extent that it could have. But again, the fund is in a good spot to be able to do that. You also saw on this slide an increase to dental claims, and that's because we're adding an enhancement to that, and so we're increasing the ortho and lifetime max levels to, in essence, have a better dental plan. That subgroup of revenue and expenses on the dental side is performing really well for us. We did mention this time last year that we would look at exploring plan design changes moving forward because I felt that there was an area of opportunity to create more sizable distinction between the two health plans that we have because they're very similar, or at least there's not enough difference between them two, or at least I thought. As of now, we're not proposing making any design changes next year. That probably needs a little bit more exploration. However, we are looking into further reducing employee premiums going into 24. We haven't been able to fine-tune that in order to present it to you today, but we do anticipate possibly when we present the budget in August, having that a little bit more fleshed out. That will increase the expense budget impact that we show at top because that in essence would mean that we would pay a little bit more for the premium from the health fund. So positive news there. This simply just shows you the crazy history of the health fund and where it's been and where we're going. And so obviously we're headed in a much, much better position than this fund was 10 years ago, which allows us the opportunity to do the things that I just mentioned. I'll let Joel hit more on hot funds because my hour time limit's coming up. But I will convey that we are proposing a very minimal increase in hotel occupancy tax revenue. Last year, we took the same conservative approach that we did with sales tax and applied that same logic to hotel occupancy tax. And so that's why there really wasn't any big proposed increases in 23. But you'll see that we are proposing an $85,000 increase for fiscal year 24. But I'll let Joe kind of hit on that a little bit more. We obviously already had the conversation on the outside agency programs. We are, of course, continuing to fund Main Street through a portion of hotel occupancy tax dollars, so that hasn't changed and how it's always been. There's a certain element of hotel occupancy tax dollars that also help fund the community center that we're in now. Helps pay for the zoo program aspect of it. Remember that last year we entered into a new agreement with the zoo where it increased their annual allocation with $100,000 coming from the general fund and $100,000 coming from hot funds. And so that provided an opportunity for us to have a better presence on their board, and so which has yielded positive results, by the way. But I'll let Joe get more into specifically his CVB budget when he comes around. And I'm going to end where I started, which is that, big picture, our fiscal year 24 budget is shaping out to be able to be summarized in these categories. The economy, meaning it's better for us, and so we're actually anticipating getting more sales tax revenue and more property tax revenue. I misread this slide. Anyway, the compensation piece that we just discussed, the health plan, and the grants, public safety headquarter building, the CIP. Again, you're going to hear a consistent story from department heads around the increases in their budget related to overhead expenses, baseline adjustments, pay program, maintenance expenses, IT charges, et cetera. Very consistent story. Moving forward long term, we are continuing to evaluate, of course, the 2035 comp plan. I know that there has been conversations around, of course, having another conversation on another action agenda item of prioritization process. That it's probably time to kind of start thinking a little bit about that a little bit more. We are still trying to finalize some large things that were recommended originally when that plan was adopted, such as the UDO, that we'll probably actually bring to you to extend the completion date for that. The consultant has been taking a little bit longer than anticipated. But we are reaching and completing some things that were in the 2035 comp plan. So soon we'll have to have a conversation around creating another prioritization list. And just pay program in general is always a concern. We continue to get information from our personnel and seeing what other communities are doing. And it is kind of mind-blowing to see how other communities have been able to substantially increase their pay for employees. Of course, there's a lot of factors that go into that, right, from tax base to others. For us, it's going to be a challenge moving forward. I've mentioned before that, our property tax revenue only makes up about a third of our general fund. Other communities, that's half, right? And now with limitations with SB2 and others, it'll make it impossible for us to really ever catch up to, the amount of money that these other communities have in their general funds from a property tax revenue standpoint, because we're just capped now under SB2. So this will be an ongoing challenge for us to compete with communities that have just more robust tax base revenue. But we'll have to think creatively on how we achieve that. Maybe evaluating TMRS, is one creative way to be able to achieve that. But that's something that we'll have to continue talking about. And of course, the CIP, that'll be an ongoing conversation in the future. You've heard me say before that going into fiscal year 25, it will make sense to go back to talking about a 5-year CIP planning window as opposed to a 3-year, simply because there's a lot of different things that are in the works right now, such as the pre-engineering for, Guy Grant, pre-engineering for North Street. There's a lot of conversation with South Sac Development Corporation around things like potential, airport. I mean, there's just so many different things that I think this time next year, we'll be perfectly aligned to have a 5-year conversation for that. I was going to go through this in the budget wrap-up at the end, but I'll go through it now so I don't have to do it later. But in essence, I just want to remind you of the schedule moving forward. For completion, as I alluded to at the very beginning, I'll formally present the proposed budget on August 1st. Of course, after the certified tax rolls are presented. That'll be more official, if you will. By then, we'll have, the brochures that we normally have to be able to talk to the public or any stakeholder or any resident around what the proposed budget entails. We'll, of course, have an opportunity to discuss it through a work session as well on August 15th. But from now until then, I anticipate having robust conversations with you during our one-on-ones over the next couple of months. Of course, there's the official tax rate conversations that will begin as well, and official public hearings, which we'll have a special meeting on August 29th to start doing that. And then we anticipate at the first regular council meeting in September, be finalizing the vote on the tax rate and adopting the budget. We always schedule this to take place at the first regular council meeting in September to provide some cushion in case there are any, things that we haven't quite figured out by then or something that necessitates delaying by a meeting. We have the second regular meeting in September as an opportunity to finalize then if we can't do it at the first regular meeting in September, since it has to get done before October 1st, which is when it goes into effect. I hit my hour, Mayor.
You did.
Yes.
Right on the nose. Thank you.
Yeah, that's why I have my phone up here. Okay, so now we're going to get into you hearing from our illustrious department heads, and they're really excited about it. I'm really excited about it. As a reminder, when they go through their stories, this is an opportunity for them to also talk a little bit about their departments. We think it's important that any time that we present a budget to you, it's a good refresher to understand what the departments do, what their goals are, and where they're headed, so that you and the public that might be watching have a better understanding of what their money's being used on. And so I know they're looking forward to that. There are some departments that will not be presenting today, partly because the budget impact is very small, and so typically those are administrative departments like city manager's office, legal, finance. I will say that there are budget increases in those departments, but they fall in line with what I mentioned earlier: baseline adjustments, benefit enhancements, TMRS. There is a small increase in the city manager's office related to subscriptions as well as professional development. That's predominantly due to the fact that now all three of us are credentialed managers with ICMA. So that necessitates that all three of us now have minimum requirements of professional development that we have to reach. And so that impacted the budget a little bit. But you'll have access to all those stories to go through them at your leisure. But to kick us off, I thought that it would be best to hear from our only Woo of the executive team, which means she's the most excited. We still don't know why, but she'll get to walk you through her HR story. Cheryl?
Sir, appreciate it. Is there a step ladder back here?
There is if you want.
No, I'm good, thank you. Can you see me? Yeah. A little short, but I'll tippy-toe up. Good morning, Mayor, members of council. Is it on? Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. So happy Friday. Yes, I am the only Woo, and anytime I get to talk about the HR department and about the great things going on with the city, I'm going to woo it up, so to speak. So there we go. So I'll take just a few minutes to highlight the budget story for the Human Resources Department. If you recall, we did an annual report for HR that really focused on the organization. And now it's my pleasure to really get into what the Human Resources Department and the team members are doing for our employees. So I know you can read this at your leisure, so I'm just going to hit some highlights in regards to what I believe our department mission is. And I added to our department mission this year to really focus on taking care of our employees so they can take care of our community. And so I challenge our HR department and everything that we do to keep that in mind, is how can we take care of our employees so that they can focus on their jobs, their roles with the city, and taking care of our community. Some of our 23 highlights dealt with, and I know that is really small writing up there, so, but just to highlight a few of our accomplishments for fiscal year 23 is we did implement, first ever, our Leadership Academy. We focused on current and future leaders of the organization to become leaders of choice. This backs up our employer of choice kind of concept that we have. And then also, we just finished up a course, and we have another one coming in the fall. We took 22 of our current leaders through our graduation class for spring, and we have targeted 25 that will begin in the fall session. This included also having external and internal speakers, up to 10 different speakers talking about leadership and how to grow that leadership development. We also collaborated with the University of Houston Victoria to provide a little more robust internship opportunity. We had 7 students come through our internship program this year. This program was grant funded by UHV, so it didn't cost the city anything. It was just really providing the opportunities for these interns to come through our organization, learn more about what we have to offer, as well as do our intern. We had one huge success story in finance where we actually hired full-time one of the interns, and so we were very pleased about that. Other departments that had internships were HR, economic development, police, fire, and municipal court. We also coordinated our first ever city job fair. That was held this week. The departments that had vacancies were represented with regards to that. Our goal was to educate the public about the positions that we had available and then hopefully fill some vacancies. I'm glad to report we had 70 people come out and that signed in for that job fair. We had on the spot 4 contingent job offers that were made, but we have 8 follow-up job interviews out of that. So I mentioned to the hiring managers and to the staff that if we hired one person, then the job fair was a success. So hopefully we'll have more than just one. We also support first responder health and wellness by helping the fire and police department receive critical peer support training. This is really on them. They develop their peer support networks, and HR through its network with first responder health and just try to help coordinate some of that and enrich that benefit for our first responders. And then in partnership with Communications Department, we developed We Are Victoria Proud recruitment video, which I hope to show you, if technology works as it should, that video. So the performance metrics are similar to last year in that we're looking at the percent of vested employees. Again, I'll scroll through these, so if you have any questions, please stop me. Turnover rate is dwindling a little bit compared to fiscal year 22. Currently, we have 76 vacant positions, 9 of those being in fire, 17 in police department, and a whopping 32 in our public works department, which leads the pack. Our turnover rate there, you will see, is slight from 22, whenever we were coming off of COVID, and we had quite a few of resignations and folks leaving, but still higher than we would like to see. We'd like to see it get back into that pre-COVID number, fiscal year 20 or lower would be nice. And then just some graphs to sort of show you how many average full-time positions we have versus the vacant positions. So a couple of focus areas that we're doing to be efficient is implementing still platforms of our NeoGov system to move everything in one system and be online. We just went live with what we call our pre-boarding and onboarding system. This allows us to cut down time with applicants and really focus on making that day one an impactful day versus just signing a bunch of paperwork. So we've moved that on online. It's working beautifully. It's really cut down to their day one spending in HR to 30 minutes, and that now is dedicated to welcoming them in the organization and really giving a great first impression versus 4 hours. So it was pretty significant. We also are working on implementing the Perform module, which is online performance evaluations and task building, goal setting, and that will be all online as well. And we continue to see improvements made with how we have organized our recruitment efforts when we have 2 HR generalists that have split the city and focused their efforts on those dedicated departments that they have. And so that has escalated the time frame that a job posting is open, and we're doing proactive recruitment where if we have an interview that happened over here, maybe they weren't the number 1 candidate, maybe they were number 2, we want to know about it so we can start escorting them to other open positions and really hang on to those applicants and be proactive with reaching out to them versus waiting them to apply for our jobs. So that's going smoothly. In regards to our focus for fiscal year 24, we want to implement out of the Leadership Academy a mentor-mentee program that the graduates will help us develop. We also want to focus on innovation internally and utilize those leaders to help us with regards to problem solving, positive changes, and maybe even some solutions that no one's tackled out there that we could take a look at. But again, it's really just not only going through the Leadership Academy and reaching that development, but then putting that development at play with regards to the mentee program as well as the innovation. Update current new employee interactions. We definitely are taking a step back and looking at our day one processes as well as our new employee orientation monthly classes, and really again trying to make that very impactful first impression whenever our new employees join us. And that helps with regards to sustainability and retention with our employees. We want to collaborate and continue to do this with VISD, Victoria College, and UHV to support strengthening our community workforce. We've been in talks to develop a youth program, and so that's still on the table with regards to looking at that. We have not had the smoothest of implementations on NeoGov's time and attendance system. And so that continues to be something that we're focused on, and we are dedicated to making sure that that gets where it needs to be. And so a big focus in our office is to continue to work with our NeoGov team and making sure that those improvements are in place, so that we can get that where it needs to be. We've got some finalizing of job descriptions and some consistency with our hiring practices and some additional training with our hiring managers that we want to see happen as well.
Cheryl, this is just a little question, but the way the slide's written, it says finalize uniformed job descriptions. That means something very different than uniform job descriptions. So are you proposing uniforms for all departments?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Yeah.
so-
Yeah, I will correct that. Thank you, Ms. Scott.
Good catch.
Yeah. It just means we want some consistency there. Yes.
That's what I was hoping it meant.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you very much for that. So our fiscal year '24, just budget highlights. We do have a slight increase of 7.8%. And primarily what's going into that is an increase with regards to our pre-employment screenings. Due to the hiring activity, we also are incorporating now some additional screenings for fire and fire academy participants, and so that cost has increased due to that. And then a capital expense, if you will, is just replacing our copier in our office. And so, last but not least, I'll leave you with the budget numbers. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer those as you start getting into them. But I did want to highlight at the very end this wonderful video that our communications team helped us with.
Don't worry, I'm telling everybody they gotta be quicker.
I think James is helping me drive here. Is that right, James? There's normally sound.
For our families, and
Well, you
for
can
our
play it at
community.
your leisure. But it's a great tool.
We are the city of Victoria,
There we go.
and we are Victoria proud.
Thank you.
Uh-oh. Is this a user error or internet error?
Working together towards one goal, one organization, as one team. For our families, and for our community. We are the city of Victoria, and we are Victoria proud.
So hopefully we'll have people take a look at that and then apply for our open positions. So I'm available for any questions.
Y'all are welcome to apply for jobs as well if you like.
Been there, done that.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Thank y'all very much
Thank
for
you.
your time.
Thank you, Cheryl. All right, so next up, Ashley, what was that? Oh, Ashley will pull up,
Don't worry, you only see that video once.
yeah.
It was pretty cool.
Anyway, y'all know who Ashley is.
No introduction. I do have a timer, so I'm going to time myself. How do I get to my budget is the question. Well, kudos to AJ Gonzalez on the communications team for producing that video and the rest of staff. I know they work very hard on this and they take it to heart, so I hope you all enjoy that. Okay, here's my budget. And cueing the time. So, as you know, Communications and Public Affairs fiscal year 2024 annual budget The main thing about our department is that we are responsible for the planning and implementation of really all of the information sources going out to the public. We also work in tandem with other departments, including HR, when it comes to that internal communication to our staff as well. And so we do a lot, we wear a lot of hats, but our core component is getting relevant, timely, accurate information out to the public. So here's our organizational chart. This year we did add a new administrative assistant, and so we're excited to have her on board. She's actually here in the back, Alvesa Odom. Thank you for all that you do. And we'll talk about some of the efficiencies she has brought to the department here in a minute. Can't start off without showing a photo of our department. Of course, we'll add Alvesa in when we get a chance. But of course, also we did have the opportunity of earning some statewide awards for the excellence in video production and overall teamwork involved. So we'll share a little bit more about that. So our mission, again, is to provide relevant and accessible communication with both residents and employees. And we do that in a lot of creative and modern means, and we hope that we are reaching our goals in doing so, which include developing that informative content that is relevant, creative, informational, establishing communication channels, and making sure that we're staying on top of those. You know, we want to make sure that we're currently where our residents are at, where our staff members are at, whether that be social media, yay, we got Facebook back up today, or whether that be cable TV, which Danielle Williams was able to provide an industry report that showed that cable TV is actually still relevant in Victoria, right? It was a significant method of giving information out to our public, so we are excited to have our own cable channel. We use modern and technologies and digital trends. We work very closely with IT to do that, to partner and make sure that we're taking advantage of all the new technologies. And overall, we want to build community relationships. We don't want to just have a blowhorn essentially putting out information. We want to have a two-way conversation, and we're excited to be able to do that in various means, including our Citizens Academy, which we'll talk about as one of our 2023 highlights. So what did we do this past year? Well, to consolidate that into a few bullet points, we did a lot of video content, for one. Outside the Newsroom was the most recent one. I won't play any videos in this presentation, but there are methods that you can use to watch any of them. If you see the parentheses, it says click to watch. Any of those videos are viewed on this story. And so Outside the Newsroom is more of a big picture, comprehensive update about citywide updates, not just council rundowns. While we love those, we want to feature them in this broader update to the community. And so we do have 2 episodes out, one of which was focused on the duck pond, huge, hot button topic within the community, which leads me to the next show that we previewed, which was the show debuted, which was the show without a name. And that's more of those hot button topics where we have the ability to have conversations with key staff members who are involved in answering some of those topics to our community. And of course, we did so with Kimberly Zigmont, as you can see here, to talk about, you guessed it, mosquitoes. We did a lot of city event coverage. We helped launch the new city app, Victoria TX 311, with the leadership of James Foote in IT. And so we're going to continue to work with him to ensure its promotion and its use within our community. Of course, we continue to host Citizens Academy, which again meets that goal of having a two-way conversation with our residents. It is my absolute favorite thing that we do in our department because I get that face time where they're dedicated to learn. And a lot of times we have those common misconceptions, misinformation, questions. That is our opportunity to really shine and help bring that light bulb to our residents to say, oh, there's a lot going on in the city, and maybe I just didn't quite understand what all there is to learn. And it's a great opportunity. And then, of course, we want to stay in touch with those people. We want to make sure that they're ambassadors for the city. So we launched our first ever Citizens Academy alumni gathering. And that was a great opportunity. We're going to continue to do that annually and get them involved in other community events. Let me move down to performance metrics. So previously, we had projects going out. We didn't have a method of tracking them. So first, we started with a project management system, and then we converted to a more effective one that I've learned over the years, which is called Monday.com. And I'll talk about that in our efficiencies. And so that's how I'm able to produce this report to you all. Lots of projects going out from the department, but I think it's just a sign of our talents, our skill sets that we're able to provide to the organization, and the fact that this organization trusts us enough to request some of those needs to be met. And then, of course, on the right, you'll see subscribers, followers. So those are people who intentionally said, I want to follow you through one of your methods of communicating. And that number does not include our website visitors. So I believe the annual within 2023 visitor count of users was about 400,000. And I worked with IT to get that data, and so we'll continue to showcase that as well. Of course, departmental efficiencies. So we did have a 75%, as you can see, increase in those project requests. Not only are we able to more effectively manage the projects that we're getting from our departments, but we're also able to now, I guess, kind of get the word out to those departments about what we do, why, and how. And so it's exciting to see that we're able to support our department's mission. The other thing that we did was increased response time for video coverage, 40%. We did get a new crew van, so that's exciting because now we're able to more effectively pack up our equipment, get out and go. Not only that, we did cut about $3,000 this year in the budget because of mileage reimbursement. So again, with that crew van, it did two purposes. It sped up our response time. It ensured that our staff is kind of more able to load things up, right? We don't want to hurt them. And then, of course, reduce that mileage reimbursement across the year. So we can use that not only for video related, but also Lauren Moe for her community engagement events with PD. We were able to go to a library event hosted by library and support them with some of that stuff as well. So that was cool to see. And so we're excited to continue to support not only our department, but others. Another thing we did, which was really exciting, was a PR monitoring system, which helps us to not manually, but now using a Boolean query, which you put in keywords, get a lot of those reports of what's happening in our community, particularly with the media. So when media talks about us, we want to know what they're saying, and we want to be able to track it for one, and then address any potential misinformation. I know our media does a great job, but it wouldn't be sufficient if we weren't also monitoring to make sure that they continue to get the right information out to our residents, and they're doing a great job at it. But that report helps us to do so, and it also helped us to reduce the amount of time that our staff was doing manually searching those. It also helps us to capture national data as well. And then, of course, I mentioned our new admin assistant. So some of the things that we're looking forward into 2024, new programs and initiatives. Overall, we are excited to continue to increase our engagement and information that we're putting out across all platforms. In addition, we want to continue community engagement efforts. And I couldn't brag enough, not only on the Citizens Academy program, but the other programs of police and fire. And now having Lauren Moe on the team, we're able to kind of get engaged with some of those other departments, particularly with public safety, a little bit more, and use her talents and resources a little bit better with those departments as well. So it's exciting to see that happen, and we're just excited to continue to build on that. And then, of course, I will leave you all with a few budget highlights. This year's budget equals $681,000, which is about 5.5% increase. Nothing crazy there. Personnel increase is, again, $15,000 in baseline adjustments and an increase of about $2,100 for the pay program. And then the other, like I said, I wanted to highlight the fact that $16,000 was brought from VTV fund, which was originally professional services, and then it was moved over to PIO. So if you see an increase on the charts below, that's where that's coming from. And again, that's that PR monitoring tool. And then, of course, here's some charts. I've kind of already covered all of those, and I'm at 9 minutes. So I will take any questions if you have any. All right. Thank you.
Great job. Thank you, Ashley. Yeah. That's man, tough crowd. Great job. Yeah. Okay. So Roger will take up building and equipment services. Best mission statement.
Best mission statement ever.
Yeah.
Wrote it myself. I'm going to do like my cousins from Louisiana say, and we're going to go fast, fast. Do this. All right. So building and equipment services. I'm not going to read this verbatim, but basically it says we take care of all of the facilities and the equipment and the vehicles within the city. So if you want to read that fine piece of the English language, you can do so on your own. We have, there's our org chart. Not a ton of people. We do a lot with little, and that's kind of our mantra. So here's pretty much our entire staff in 2 photos, which is great. It's pretty relatively easy to manage comparatively. So our mission statement, obviously we have to read that because it's amazing. The mission of the Building and Equipment Services Department at the City of Victoria is to ensure that all city staff have safe, functional, reliable, and comfortable facilities, vehicles, and workspaces. And we mean it. So our goals and objectives stay the same as last year: increase operational efficiency. We want to promote and facilitate integration of technology in our work. We want to prioritize and budget for capital projects. The facility condition assessment has helped immensely in that, made the process so much quicker. We also want to increase our amount of preventative maintenance. I have a metric I'll show you in a minute that will tell you why we want to do that. So our highlights, so that picture there is actually here at the community center over at the Dome. That's one of our new chillers we put in this year. One of our highlights is that chiller, in fact. So we did several pretty big jobs this year. We put the 8mm security window film on the library. All of the exterior windows have that, as well as glazing, so it's more protecting the goods inside and the facility. We replaced 3 emergency generators. We did the one at Station 3, we did 700 Main, and we did the one at the North Radio Tower that is the police radio tower. So a few remodels. We did a new kitchen break room at the dispatch center, and we did a small remodel for Ashley's group at 700 Main, as well as the UBO, I guess foyer, you would call it. We did some security updates there with bulletproof glass and other things to make it a little bit more efficient for those people. We did the 2 chillers here at the community center, and we're actually now over $100,000 in sales revenue of our used vehicles and equipment this year. We're at like 113.4 on that stuff. So the market on the used equipment is pretty good, because we didn't sell a ton of stuff, but we're getting good dollars for the equipment that we're selling. So as we look at our performance metrics, for custodial, we're still maintaining the 12 buildings that we have been. That looks to go up as the public safety headquarters is erected, so we're looking forward to that. So here's the metric I was talking about earlier as far as preventative maintenance. So this just shows 100% of our work orders for the year. And as you see, over the last several years, we have about 20%, 18 to 20% of preventative maintenance. The rest is all emergency repair type stuff. So what I've learned is that you want the exact opposite of that is really your goal in building maintenance. So I wanted to show that this last year we have started to work our way toward that 80% preventative mix. So we're on the way. We're doing good. Our fleet overall downtime, we have the new fleet contract that we started for fiscal year 22, and we saw a pretty large decrease in the downtime. We're seeing that start to creep back up. So I made a couple of notes here as to why that's occurring. But we're projected to go from last year's about 51,000 hours of downtime, and downtime is calculated on a 24-hour basis. So if the vehicle's in the shop, it's ticking off downtime hours the whole time that it's in there, 24 hours a day. That's expected to increase by about 15,000 hours this year, mostly due to technician turnover, which we've had some. We've had a hard time keeping technicians at the shop here in Victoria that are capable of doing a lot of the heavy equipment stuff and specialty equipment that we do. It's created some kind of long turnover on some of the units, as well as we're still suffering with limited parts availability due to the COVID manufacturing problems, and our fleet is getting older, so that's another problem.
Yes. They're supposed to add somebody specialized in heavy equipment for garbage trucks and everything else. Does that happen this year, or will it happen next year?
I think that will happen sometime. It could happen before this fiscal year turns, but I imagine it's going to happen first part of next year. Yeah, that should help. Yeah, and they're training. They're offering bonuses. We have the contractor there. They're offering training bonuses for technicians to go get additional ASE certifications to work on higher level equipment. So we're hoping that helps as well. So the non-contract charges also has gone up this year. We were looking last year at about 715,000, and we're projecting this year to be a little bit over $1 million. And that's for non-contract in our new format is going to be things that are not included in the fleet management portion, which is going to be like your like lawnmower equipment, weed eaters, other pieces of equipment that are not identified in the rolling fleet that's maintained under the contract. So the contractor also does additional work for us, and that additional work has increased also because we're keeping things a lot longer than we used to. Let's move on. What's next? Efficiencies, yeah. So we have a couple of efficiencies. We did some in-house work as opposed to contracting last year with the building services group. Saved us about 12.5 grand, which is pretty good. And the custodial services is switching over to a new paper product for paper towels. It's going to save us about $1,200 a year. So that sparked a whole new conversation leading into our fiscal year 24 programs. One of these programs is to evaluate our consumable supplies and our suppliers, search for cost savings. So we're going to continue to do that. We've already started exploring other paper goods and soap goods as well. So we're going to find some savings there, I believe. We want to implement a formal process for budget consultation and project execution. We want to create, obviously, additional preventative maintenance schedules. So we're working towards that 80%. We want to explore avenues for improved efficiency in fleet maintenance and custodial services. That includes potentially looking outside for some help there. We want to find some creative ways to acquire new vehicles and equipment in this inconsistent market, because one of the things, and the police department would back me up on this, is we've had a really hard time getting vehicles on time. So much of a hard time that we've ended up getting vehicles buying them in one year and then outfitting them the next year. So our budgets have kind of gotten off a year. So we're trying to, I think we're going to get that back in check this year. So we'll be back on the same fiscal year finally, but we've experienced some serious price increases on equipment and very limited availability. For instance, a traffic control bucket truck. I think we had budgeted $140 for one of those things to buy this year, and the actual number came in about $100,000 over that, and they said it was 2 years before we could get it. So it's kind of crazy out there. So we're looking with Enterprise to help us search other areas where we can try to acquire vehicles and equipment. Real quick, let's see, we have all these graphs y'all can look at these if you have time later. We have revenues highlights. This is not revenues from external sources. This is all from other departments. We're internal services, so it's just a budget to budget within the city. But we're decreasing about 10% there. We have some interdepartmental decreases due to fewer capital replacements and fewer leased vehicles being acquired than anticipated. We are still doing leased vehicles, but we're doing additionals, but not as many as we thought we were going to do. And the building maintenance charges are going to increase following market adjustments, and fuel decreased due to current market conditions. On expenses, let's see what we got here. Expenses, we're going to decrease about 7.5%. Budget's looking like it's just about $500,000 less than last year, so nothing crazy in there. We have some personnel increase due to baseline adjustments and $25,000 for the fiscal year 2024 pay program. A decrease in contractual services mainly due to the fuel market condition, and a decrease in interdepartmental due to proposed decrease in fleet vehicles. That pretty much wraps it up. So you have any questions? Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we'll take a break. We'll be back here at 10:45.
Okay, cool.
All right, we're back in session. We got Mr. Foote up with information technology.
Good morning. Give a moment for everyone to get seated.
Start with Alan.
We're good. You go ahead.
Okay.
We got a quorum.
Well, we'll start with information technology. I'd like to thank Jesus, first of all, for go ahead and calling it the big elephant in the room. Yes, IT's budget went up according to software. So, let me see. So, of course, our department description has not changed from last year. It's still the same. Our organization chart, this year we funded an IT SCADA position, and so that's the only thing that was new in our org chart. This is our team members that are behind the teams, working and supporting the whole department. Department mission and objectives also stayed the same. Obviously, it's to provide excellent levels of support and technology that enables departments to deliver quality city services and effectively support our citizens. Some of our highlights, obviously, we implemented the CityWorks work order system for Public Works. We also implemented our smartphone app for citizens who request concerns. That's the C-Click Fix app. We replaced 94 aging computers and laptops so that the current inventory is no more than 5 to 7 years. Typically before in the past it was a 5-year. Now we're sort of migrating over to that 5 to 7 year lifetime on those. Upgraded some AV equipment in multiple conference rooms. For the fire department on the medic units, we installed their AVL automatic vehicle locators. We also implemented multi-factor authentication for remote users and when they're using critical software, for instance like NeoGov. And then we provided a new VPN solution for multi-factor authentication, a new firewall and wireless network at the surface water treatment plant, and we implemented email encryption for departments that deal with sensitive data. These are some of our performance metrics. This one here is actually on our web visits and also our visits by the county. And then, let's go back over to page 1. And this is actually our help desk tickets. You can see that typically it is our largest departments are police and fire. Some of y'all may wonder HR is a smaller department. However, a lot of new employees requests and employees terminations all come through the system. So obviously that's why they show up as a higher number in HR. Some of our efficiencies, we development of these KPI dashboards, and you'll see as more and more departments will be using that. Municipal Court will have one that they're using that with the KPI dashboards like this. So you'll see more next year to where most of all the departments should be using these using Power BI to track their metrics. So helping with their departments to better track their metrics, we researched and implement new data security measures to protect against the cost of ransomware attacks and system downtime. And of course, we did do the AV upgrades in conference rooms that allow departments to collaborate more efficiently. Some of our initiatives for fiscal 24 is we're going to be replacing our enterprise permitting and licensing software to a more user-friendly platform. That's for some people. Continued deployment and tuning of tools protecting employees from advanced persistent threats, malware activities. That's a big part of what we do in our budget now is cybersecurity. We're going to be looking at migrating our existing voice data lines to internet-based circuits, SIP trunks to improve resiliency. We're still on copper lines, and we're going to try to move over to some newer technology. And then we're going to implement phase 1 of our replacement ERP solution for finance. Phase 1 for the ERP solution is just basically contracting with a vendor to look at the different solutions out there and see what's best for us.
James, can you explain why this is happening?
Why this is happening. So, yes, thank you. So the reason we're looking at this is that our current solution, SAP, it is the on-prem solution that we have right now is actually reaching end of life, and our options are either A, migrate to their cloud solution, which is HANA, or look at another solution. So this would be a great opportunity just to look and see what other opportunities are out there.
How long we had it? 20 years? 22, 23?
SAP, yes, I would say we've had that solution in place for over 20 years, 20 plus years. And then we'll be redesigning our website, victoriatx.gov. This is more of just a refresh as part of our agreement with Civic Plus is that every few years we could do a refresh. So it's just more of in cooperation with Communications Department. We'll give a fresher coat of paint on it. Some of our highlights, obviously, we had an increase of $130,000 or 6.28% compared to fiscal 23. It includes one-time expenses of $75,000, and that is for the implementation or the consultant for our ERP solution. And then we had 2.13 million in recurring expenses. So that was a 5.72% increase from last year's budget. Personnel increased by $12,223 and an increase of $16,554 for the pay program. Now, computer and software maintenance decreased by $87,000
Financial software.
due to reclassification of some software maintenance in a new category. We have now security software maintenance. Reclassifying those items allowed us for better tracking how much the city is spending to protect the employees from cyber attacks. To just give you an example of that, so that worked out, security software maintenance is $255,000 or 11.9% of our technology budget. According to AT&T Cybersecurity, most organizations look at between 10 to 12% for their cybersecurity on their IT budget, so we're sort of in line directly with them. We're seeing some other ones. I'm going to do a shameless plug for KnowBe4, but they released it. And the reason I bring up KnowBe4 is cybersecurity awareness training. Everyone's going to complete their training, correct? Yes, good. But they said as some companies are going as high as 20% on their IT budget for cybersecurity. We saw a 19.72 overall increase in total maintenance due to the implementation of additional ransomware protection and price increase by vendors. We had a 12.23% increase in recurring contracts, and that was due to NeoGov payroll services. And then we had a 91.2% decrease in capital expenditures due to fewer replacements and purchases. And I mentioned the one-time charges was for the ERP. So here are our expenses.
Can you go back up, James?
Sure.
Back up. I have a question.
Sorry?
The NeoGov, is there a long-term contract, or, I mean, how do they just automatically increase the amount of?
Cheryl,
Sharon, I don't know if you heard the question or the comment, but in essence, it's on NeoGov. So I think we need to explain just that relationship with NeoGov and how it's gradually increasing. But the short answer is that we've known
yeah,
that was the plan.
yeah.
But we had to focus on certain areas for implementation first because we couldn't focus on implementing every single aspect of NeoGov at the same time.
So it's
Correct.
an expansion of NeoGov?
Correct.
Correct.
It's not,
Okay.
yes, it's
Yeah.
adding
It's not
additional
replacing or
services.
That
anything.
was
right.
not an increase.
So the first focus of NeoGov was, of course, on the payroll side.
Gotcha.
So first implementation was actually the larger HRIS system that we had in place. So we implemented that. Time and attendance went in. We had the application system already in place, so that piece is in place. And then the onboarding, offboarding went in this fiscal year. Perform will go in this fiscal year. And we actually, we got a credit on our time and attendance due to some of the implementation issues. So we actually got a credit on that module. Yeah, we had to phase it out. It's such a massive system. It covers A through Z on anything HR related. We had benefits enrollment also already implemented last year. So each one of those modules has taken some time to implement, but we're down to 2 modules to implement, which is the Perform we're working on, and then the last one we have is going to be eForms.
So this is the last module?
We have
Next year,
Perform.
will there be another module?
So we're working on Perform, and our target is to get that done in the fall, and then we'll go to eForms. But that cost covers the entire everything. Yes, sir.
What's so good about this one moving forward is that a lot of the job duties, usually HR or finance do it internally. For example, 941's calculation, submission, and everything else. Now, with the new services, it kind of serves more of a backup. I don't want to take you thunder.
No, go ahead.
That, it takes that heavy-duty workload off of us, but we still have controls in place, allows us to move on to some other type of work services. So it's moving that services off adds more of a backup too as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. No, that's a good question. I was actually going to ask, and if I missed it, I apologize because I know I missed the first part of the presentation, but did we at all elaborate on ERP?
Yes, we just covered that. So basically, yes, on our one-time expenses, the $75,000 will be for consultant services for a new ERP solution that we talked about, SAP, which basically is at 20 years and is reaching end of life. And we will need to look at either going, if we stay with SAP, we'd have to go through their cloud-based solution, which is HANA, or look at other vendors. And so that's what we're doing now is contracting with a vendor that they can actually look at the different options that are out there and see what's the best for us.
I might say it differently, James, correct me if I'm wrong, but when he says end of life, the system's still available. just that it's going to a different type of platform, but you're talking some big money now. So why not take the advantage and explore your options? And back in 1999, when we did this, I don't recall, we had that 2000 year.
Y2K?
over-
Y2K?
Y2K?
Yeah, and I don't know why 2K was there, because why did it happen and nothing happened? So anyway, we went through this whole ordeal. We spent over, I don't know, $1.1 million consulting and everything else. And we used our money up on that. There was no way I'm going to change on that. But now they've given us an ultimatum that, well, you can stay with it, but it's going to cost you an arm and leg and maybe another leg later on. So why not explore what option we have in another 10, 15 years, but maybe at a smaller cost, but we could still function as we want, because SAP was a huge Cadillac, basically.
Right.
There's a lot of stuff in that system that we don't use, because you would have to spend a lot of $1 million to implement anyway. But anyway, I just want to give you that background.
Yeah, and I'll just add, from the user-friendly standpoint, there's always been some concern around the lack of user-friendliness of SAP, and so I think everybody in the back of the room would say that, they'd prefer to not use SAP. I agree with Gilbert that SAP is a Cadillac version. The city of San Antonio, for example, used SAP for a long time, and they had an entire division of their IT department just to troubleshoot SAP issues. And so SAP is a very robust system, but if you don't have the money or the staff to maximize the usage of all its elements or to troubleshoot through it, it can actually work against you. And so that timing worked out well, that they reached this sort of point where they're kind of giving us this ultimatum, but worked out well in terms of us already having conversations around transitioning to something that's more user-friendly. It actually began, a couple years ago when we transitioned to OpenGov, because a lot of the budget elements were also done on SAP. So we transitioned some of the budget elements to OpenGov, which has provided this opportunity to show it, in the story fashion, which I hope is a little bit easier to understand. And so now it's just a matter of looking at all the other elements that staff uses SAP for. I believe OpenGov would probably be one of the options to explore, because I do think OpenGov has an element to it that would provide the services that we get from SAP. But rather than just assuming that OpenGov would be the right one to go to simply because we already use some modules of OpenGov, we think it's best to, hire a consultant to really help us explore, those options. And if we do end up with something that isn't OpenGov, that's something that's compatible with OpenGov, because we don't want to, throw to waste the investment that we've made in OpenGov. And so, hence the need to kind of bring in a subject matter expert to kind of help us with that. No different than when we brought in a subject matter expert to help us with some of the things that Daryl works with, for example, when we went out for bid for trash service, right, residential, for commercial. And so, no different, it's the same concept. But hopefully that just provides a little more background, because I think that's important, because ultimately, there may or may not, depending on where we land, be a budget impact, in future fiscal years. And so it's important that you understand, that us going into this in fiscal year 24 might lead to some budget impacts in fiscal years 25 and beyond if we find a new system that has, one-time expenses and maybe recurring, right? So I think it's important that you all understand what this is and what it entails. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, here are our expenses, technology expenses, and also our one-time expenses. One thing that's unique about, here's our reoccurring budget. And my budget is actually, you'll see a list of all of the expenses. Now, when we get down to the count on there and show you. This is actually all of our software, security software, computer maintenance, all of our software maintenance for IT. But then when we get down a little bit further, you'll see the citywide software maintenance. You'll see all the other departments that's showing what their maintenance looks like as far as software.
So when our departments say that, their IT charges went up, it's also shown here in the IT story on those different charges.
And then we have city software maintenance one-time, not much on one-time expenses. Development services, again, we're looking at that with that new solution for development services, and then that was it. And then, of course, and then we have a breakdown by the departments on their capital. And then one-time capital. So this was reoccurring. This is normally what you'll see as far as computer repairs or replacements. And then this is your one-time expenses on one time. That is it. I'll take any questions.
On the permitting and licensing software,
Yes.
what's the implementation timeline? We had
Actually, it's,
multi-year one last time.
It's actually going to be pretty fast. We've actually contracted with the vendor. Currently, the vendor, we're already using it with Chief Secretary's office, and they've already sort of have told us that if this is the plan and we're moving forward with it October, they can actually start now. And so we could probably see within 6 months.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
Just for council FYI, is that all these presentations, Lauda, you can correct me, are posted on the city website. So I know it's a little frustrating for me to going through a little fast, I understand that, but it's all on the website, and you can go slower and read it a little at your pace. And I just want to give that to y'all and the public as well, that information.
But also, ask questions, whatever clarifications you might want. Now, it's cool. We have some opportunities to, adjust the schedule in the afternoon if needed, if some of these conversations go longer. I want to make sure that, we do answer your questions. But as I alluded to earlier too, I plan on bringing the budget back up, during our one-on-ones as well after hopefully you've had some more time to go through it as well.
thank you.
Okay. Well, next up is Tiffany, who will go through municipal court.
All right. Good morning. So Municipal Court Department, we handle all the Class C violations that come through various entities. Nothing to that effect has changed. Our organizational chart for this next fiscal year is remaining the same staff members, same positions. Here, we have our staff members, that's during our Municipal Court Proclamation Week there on the left, and then we have Judge Heinold at one of the many career fairs that she has attended over the past fiscal year. Our department mission is to continue to serve the community through the promotion of justice by providing an impartial forum for the resolution of all cases brought before the court in a manner such that the legal rights of individuals are safeguarded and public interest is protected. Our goals and objectives pertain to providing access to justice and ensuring that people have the ability to get to court, continuing to improve our processes through different process improvement efficiencies. And a big piece of that also is community outreach, will be some of our highlights today. So access to justice, one of the big initiatives that we started implementing probably middle of last fiscal year was the court outreach docket program, in which we go off-site to various locations throughout the community to bring court services to those that can't make it to us. Most recently, we also partnered with the Billy T. Catan Recovery Outreach to have a court to recovery program. This helps to focus on cases related to impairment to give people the opportunity to overcome some of those issues they may be encountering. And so that's a new program that we just launched within the last month or so. The child safety program continues to be a big part of what we do. The budget for it is not reflected in today's presentation, but it is something that has become a huge part of the municipal court in terms of being able to not only have the grant program available, but also the child passenger safety program. We've expanded that most recently to host parent classes. We partnered with Texas A&M back in April, and then we're looking to partner with schools and the hospitals as well to continue to improve that program and make it more prevalent in the community. We did have the community engagement and outreach efforts through the establishment of the Juvenile Case Manager Program. We have a partnership with Midcoast where they provide classes to our youthful offenders with different types of classes that they offer for them, and also community service opportunities with Keep Victoria Beautiful. We've adopted part of the highway there to help with that effort for our youthful offenders. And then also, the internship program was a great benefit this past spring. We had an intern come in and help us with community engagement efforts as well as social media management. And then all of these efforts helped to lead us to receiving our third consecutive award for the Municipal Traffic Safety Initiatives. These are the court performance metrics here. They're still continuing to be developed, and that's part of fiscal year 2024, but this is what we have here. Our dockets, you can kind of hover over each of these here, and it'll give you those numbers. So they continue to hover around the 165 dockets per year number. This data here shows warrants issued. We are seeing a decline in those. We think it has to do with cases are increasing, so it's not due to less cases being filed, but more so people are notified more frequently about their cases, and they're trying to resolve them before they become warrants. We have seen an uptick in cases, warrants being cleared by the court. We're estimated this year to clear over 1,000 warrants, and I think that is an intentional effort on our behalf with the outreach dockets. We're going into locations like Christ Kitchen and helping people that normally don't have the ability to get to us, and that's really where we're seeing the increase there. This number here will show those that are cleared by arrest. They're slightly increasing. The main decrease in those, though, the reason why they're lower, there's still some, at times the jail, they just don't take the Class Cs as often, and so we don't see a high impact there, but we do try to make the efforts there. And then we have our incoming cases here. You can kind of hover over and see what we're projecting, an uptick in those. And then we're also projecting our cases closed to uptick as well as we're continuing some of these efforts. So our efficiencies are related mostly to technology implementation and streamlining many processes amongst the departments that work directly with us, including code enforcement, filing cases electronically. The Brazos ticket writers for the Fire Marshal's office was available starting in October of this past fiscal year. Electronic case review through the court's case management software with our prosecutor. And then we're working towards electronic warrant processing for the police department. We're working with our software system now for that. And then our internal court collections program through the usage of text messaging notification and our skip tracing software has allowed us to reach more people and ensure we have updated contact information. So our new programs for this next year, this dashboard that you see here is actually one that was created by a summer intern last year. And so we want to continue to develop that and really make it accessible on our website to continue to improve what that looks like for our for those accessing our data. Updating of our standard operating procedures based on proposed legislative changes. There are some that are impacting the court, so ensuring we're staying on top of those. We're looking to establish a community resource fair. We'll be holding one during Municipal Court Week on November the 8th. And that'll be hopefully a continuous effort year in and year out. But we're hoping that will bring the different community partners to us so we know who's available, who's out there, and allowing them to kind of introduce themselves so the judge knows who she can refer people to based on their needs of what they're looking for. And then we're also looking to further continue developing the child safety program by partnering with our other public safety partners, the police and fire department, to launch some different programs available for the community. So our budget highlights here. The department budget request equals $494,871, an increase of $25,532 or 5.44% compared to prior year. It does not include any one-time expenses, so all of those numbers there reflect the total budget. Personnel increase is due to $6,800 in baseline adjustments and $6,544 for the pay program. There's a maintenance increase of $3,684 or 5.56%, and that's due to software maintenance expected increases and the addition of an additional account for the court skip tracing software. So we currently have 2 users. I'm looking to add a 3rd user. More staff using that allows us to be able to find cases quicker and keep those the court contact information up to date. Other charges increase of $2,085 or 22.06% is primarily due to a $2,000 increase in staff educational development, but it is offset by a decrease of the same amount in office supplies. So we reduced that in order to ensure we can provide more staffing education for our staff. And that includes everybody from all of our staff within our department and the judge and prosecutor as well. And then the capital outlay increase of $5,700 is due to 6 computer replacements recommended by IT. There is a 7th computer, but that is being covered through our special fund, the Juvenile Case Manager Fund. And so this one just reflects the 6 other computers. And then here is an overview of all of those expenses. And then I do believe I am the first department, I know others had internal, revenues, if you will, but you can scroll down to the bottom and then you can see the different court fees that are collected that do impact the general fund. This does not reflect the special funds. That is in a separate budget story that is posted and available. And then I'll answer any questions if you have any for me.
Can you hit on can you go back up to revenues?
Yes.
$1 million.
Tell the story around the fluctuation.
Yes, so this still shows, to an extent, some of the COVID impacts that we've seen. What this does not reflect is our total volume, if you will. And so the judge has the ability to waive or reduce fines for folks that are coming in that maybe don't have the ability to pay. And so we are seeing here, at least in this budget, we're looking to increase that overall. And I feel that is an impact of some of the efforts we're doing with the additional skip tracing abilities. But the reason why we've seen, a decline here, most of it in the past was due to some of the case filings we were getting and the lack thereof. And then just some of the COVID impacts with people's inability to pay in cases sitting longer and not being disposed of.
I had a question, that just dropped the water all over me. The forfeiture fines and forfeitures, that's not the same thing as a forfeiture fund
No,
for
ma'am.
the police department,
No.
right?
That's police.
Okay.
That's a separate
Okay.
fund in itself. What this is just strictly fines, ticket fines, that's all it is.
Oh, okay.
It's not that forfeiture.
Okay.
All right.
That's pretty good.
I have a question for you. How has becoming a quarter record impacted y'all? I mean,
Yes, that's a great question. It really has had, it's created more efficiencies, not just for us, for our other departments, especially the code enforcement department with the ability to get some of those necessary warrants to be able to go into these properties and get photos of them. It's impacted some, workload, if you will. There is some additional things that are required of it, additional training, additional time needed from the judge to be available at any time. So we've worked with her on ways to get things to her, even if she is not available at the court. We do things like use DocuSign to get warrants to her as needed, to be able to help with those, get those resolved and get them situated as they come up.
is there any?
And I think, I'm sorry. I think there are, and I'm looking at, because I don't know if this is a question for Julie or maybe it's for you too or Allison, but there's some changes that are going to be coming to council soon, correct?
My understanding is on the junked vehicles.
Yes.
Yes, that's something that will have, I'm sure, a great impact on us as well.
But can somebody elaborate on that though? Because I think that's a perfect example of how being a court of record is having a direct impact on how, as she alluded to, code enforcement can kind of strengthen their authority, if you will. So I think it's just a real life example to your question, Mary.
So junk vehicles are very, very time consuming and expensive to work currently under our current code. And we are going to be bringing forth a completely revised ordinance that basically allows for a separate administrative process to handle the junk vehicles. And essentially, it creates a order that the judge signs that declares the junk vehicles, and it cuts down significantly on our notification process. We spend a lot of money on certified letters and a lot of money to the advocate on publishing notices. So our notification requirements, we'll still notify, but we won't have to do the certified or the costly notification requirements. We can just, send regular letters. So it cuts down significantly on our cost. As far as the process, there's still a lot of work that has to be done, but it all moves basically through the court system with the judge signing the orders that then allows us to
Which
rid
you
of-
wouldn't be able to do if we weren't
Right.
a court of record.
So if there's anything,
Yeah, and we do anticipate that ordinance will come before y'all, hopefully by the end of summer. We're working with Julie's department as well to get the details and the understanding from everyone on how that's going to work. But we think that it'll definitely be a cost saver for her department, and then we'll bring that before y'all to have that implemented very soon.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for me? Okay, thank you.
Awesome.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Tiffany. All right, so next up, I believe we have Chief Young. His first budget. Yeah. He didn't sleep at all last night. He's. We have a list of 10 questions he doesn't know we're going to give him.
Afternoon, everybody.
Fix the mic a little bit. Yeah.
Thanks for having
there
me.
you go.
I'm here to talk about the Victoria Police Department. The police department is made up of 37 civilians and 130 licensed personnel for a total authorized strength of 167. It's divided into two different bureaus. We'll go to the org chart. It's divided into two different bureaus. The Administrative Bureau, which is commanded by a Deputy Chief, as well as the Operations Bureau, which is also commanded by a Deputy Chief. The Admin Bureau is made up of support services, which are the training unit, the community outreach, technical assistance, as you can see on there, community engagement, the training unit, quartermaster, and the 911 center, the 911 dispatch center. The Operations Bureau is made up of patrol and investigation divisions, as you can see on the chart. Patrol is obviously patrol, traffic safety, mental health unit, and the K-9. Also, we've added the highway interdiction group. They're part of the patrol, under the patrol umbrella. Then you have investigations, which is basically, it's pretty easy to say, it's the investigations. Everything that you have a detective involved in it would fall under the investigations. Crime Stoppers, the Marshals Task Force, etc. Those are all part of the Operations Bureau and Investigations Division. The mission of the department is pretty easy. It's to prevent crime and the fear of crime, and to work with our community partners to provide the best service, the most outstanding service that we can provide them. Goals and objectives of the department, as you can see, it's a pretty nice picture, right? The goals.
We're starting a TV show, by the way.
Yes.
That's what it looks like.
Does look good.
Being creative with revenue.
But the goals and objectives fall under growth and capacity and infrastructure section of the 2035 comprehensive plan. The idea is to reduce overall crime by 3%. Right now, we are at the overall crime for 2023 was actually down significantly, 24% violent crime. Right now, we're up just a little bit in some property crime, and the overall crimes, we're still down though. We're still down right at 3% down. So let's see, one of the goals is answering all incoming emergency calls within 10 seconds or less at the 911 center. Recruit, hire, and train personnel to fill the existing vacancies. Right now we have 15 vacancies for the sworn side, and we have four, but we've got 2 dispatchers that are going to fill the last 2 spots that we have, or 2 spots that we have. Maintain community engagement events that focus on community outreach and education on crime-related issues, and to further build the public trust, which is key. We just had a Camp Cameron, which was yesterday, It's a camp that we had with some of the kiddos. We had 32 kids that were involved in a camp, learning how to do different facets of law enforcement, things like that. But also the key fundamentals were the building of trustworthiness, teamwork, et cetera. And just to demonstrate that sort of thing to the kiddos. It was very, very well accomplished yesterday, and a lot of the people enjoyed it. So, but some of the 2023 highlights, as you can see on the bottom, I'll do the video in just a second, but some of the things that we tried to do was maintain the best practices recognition. For the fourth consecutive 4-year period, we've attained that through the Texas Police Chiefs Association. It's 170 different regulations that we're, rules, regulations, process, et cetera, that we are maintaining our proficiency on. As you see on here, violent crime decreased last year in the calendar year compared to 21, 16%. Total violent crime, like I said earlier, was 24% reduction. Property crimes were reducing by almost 8%. And the priority response time by 14.85 compared to 2021. So the increase in community engagement events is one of the things that we've really focused on. We've gone from 94 to, next page, Polly. 94 to 100 and 95 to 104. I think actually this year we're going to have a stronger number than the 104. We are out in the community like mad. It's unbelievable how much time we're actually spending with community events, which I'm very, very happy about. Lunch and Learn is another one of the things that we've done. Down there on the bottom, Lunch and Learn. We've have about 80 people that will fill half of this facility. Basically from the tables this forward, we have 80 to 85 people that are coming in for the Lunch and Learn projects, and we're doing that in conjunction with the fire department. So it's a very, very good project. The Midnight Basketball, teaming up with the Victoria College, the Casting with Cops program. If you were part of that, you'll know how much fun we had with that. It's police officers that are out there actually with the kiddos of the community fishing. Something basically is fishing. Our Facebook page has over 40,000 followers, which is awesome. So we're working to make even that grow even more. But one of the things that we did is we tried to work with academia. As you see on the right, it talks about, with Dr. Francher from the University of Houston, we wanted to look through our sexual assault offenses. And what we've actually found out that we don't necessarily have the stranger-to-stranger situations, but that the offender was a known person to the victim, or unfortunately was identified as an adult family member associated with that victim. But here's a little video that we'll do, if I can get this mouse to stop being so temperamental, sorry.
I'm Captain Moya with the Victoria Police Department. I'm over the Investigations Division. April is Child Abuse and Sexual Assault Awareness Month. And even though we bring awareness to these two topics today, every day is important to us. And we have a dedicated team of experienced detectives who strive to bring justice to our sexual assault and child abuse victims. I'd like for you to meet the team.
Hi, I'm Detective Christina Tate. I've been with the Victoria Police Department for 15 years. Over 6 of that has been working crimes against children and sexual assault cases.
I'm Detective Haley Watkins. I've been with the Victoria Police Department for 8 years, and 2 of those years I've been on the sexual assault team working crimes against children.
I'm Kelly Gibbs, a detective with the Victoria Police Department. Been with the department for 17 years and assigned to the sexual assault team for the past 3 years.
I am Crystal Latta, and I've been with the department for 15 years, and I am the crime victim liaison.
To learn more about our investigative process into sexual assaults and/or child abuse investigations, go to victoriapd.com. And to learn more about sexual assault and child abuse awareness, go to cactexas.org. Thank you.
So these are just the kind of things that we're really trying to do. I mean, we're trying to be out in the community. We're trying to do as many things that we can to bring positivity to the department. And one of the things that is happening lately, or is happening soon, is the Up and Coming Female Leadership Conference. It's a newly developed project that will get underway at the end of July, and this partnership will prepare high school females with vital and essential skills that they're not that they need to get them prepared for college and for life and for the being members of the workforce. So basically, the measures that I'm here to talk about are the departmental. Sorry, go back up here. One of the things that we're doing for the, I can't find it. One of the things that we're trying to do for the, yeah, I don't know how, there we go. That's what I was looking for, sorry. Is how many folks have actually been around driving throughout the city and you see a police car that's sitting on the side of the road? Those are just the decoy cars, but if it made you slow down, that was the objective. It's a force multiplier. It's actually get the police cars out there. They're called decoy units, and we're placing them strategically around the city, and that's helped cutting down on the speeders. Come over the top of the hill, you see a police car, you don't know if there's going to be a policeman in there with a ticket book, an officer in there with a ticket book, or if it's going to be a decoy car. So that's one of the things that we're trying to do. It's a force multiplier. 2 or 3 of those are going to be running around the parked in strategic spots around the town. A desk officer, we did that. The desk officer is actually inside the front of the PD. If you have a walk-in, that keeps us from having to get a patrol officer to come from off of the streets to come in. They're doing about 9 a day, which is kind of what the average that we're looking for. But that's going to help reduce the takeaway time from an officer out on the street to an officer actually you can walk in and you can actually talk to an officer. And she's probably doing about 9 per day, but those are offenses. These aren't exactly the different, I just have a question, I just have information. So it's very, very effective. And she's also the assistant bailiff. If we needed an emergency bailiff, she'll be able to help us with that as well. So I'm going pretty fast, but I just want to make sure that we get through all of the data that we can. The priority 1 calls are the burglary in progress calls. We're trying to get that in 3 minutes and 8 seconds is what we're doing it now, but we've shown a decrease of 15.22% from 21 to 22. The priority 2 calls are decreased about 17% from 21 to 22 calendar year. Priority 3s are like the accidents, the criminal mischiefs, a child custody situation that doesn't involve violence, etc. And then the priority 4 calls are basically the civil matters and just informational calls. But the dispatch is really important. They are a 24/7 operation, and thanks to the 2019 Texas legislation, they've classified the dispatchers as first responders. So it's good to get that additional status for them. But they go through an enormous amount of calls. I think it was 200,000 calls. I'm sorry, looking for the number. It's probably, I want to say it's 250,000 calls that they go through. So it's nonstop. The calls are just, the call load is excessive for them, and we're trying to increase their staffing. Fortunately now we don't have as many holes or as many vacancies that we've had in the past, and they've done an outstanding job, and I'm very thankful for the dispatchers and the work that they do. But the 2024 new program initiatives for fiscal year 24 are the continue to engage the youth with mentorship programs. Camp Cameron, we're trying to update the records management system, which is extremely important to make everything more user-friendly for the data and to streamline the data entry. The Real-Time Crime Center is an intelligence center that we're trying to piece together and get some parts on that. What that's going to do is it's going to free up the dispatchers and their workload, that if there are a few nuggets that are created from a call, that they're able to data mine them quickly and efficiently, and to be able to get that information out to the patrol officers. Blue in the School, which is another program that we're trying to work on, which is it's a mentorship program to get the police officers out in the community and to being more involved with the kiddos. So the budget highlights, and the combined police and dispatch budget request equals $17,000,002, which is an increase of about $300,000 or 1.8%. Compared to fiscal year 23 adopted budget of $16,900,000. So I'm not going to bore you with the numbers. I mean, they're easy to read. They're up there for you to review on your own. But if anybody had any questions about the totality of it, just now's the time. And thank you for being easy on me so far.
I'll simply just add that on the record management system, we've talked about that one in the past. The system we were using, had reached its end of life, according to the vendor. But then it evolved into a very similar thing to what we're dealing with SAP, which then the vendor said, oh, never mind, but we're going to stick around, but now it's going to cost you this much if you want to keep it. And so we were already in the process of upgrading it to something completely different because we thought we were going to have to. And so we're kind of back to, I don't want to say square one, but we're kind of back to reevaluating options for that RMS system. And so we never really changed over or changed anything yet because of just where that's at. It's probably been a consistent theme that you've been hearing, right, with systems sort of reaching end of life and and things like that. And that's just because a lot of things are changing to be cloud-based, which is a game changer for a lot of systems. And we still have legacy systems that are not cloud-based. And so all of these vendors are transitioning to cloud-based systems, which is forcing us to have these conversations. So more to come on what we end up doing with the RMS system. But in case you were wondering, hey, I thought we already addressed that. We thought we had to. But back to evaluating it. So, okay.
That's all I have. Does anybody have any questions?
Okay. Is Moya going to come up, or you covered everything?
That's it. If there's any questions?
Okay. Nice.
I guess I had one question.
Yes, go ahead.
Are we going to do any type of evaluation coming up on just force size? It's been a number of years since we've done any type of formal study that looks at, are we properly staffed?
Derek, you want to answer that one? I know Derek's been more, go to the mic though.
Here she comes right there with the microphone, whichever's closest. We had the gist.
You would have already been at the other, but go to over here so you can be on camera.
Got it. So when Chief Arredondo was here and Chief Young and I've had some of these same conversations around the force strength and the number of folks. The first challenge, right, is recruitment and filling the vacancies we have. So we don't want to come back and say, hey, we need more people until we're able to start actually filling the holes we have. The second is the traditional way of doing that involves the International Association of Chiefs of Police created this formula that said for every 1,000 residents you have, you need this many officers. And we don't necessarily believe that's true anymore because 1,000 people in Victoria are different than 1,000 people in Houston, that are different than 1,000 people in Chicago. They're different than 1,000 people anywhere else, right? And so instead we've done workload assessments and we've made some shift changes, some different timings and things when people come on and off and when we do different meetings and things based on our call volumes. So I can tell you that year round, call volumes spike at 3 p.m., right? Like for some reason that just seems to be the time they pop up. Doesn't seem to have anything to do with school, but we've made changes to our staffing so that we're hitting those times. So we're doing everything that we can right now in understanding our workload before we go into a full sort of force assessment. And then when we do that, we'll do that looking at it as a workload assessment rather than simply the old school formulas.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're keeping an eye on it and that we're properly budgeted should we be able to find the staff for the right number of officers.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I will say that obviously those, per capita formulas are obviously very common. And I will say just for your benefit that with the new public safety headquarter building that is being designed, we have used some of those more generic formulas because our intent is to design a building that can last, for another 20, 30 years. And so it's being built with the square footage and office space, needed for that future growth. And so the only way to kind of do that is to use population projections. And so just so you know that for benefit of that exercise, we did use, some traditional formulas, based off of population, simply to help us get to a number. And we'll take a deeper dive into what that was when we present the Public Safety Headquarters building in more detail at the August 15th meeting. But just know that for that exercise, we use a traditional model. But for what Derek just talked about, it'll have to be more robust.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Thanks, Chief. Yes, sir. And so we'll move forward from one chief to another chief.
This one will do much better than me.
Yeah.
I know I'm probably what's between you and lunch, so I'll be quick. So, good morning, council. Mr. Garza, I want to recognize the City of Victoria budget team. I know they worked hard. They've been looking forward to this day, getting it behind them. So great job, Lara, and the finance department. We'll get started with the fire department fiscal year 24 proposed budget. All right. I think it's just good to, for the public's benefit, to really, when we talk about budgets, really, we're probably one of the few city departments that goes outside the city limits, and we do provide services to all of Victoria County, which is over almost 900 square miles. And we provide EMS, fire, rescue, animal control, rescue, you name it. When somebody won't do it, they'll call the fire department, and we go out there and take care of the situation. And that accounts to about almost 13,000 calls a year for service, and that continues to grow. And we do that all with about 130 people is what we're approved for, and only 2 of those are civilian staff. No real significant changes in our org chart. Like I said, we're maintaining at 130 staff. What we are going to do, and I'll talk about that in a little bit, is a reorg. And that really helps us with the efficiencies, is putting people in places to where we can help manage and run the organization. And I'll talk a little bit more about those here in a few minutes. But like I said, no major changes in total staffing, just doing some minor reorgs. Our mission is to preserve life and property with dedicated and caring service. That's what we do every day and what we shoot for. Our goals and objectives for each fiscal year are based on a strategic plan, and the strategic plan has strategic pillars, is what we call them, and that's community risk reduction, member support and development, and response. And under community risk reduction, we're focusing on this next fiscal year to really improve our community CPR, hands-only CPR response. That's the only way we're going to improve survivability of cardiac arrest. We do a great job as a department getting out there and providing CPR, but really for people to survive that event is we need to train people to do hands-only CPR before we get there. That's how people survive. So that's going to be one of our main focuses coming up in fiscal year 24. Under member support and development, consistent process of forwarding suggestions and ideas. Our best ideas and suggestions come from the bottom up, and we want to support that. Our fire marshal's office is transitioning to a digital-only format for plan submittal. We'll be working on that as well this coming fiscal year. And under response, working to, as we talked about in our annual report and things like that, we have a lot of calls that are not necessarily emergency 911 calls. And we got to shift our model in the fire service and EMS service to handle those type of calls with a more efficient program system. And that system is our community paramedic, or MIH, mobile integrated healthcare person. That's one person, not a big fire truck or not a big ambulance, that can go out and take care of these people and help connect them to the resources they need. And that's kind of what the readmission avoidance program is. We want to keep people from going back into the hospital and make sure they're taking care of themselves, because how they get to the hospital is they call 911. So we want to keep them from calling 911 and having to go back to the hospital. And as always, it's a constant challenge to update our emergency vehicle fleet, and those are some big ticket items in our budget this year. Highlights, we completed our first civilian cadet academy, which basically we hired persons without any certification and put them through fire and EMS training. It was a huge success. As Ms. Marshall-Johnny mentioned, we have, I think, 9 vacancies. But through this program and through a couple other things, hopefully by the end of July, we will be down to 0 vacancies. We have that many people in process in some form or fashion with a contingent job offer or finishing up testing, that hopefully all of our vacancies will be filled if we can hold on to everybody by the end of July. So we're super excited about that. We haven't been full probably well before COVID. So we're excited about that. And that should hopefully reduce a lot of our overtime costs. Remodeling, Gilbert perked up on that. remodel and harden Fire Station 1, we are getting really close. We look forward to finishing that in August, and we'll have a ribbon cutting open house in August, and I cannot wait for you to see it. It looks great. It's phenomenal. I'm impressed every time I walk in there, and folks like Mr. De La Garza who've worked at that station will be impressed to walk in there and see how significant it has changed and really turned that into a modern fire station, and will be serving us for the next 40 years. We're transitioning to a new self-contained breathing apparatus. That's huge for us. That's probably even more important to us than a new fire station, because every one of our members touches it every day. And it's a huge project, and we're getting that started this summer. Mobile integrated healthcare expansion, that's what I talked about just a few minutes ago, was having that and expanding that. We just, this summer, were recognized by the Texas EMS for Children's program as being the first in Texas to meet that standard and qualification and of best practices for treating children. And another big thing that's huge, I know the city manager and our HR department is really big on taking care of our employees. This year was the first year we're able to do our annual firefighter physical and cancer screening for every one of our certified members, and it's already paid off benefits. We've already had people go through the screening, we're not through yet, that have found significant issues and have been referred to specialists. So it's a huge program and benefit to our members, and we're very appreciative of that. Not going to bore you with the stats, but as I said, 13,000 calls a year. Our fire marshal's office does a tremendous amount of inspections that keep our public buildings safe. Some of our efficiencies, like I said, we reorganized to create that mobile integrated healthcare specialist and an additional specialist that allowed us to put on that civilian cadet academy. We couldn't have done it with our current staffing model. We needed some more people and some more help in that training division. Senate Bill 8 funds, you may be familiar with that, just due to a shortage in EMS personnel. Senate Bill 8 allowed funding for that. We were able to use that funding to pay for the EMS training for all of our cadets, so that was about $8,000, so that did not come out of the general fund. We were able to use that Senate Bill funding for that. And also, that's another continued great revenue source for us, is our public training that with the Dow and Invista, and we've also done a few other things. We generate about $45,000 a year off of that, and that allows us to take care of our training facility. The picture is a great picture. That used to just be a kind of old carport sitting on top of the ground. This year, due to those funds, we were able to move that thing out of the way, put down a slab, put it back on the slab, and then close it, and now we use that for a storage building, and we paid for that all out of the funds that we received from our public training. Our fiscal year 24 program initiatives, like I said, we're really going to focus on community education and outreach, focusing on CPR and our Fire Safe 2025. I know with Daryl and his group with the neighborhood cleanups, we do a great job of getting out and getting smoke detectors out there. That's truly how we save lives and reduce property damage from fire is that program. Staffing challenges, like I said, continue to be an issue. We are planning, if we don't get fully staffed, to do another civilian cadet class, and hopefully fill all our vacancies with that. Budget highlights. We had a approximately 4.89% increase in our overall budget to about $15,570,000. That's a total increase from previous year of about $725,000. And I'll kind of go over the details of that. And as you can read through there, a lot of that is based on pay. I need my glasses so I can read my writing. Approximately personnel cost, $242,000. Other major impacts, as Mr. Garza mentioned, maintenance of our facilities and apparatus have really gone up. As you can imagine, with all the supply chain issues and other maintenance costs, that's where we're seeing a big increase in our system, is maintaining our apparatus and maintaining our stations. I'll kind of go over a few of these details at a very high level. In maintenance and operation, we had a 19% increase, approximately $560,000, and that was broken down into two very specific things. Contractual services, which was a $275,000 increase, and that was due to our SCBA program that I just mentioned, self-contained breathing apparatus. we put that on a lease to purchase where we're paying that out over 5 years of about $128,000 a year. We're also purchasing or paying for a brush truck with a lease purchase program and an engine pumper. So those are three very large programs in our contractual services. Our interdepartmental costs have gone up significantly with $200,000 to $285,000. I won't throw that all on James Foote. I'm going to blame it on Roger. He's back there smiling. So, as Mr. Garza once again mentioned, our building maintenance costs have increased, but that wasn't the big cost. We also have another capital replacement program this year, which is a fire engine, another fire engine, and an ambulance. You probably won't believe this, but fire trucks, just the basic fire truck is almost $1 million now. Not the ones with the ladders on them, but just the basic fire truck is up to $1 million. So we decided we're not going to go buy a new truck. We're going to refurbish an existing truck that was a really good truck, and that's half the cost. So looking at an ambulance at $350,000 and a fire truck refurbishment at $450,000, and hopefully get another 10 to 12 years out of that fire truck. And like I said, our building services charges to repair and maintain our stations had a significant increase of about $21,000, and that's just due to the age. And even our newest stations are starting to reach an age where they need maintenance, replacing major systems like water heaters. This past year, we had a significant cost to repair and replace our fire protection systems, the sprinkler systems, and things like that in the buildings.
And just real quick with that, Chief, we've been talking in the past, even though it's been a while, about the relocation of Station 5. And you may recall from the maintenance study that we went over at the last meeting that's one of those buildings that was identified as reaching end of life, within the next 10 years or so. I do think that, this time next year, when we start talking about that 5-year CIP window for the second half of this decade, that'll have to be part of that conversation. And so don't be surprised if, sometime this year, we kind of revisit sites with you, since we did sell, the 2 acres that had originally been bought for the relocation of this over on Kerr Boulevard. So we don't have a piece of land for the relocation of Station 5. So don't be surprised if at some point in the next year we bring up the conversation around location for that. And then as part of the CIP conversation next year, talk about the actual build for that Station 5 move. So just a heads up on that.
And kind of go back to the mayor's point earlier, asking the police chief about staffing. And that's kind of our plan, is looking out to that 2030 mark when we do our next ISO study and review. As our staffing models will be looking at that. What do we need? How much staff we need? And when do we need them? And I know our first, in our plan, 2026, 2027, we're going to apply for the SAFER grant, which is very similar to what PD does, where you kind of stagger in staffing so you don't have to pay for all of it at one time. So that's kind of our long-range goal with staffing and stations. Thank you, Mr. Garza, for that. I'm going to jump in, unless there's any questions on the numbers, jump in just real quick to our reorg. If I can get to that without blowing past it. Yeah, full-time employees. So really, no change in staffing, but what we are asking to do is reorganize a firefighter position, or 2 of them actually. One firefighter position is going to go into another logistics specialist, as we call it. And those are the people that help us maintain our fleet, our apparatus, our stations. Not only do we have a lot of buildings and a lot of apparatus, but on each one of those pieces of apparatus, each one of those pieces at stations, there is a significant amount of equipment. An ambulance alone has a tremendous amount of equipment, and we have to maintain that, and it takes additional staff to kind of help us with that. We're also going to kind of pull back from purchasing, and where we need help is our medical supplies, purchasing our medical supplies. It's becoming a full-time job for one person just to maintain all of our medical supplies. We were kind of sharing that responsibility with purchasing, and that's kind of, we're kind of reevaluating and adjusting that workload. And the other reorg is taking a firefighter position and moving that into an EMS supervisor position. Currently, we kind of have 2 shift schedules, if you didn't know this. Our fire folks work one schedule, and then our EMS folks work a different schedule. We didn't move a supervisor over there when we transitioned that in 2020 or last year. because we wanted to see if it worked, and has worked really well. Our paramedic crew leader position that we initiated a year ago has basically filled our paramedic positions and kept it full. Making that transition has tremendously helped our staffing. So we need to put a supervisor over that shift, if you will. So that's kind of our plan for reorganizing organization. And like I said, not adding staff, but just kind of realigning, reorganizing for better efficiency. And I'll be happy to answer any questions on our fiscal year 24 proposal.
I have a question, Tracy.
Yes, sir.
And a comment. The shortages that you keep bringing up, in the fire department and EMS side, they're not unique to Victoria. They're statewide. It's a major, major problem across the state.
Absolutely, you're correct. It is a industry epidemic problem, whatever you want to call it. It is a problem across the state.
Yeah. And also, you talked about what you didn't say is, a mention is a mutual aid with the surrounding counties. Do we still have that in place?
We do. We absolutely do. We have mutual aid with surrounding counties. And probably our best source of support is inside the county. The volunteers do a great job of responding.
Right.
But we'd have, like you said, we would have, for EMS support, we have to go outside the county. And that's time, that takes a lot of time for somebody to get here. We're usually the ones providing support.
Right, and I mention that because it can be a major drain on our budget if one major incident happens, say in Calhoun County, and we're called, we're sending units, we're sending personnel, we're sending fire trucks, ambulances. That can be a major drain on our budget.
Absolutely, it could, yep.
Is there a special category for mutual aid, Gilbert, for that on our budget, or?
No, sir, and we haven't, fortunately, knock on wood, we haven't had many of those incidents. They've been pretty small. An ambulance here, an ambulance too, not a major expense. But like you said, the biggest one I remember is, I think, when Formosa caught on fire, and we had our whole hazmat team there and everything like that. But we do not have a special budget. But we do have revenue mechanisms, billing mechanisms for hazmat and different type of responses. We responded to DeWitt County last year and got a very nice check back from the company that caused the spill. So we do have those mechanisms in place to kind of compensate for some of that.
Councilman, in answering your question a different way, that's why the reserves are important. To accommodate whatever future incident, like you mentioned right there, that something happens, we can accommodate that. To answer your question, yes, but it's not in the budget, but could we accommodate it? Yes.
And just one more comment. With what you have to work with, I think you're doing a great job with all the things going on in the statewide.
Thank you very much.
EMS
Appreciate
fire.
that.
I think you're doing the best.
Yeah, hats off to our members who have worked an exorbitant amount of extra time filling those gaps, making sure we can still provide our service. All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chief. I do want to take a minute real quick to recap a little bit more detail on pay program for police and fire, because I know that has come up, in conversations with some of you. And so I want to be clear and transparent with, what we're doing, and that way we can, proceed from there how you wish. But for example, with the fire department, we have a total of 124 people in the STEP program, or positions. 36% of those, or 45, are scheduled to receive a STEP increase in fiscal year 24. So that would leave 79, or 64%, not getting a pay increase in fiscal year 24. Out of that bucket, 36 of them received an increase in fiscal year 23. So as I mentioned earlier, we're trying to kind of ensure a pay increase every couple years. 18 of those are new hires that haven't been with us for 2 years. So they would not be eligible under that logic of getting a pay bump every 2 years. 11 people were promoted. So as part of their promotions, they received a pay increase. 3 folks are topped out, according to the STEP program. We have 9 vacant positions, and then we've had a couple of reorgs that have also led to some increase in pay. And so with fire, that's sort of what that's shaping out to be, right? And so when we hear that, again, 45 folks will receive an increase, or only 36%, the remainder is as I described. Most received an increase in 23, some received an increase through a reorg or through a promotion, and then we've got the vacancies as well. I hope that makes sense. On the police side, we have 129 headcount in the STEP, 45 or 35%, so very similar percentage-wise. 35% of PD personnel will receive an increase, which means that 84 positions or 65% will not. Out of that bunch, 46 had increases in fiscal year 23, 6 new hires, so those are not eligible, 16 promotions, and so those folks get the pay bump with their promotions. 3 are topped out, 11 vacant positions, and we've had some interim positions with vacancies at the top that have created some additional compensation for folks serving in interim roles. And so again, you know, even though, yes, what we're proposing only benefits, if you will, 35% of the police folks in the STEP program, the remainder, again, received a pay bump this fiscal year through a combination of it was their turn, right, through the STEP or through through a promotion or through interim roles. So I know that that's a big topic of interest to many of you, and happy to take a deeper dive, you know, in our upcoming meetings. But that's how it's shaping out to be, and that's why when I presented the figures earlier, you know, I mentioned that not everybody was going to benefit in this goal of every 2 years. I will say that one of the biggest things that we continue to get feedback on is on starting pay. We have not adjusted starting pay in a few years since we updated and recreated the STEP program a few years ago. And so if there were to be a further conversation around wanting to do something additional, or a conversation around just where we stand with market, you know, that starting pay would probably be a good point to start off with, assuming you were interested in having that conversation. Now, obviously, when you impact starting pay, you know, there's the ripple effect and some compression, you know, potential issues that might arise. So it's easier said than done, you know, when talking about, you know, minimum pay. But that's where that stands. You know, we're happy to take a deeper dive, you know, in our one-on-ones or even in a public setting, you know, as you wish moving forward, because I do know that this specific group is of high interest to you. But that's where we stand with that group. So. Okay.
Thank you.
Mayor, we can continue on one more before break, or break now, up to you.
Is lunch ready?
Yes.
Then let's take this break for lunch, but instead of starting at 12:30, let's get our lunch and be back here at 12:20.
12:20. Yes, sir.
All right,
Perfect.
so
Thank
we'll
you.
recess until 12:20. All right, we're gonna gavel back in. We're gonna start with development services. About 2 o'clock, 2:10, we'll take our nap. And thank you all for this wonderful lunch. Appreciate Victoria and April back there helping get it out to everybody. And Ms. Fulgram.
Good afternoon. Is this supposed to be on? Or so we can see?
Did we mess it up?
Good. Jane.
It's okay. I can kind of wing it. Okay, so development services, as you know, is comprised of several divisions. We have, for the budget purposes, we have our development services administration, planning, which includes 2 special revenue funds, community development block grant and metropolitan planning organization, our development center, which is all things permits and inspections, code enforcement, and geographic information systems. We have 26 full-time employees. This is our team. We have had 26 full-time employees since I began in 2014. I think even before then, we've been pretty flat at the 26 full-time. We did bump up and have a temporary worker using some CDBG CV funds, but for a long time, we have pretty much been stable at 26 full-time employees. So our goals and objectives is to implement the city's comprehensive plan. As you know, we publish the quarterly action agenda reports every quarter. As Jesus mentioned earlier, we are looking at redoing our action agenda, hopefully sometime later this year or whatever schedule council would prefer. We also are in the middle of a unified development ordinance rewrite, which of course, as you know, is taking a little bit longer than anticipated. I told the consultant it was going to be hard, and I think everyone believes me now. But we are working on that, and I actually expect a lot of updates by the end of July, so stay tuned for that. With our MPO, we will be completing our active transportation master plan and begin our 2050 metropolitan transportation plan next fiscal year. As you know, we're in the middle of writing our annual action plan for community development. And then with Development Center, of course, it's all things permit and inspections related. We'll continue with ICC, implementing our ICC codes and training our staff. Code enforcement, of course, is continuing to enforce codes. So our 2023 highlights include our MPO administrator, Maggie Bergeron, of course, earned her AICP certification, which is a very big deal, and we're very proud of her. We continued implementation of the comp plan, the UDO. We also finished our demographic study and are wrapping up our development of our travel demand model, which is important to complete before we go into our metropolitan transportation plan. That's something we do every 5 years. And then for code enforcement, we have been working very closely with municipal court and doing a lot more court cases, and of course those administrative warrants that Tiffany and others were speaking about. That's been very helpful in our cases and really getting people to comply because a picture is always worth 1,000 words. So it's very helpful to prove a violation when you have a photograph. Our development center, again, we've been continuing to focus on certifications. We have new certifications for 3 inspectors and our assistant building official, and we are continuing to maintain our 10-day review, which is one of the fastest in the state. And then GIS has been helping a lot of the other departments implement the CityWorks program, and then we also have our new 2023 aerials that have been published online. If y'all haven't had a chance to go look through them, they're up and they're always fun to go through. You can see this list of our major commercial permits. We continue to be busy. Our residential numbers are down, and a lot of that I think is attributed to high interest rates, but also our general land office home awards that we have seen since Hurricane Harvey have slowed down drastically. So that's also, I'd say since Harvey, some of our residential permit numbers have been inflated because of those GLO homes. But our commercial continues to be very steady. So department efficiencies, we don't have too many new ones. Really, we're utilizing technology more. We are publishing our monthly development reports and our quarterly action agendas online. We're continuing to participate in ICC, or Rick is continuing to participate in ICC code development, which will help us in the future as new codes are beneficial to our region. And we are also continuing to scan in and use and digitize all of our building plans and be more efficient so we can find older plans during open records requests. So a lot of our efficiencies are really just all technology related. So some of our new programs for 2024 is to continue our unified development code that will wrap up in fiscal year 2024. And then once we have it written, of course, there's a lot of training that'll be involved with that. Another huge big planning effort is that Metropolitan Transportation Plan, which is the MPO's 5-year transportation plan for the county. And that's always a big undertaking. We are continuing with our mortgage down payment assistance and closing cost program and owner-occupied rehab program with CDBG, which are a little bit more labor-intensive for us because they are in-house programs that we're running instead of granting out the funds to subrecipients. For Development Center, we are implementing a new permitting software. InterGov has been a headache since day one. When Microsoft's discontinued Silverlight plugin, they upgraded us, and it feels like it's down as much as it's up. especially the online citizen access portal or the online permitting version. So we have researched a lot of different platforms out there. We're going with My Government Online, which April has already started using for garage sale permits. We talked to at least half a dozen cities. Rick, Dora, and myself actually traveled to San Marcos to look at how San Marcos is using the platform. They're completely everything online. They actually don't have customers come get permits. They direct all their permits online using this My Government Online system. So it is also the yearly fee for My Government Online is actually less than the maintenance fee of InterGov. So after this first year with the one-time startup expenses, it should actually be a little bit of a reduction year over year. And by a little bit, I mean it is a very small amount, $1,000 or $2,000. But we're very excited to say goodbye to InterGov. The other exciting portion of this new software is that we will be also integrating code enforcement onto it. So code enforcement uses a homegrown access database system that our IT department developed over 20 years ago. And it's a really great system as far as capturing all records, but it doesn't really allow us to review reports of open cases or map any cases. And so we're just very, very excited to be moving over to a new system for them as well. Code enforcement, of course, is also continuing to work with Daryl's department on our abatement crew. And, we're about 9 months into it, and we think that it's working very well and is actually a lot more efficient than the old contracting system. But we will have a more robust report after we have been into it for a full year. And then, of course, code enforcement is also really utilizing municipal court of record processes. We hope to have the junk vehicle ordinance adopted by the end of the year. So next year that will have a huge impact on being able to work junk vehicles. And then, of course, just continuing to use those administrative warrants. And then GIS will be continuing to work with all the other departments on all the different software that they're helping with, and then also help us with My Government Online. So our fiscal year 2024 budget highlights is basically a pretty flat budget. Our request is $2.399839, which is an increase of $24,000 or 1%. That increase is primarily due to personnel increase. Our personnel increase is $40,697 in baseline adjustments and $50,678 for pay program adjustments. We do have $20,000 in one-time expenses, which includes a new copier for code enforcement at about $3,000, and then the rest is one-time funds to help with the new permitting software.
Your budget is 2.3, and it includes an increase and 2.3 in recurring. I think the arithmetic is just off somewhere.
Yeah, the 2.399 doesn't include the one-time, I'm sorry.
Yes,
It just includes so it's 2,420 essentially.
I mean, you can fix it later, but I think there's something is wrong because you got your total and then you're saying that that's recurring expenses, but you're adding to it in that second line.
Oh, maybe this number.
It's just the way it's written.
Yeah.
Should be there.
That one right there
Yeah,
needs
okay.
something different.
Yeah.
Sorry, it just jumped
Sorry,
out
yeah.
at me. And I'm sorry, you were in the midst of talking about that and I cut you off.
No, that's essentially our budget in a nutshell, our story. I'd be happy to answer any questions or go into anything in more in depth.
Julie, can you talk a little bit about, and if you already mentioned it, I'm sorry if I missed it, but a little bit about what you're seeing in terms of trends in permits for like residential specifically, and how that might impact, our inspection operation?
Yeah, I mean, essentially our residential is down considerably. and again, I think that's due to a couple things. I think there is a slowdown just in general in residential because of interest rates, but then also we're not seeing those general land office homes, which I think has inflated our residential over the past 5 years. But as far as inspections, I don't think it's going to impact that much because the number of inspections you need on a residential permit compared to a commercial permit are really not comparable at all. There's so many more inspections on commercial jobs, and our commercial numbers continue to be pretty robust. And then, of course, we are also, we have the interlocal agreement with the ISD, so we'll be providing inspection services out for Mission Valley, which is a big permit. And of course, we are capturing permit costs for that.
Yeah, and then can you also hit on the reorg that we in essence implemented this year?
Yeah, so it's not a major reorg. As you may know, Lila Foster, our planning technician, retired, and so we upgraded her position from being a planning technician to a full planner. As a planning technician, her job was a lot more administrative. Even though she had capacity to kind of walk people through some preliminary basic planning questions, it was just finding someone else with that kind of expertise in a planning technician level would have been very difficult. And so we upgraded that position, moved more of the administrative duties to split across our existing development specialists, the intake of plats and site plans and those types of applications. But then it will free us, that planner, up to provide kind of a better or more seamless development coordination throughout the entire process, because it won't start with the planning tech and then have to move to the planner as they go through. So the planners will start discussions with the applicants from the very get-go. And then also having two planners help people go through that development process also both frees them up a little bit to do work on planning projects. So, they can help us with the quarterly action agendas or the metropolitan transportation plan or all of those kind of long range, the UDO, those bigger planning efforts that really fall to me and more of the higher level of our staff, and sometimes gets us bogged down.
Yeah, thank you, Julie. And I think that's another example similar to what Chief Fox is doing, right? Where we're not increasing the number of full-time employees within the department, but through these reorgs, trying to adapt and evolve into being able to provide, better services with the same amount of people. Now, obviously, there could be budget impacts to that, right? If some of these positions are, higher positions, but I just think it's important that you're aware that, we always first try to focus on using the same amount of bodies and being creative with that before we just start saying, hey, we need another body, in that department. I think that, I just think that you would appreciate knowing that that's how we approach it first.
I have a question on the MPO plan. Mm-hmm. How long is that going to take, and when do you anticipate that coming out? And the reason I'm asking is I had some people approach me earlier this week just about plans around Briggs and the Loop and...
Around what?
Briggs.
Yeah, so Briggs project is actually currently, TxDOT has hired a consultant to look at basically extending the frontage roads to 2 lanes throughout. So that's actually already in the current MTP and already kind of like in the preliminary design phase. But as far as the MTP plan, we hope to have an published on October. And we are statutorily required to have it approved by April of 2025.
So does that take into account, like, if there was widening of feeder roads on Loop 463, that'll be in that plan, or is it already there now?
Well, it's already currently in the current plan as a project and necessary. So the future plan would take into the assumption that that's built and on the travel demand side, and then any projects that need to come out with the assumption that that's already been done would be in this upcoming plan.
Okay. All right. So if they wanted to know what was planned for it, they could go now to look at the MPO.
Yes, they just need to call TxDOT, although I tell them to wait about 3 to 4 months because TxDOT has given it to consultants, so they don't really have an answer yet. But in 3 or 4 months, they should have a preliminary design and plan.
Okay, excellent, thank you.
The only thing that I'll mention that typically is relevant to Julie and the MPO, well, not really MPO, but just transit in general. So you may recall a few years ago, we transitioned the payment to transit away from the general fund to Sales Tax Development Corporation. And so just know that, that's still being proposed to come out of the Sales Tax Development Corporation next year. We plan on having a conversation with the Sales Tax Development Corporation at their July meeting to start talking about, what that budget would look like for them. But just know that that expense we're accounting for with Sales Tax Development Corporation. So just know that for now. Thanks, Julie. All right, so next we have a short timer coming up. And Jason, hope you saw my email. And so he'll be leaving us here by the end of July. And so he'll still be around for both council meetings in July. So I'm not going to cry him a river today, but it will be his last, I guess, budget presentation, right? So, Jason.
Oh, man. Thank you. Thank you, Jesus. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. All right. I'd like to talk to y'all about Parks and Recreation and the golf course, so we'll get right into it. Sorry, it's a different setup. I like it, though. So our department description, we changed this up a little bit, trying to be a little more intentional with our focal points. And so we are the community hub for our sports activities and for any outdoor enthusiasts. We do maintain over 900 acres as well as 100 parks, facilities, and amenities. We definitely offer diverse options and availability for the community and our visitors, just to be able to maintain a healthy and competitive sports active lifestyle. We have year-round programming and events for all ages, all social and economics and competitive opportunities for our sports leagues and tournaments. And we've also started to focus a lot on some nature-based activities. So our organizational chart, you can see, hasn't changed. We still have the administrative assistants directly reporting to the Parks and Recreation Director, as well as the Assistant Director overseeing the Parks and Recreation Superintendent, as well as the Community Center Manager. There's a beautiful picture of all the wonderful folks in Parks and Recreation. On the left-hand side, that is golf course, that's community center, and that's Parks and Rec. So that was at our last quarterly leadership meeting here at the community center. And then you can see on the right-hand picture all of the parks team, or some of the parks team, watering all the newly installed trees that we have over at the towards the golf course and the duck pond. One of the things that we have taken on as a leadership team was our department mission. But our department mission is to enhance opportunities for the well-being of the community through recreation, tourism, and environmental stewardship. And we felt that really hit on everything that we do, from sports tourism to the golf course, the community center. Some of our goals and objectives or to develop a park standard investment to the existing parks. And what that is really come up with more of a replacement plan. Some of the standards that we have, we know that there's some deferred maintenance. We need to focus on that deferred maintenance, really prioritize that, and then be able to have a better idea of where we need to stand on the budget and what kind of requests that we're going to be putting in. We're also looking at rejuvenating Riverside Park, Victoria Signature Park, for the residents and visitors through multiple projects that we have requested for this upcoming year. All of that's part of the 2021 master plan that we're still implementing and definitely pushing forward. We will continue to work with the planning and development for recommendations to parkland improvements and dedication. That was mentioned just previously with Julie on the UDO. And then also just to continue expanding our recreational opportunities that we have here in Victoria, but especially focusing on the tourism aspect. All right. Some of our highlights. Had a lot of them. quite honestly. And I'd love to chat with y'all about all of them, but I know I don't have time for that. So I'll touch on I'll touch on some of the ones that we're definitely super excited about. But of course, reestablishing the city as a Tree City USA through the Tree Advisory Board, that is something that, as Mr. Garza had mentioned, definitely want to bring to you at this upcoming council meeting or the next one. But one of the other biggest things is the boating access grant through TPWD, and that was, in partnership with Katie Conley, did a phenomenal job in submitting that grant, and so we're super excited to be able to see that and hopefully come to fruition. In addition to that, we did receive $110,000 from the Cloyd and Ethel Lee Tracy Foundation for some Ethel Lee Tracy Park improvements, and all of that ties in with the Parks Master Plan to be able to focus on our restroom facility that is right next to the splash pad. So that way we have less opportunity for any kind of incidents or accidents with children and vehicles. Some of the completed projects that we've been able to accomplish or wrapping up by the end of this fiscal year is going to be, obviously, the duck pond is one of the biggest things, still on schedule for October of this fiscal year to be completed. Dog park is the same. We're definitely on schedule for that. That'll be ready to go here shortly. We also completed the Ted B. Reed Playscape. That was a really great playground replacement. Had a really great turnout. And then, of course, the inclusive playground design for the children's park. We have been able to work with our design firm to be able to get all of that wrapped up. And now it's just working with the family to be able to help fundraise for some of the playground installation. Going on to our recreation division, we have expanded a whole bunch of programs. You'll be able to see it in the stats below, but a lot of them included teen programs, some of them included some senior programs, and we also started establishing some summer day camps. All of those have been really well attended, and we've been able to capture a whole lot of great data off of that. Super excited to show that to you here shortly. Another thing that we've been able to do is increase our social media presence, and we feel that that's made a very positive impact on the programs and events as far as attendance. And one of the things that we've been able to work with our communications department on is the Parks in a Nutshell. And what that is basically what Ashley does for City Council as a recap, being able to do that for the Parks and Recreation Commission, so obviously on a little smaller of a level. Our Parks Division, we were able to update the RV park operations, and we did improve the facility. We've been able to track and be able to collect a whole lot more data about that, and so that's really great. One of the things that I had mentioned earlier is planting the trees in Riverside Park, and so we've been able to plant over 150 trees. Thanks to Scenic Texas, we were able to acquire free trees from them. And then our sports tourism, that one has been rocking and rolling, and super excited about all the things that are going on in sports tourism. Obviously, we were able to successfully host the TAF Winter Games again. We were able to host over 1,800 athletes this year. One of the things about TAF is that they are excited to be in Victoria. They would like to be here for another 2 years, and so they would like to extend the contract to 2025 for us. So we do have that opportunity to extend the contract for 2 more years with TAF. Another thing is we were able to successfully host the American Junior Golf Association tournament over at the Riverside Golf Course. A really great event, had a lot of play and participation in that, so we're definitely excited to bring that back next year as well. Oops. Okay, here's just a quick snapshot of our performance metrics. This year, we've been able to look at, for fiscal year 24, for reservations of our sports facilities, looking at roughly 3,000 pavilion rentals and 400 sports facility rentals. That's pretty much on par with what we have been doing last year. It did increase slightly, but minimally, maybe 20 to 50. Here we are for our programs, leagues, and events. We've done a little bit of a different of a breakdown. So our programs, leagues, and events are things that we've been able, Parks and Recreation has been able to host, by ourselves, if you will. And we've seen an increase in that. I had mentioned Recreation had stepped that up. And so we are planning on having roughly 100 programs and events, leagues, if you will, activities for the community throughout this upcoming year. Same thing with the community events. These are a little bit different. These are the ones that actually people are reaching out to us and saying, hey, can you come with us and be part of our event? And we will support that event through either a pop-up park or just having some kind of a leisure activity there at an event. So we have been seeing a large increase in that, and that's obviously good. Some of the folks that we've been able to partner with or support, should I say, or the library for their summer reading kickoff, and as well as Teens Grounded for that foamed up party in Riverside. And then some of our partnered events are the ones that we actually truly have a partnership with folks where they do 50% of the work and we do the other 50%. And an example of that would be the 4th of July fireworks, the Memorial Day Bash, the Easter events that we partner with Town Square Media. So we're definitely seeing an uptick in all of that, and it's a positive thing because that means the community's coming out and wanting these programs and events. Some of our departmental efficiencies include the combination of the Parks and Recreation Commission into the tree board. As I had mentioned earlier, we're trying to bring that to council at the end of July. We have removed 1.7 miles of control posts and throughout Riverside Park. That has been very intentional in the areas that we've been focusing on removing. If we start to see any areas that posts need to be put back in just due to vandalism, we will do that. But it has been able to save us a lot of time when it comes to maintenance. So there's a lot less mowing, a lot less weed eating, and also, quite frankly, a lot less repairs that the team has to do whenever the cars hit those posts. And so, we're definitely still looking at that to make sure that, again, we don't have any future issues. One of the things that I had mentioned earlier was Ted B. Reed. We were able to have a substantial amount of savings just by allowing our team to go in and remove the playground. And then some of the new programs and initiatives that we have are to increase access to the Guadalupe River. Some of that is through either that boat ramp project or through just opening up access that we know there's trails going down into the river. We are looking at also developing some kind of a volunteer campground host to be able to assist us with the RV park, and that's something that's exciting and a little bit different than what we have done in the past. But we still want to continue all the safety in the parks by adding some cost-effective solar lighting, and that is something that we proposed in the budget for this upcoming year. That was also alluded to in the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. And then, of course, I had mentioned the TAF. We are able to host for another 2 years, and then American Junior Golf as well. And then we are part of supporting the bicentennial events and the programs that we have for this upcoming year. One of the big things that I'll make a note to here is the food truck court in Riverside Park. That was conversation that I know that we had talked about for a while, and we have gotten to a point to where we have a site plan, we have all of the monies as far as what's needed for it, and we have all of that in the budget. And so that'll be part of the old concrete slab to be able to turn that into the food truck court. And it also includes rocks and landscaping to be able to stop people from parking along Red River Street. And so that's our thought, is that Red River Street will be that main entryway into Riverside Park, and we'll be able to line Red River with some large limestone blocks, be able to put trees in there intermittently, and hopefully reduce the amount of people that park on Red River Street. All right, budget highlights. So the Parks and Recreation budget request equals $3,536,738, which is a decrease of $384,000 or 9.8% compared to last fiscal year's adopted budget of $3.9 million. The new fiscal year budget includes $486,000 in one-time expenses and a little over $3 million in recurring expenses, which overall is an increase of $57,000 or 1.9%, from last year's recurring budget. Nothing in personnel. Personnel stays the same. Everything was just due to the baseline adjustments in the pay program. Our one-time expenses is at $486,100. Some of those new expenses include the completion of the aquatic landscaping for the duck pond. Some of the updates to the park playgrounds and the restroom lighting, to the park playgrounds, moving those up to LEDs. Some of this money also includes renovations to our bathrooms. We have a lot of the bathrooms in Riverside Park specifically that need some love, and this money will be able to take care of a handful of those. And so we're excited about that as well. We also have some minor things in there with disc golf replacements for baskets, looking at replacing our windscreens and canopies over at the YSC. And so getting back on that routine maintenance and being able to make these facilities stay, very appealing to people that are coming in as far as sports tourism is related. And that pretty much is it. I have the adopted budget here. It's a little, sorry, move that over. All of this, again, is, I kind of mentioned a little bit of it earlier, our one-time expenses. Ooh, got to go over every time, sorry. Our one-time expenses here, again, I had mentioned the landscaping at the duck pond and all the other, park improvements that we do plan on having. And then our recurring budget.
Jason,
Yes, ma'am.
when you were talking about the entrance on Red River to block it off and put some rocks and trees and stuff, I'm gonna look at Daryl now. Can we have some crepe myrtles or some kind of flowering trees that kind of tells you we're going into the park?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, that's the whole thing that the tree guy here. Sorry, I'm gonna go ahead and talk real quick. But monoculture, we definitely want to plant different kinds of trees and different types of trees, so that way we don't have a disease comes through. We don't have to worry about them knocking out that entire species. So if we planted all oaks down there, when we get oak wilt and it damages all those, then we have issues. But yes, ma'am, we'll definitely make sure we have some flowering trees in there as well.
Jason, I'd like to say thank you for everything you've done. I think it's been great. You've helped me a lot down there. Anytime I've wanted something or needed something, you've always showed the attention it needed, and you took care of it. So your direction's going to be missed greatly.
I appreciate it, sir. Thank you all for the support. It's been it's bittersweet, and it's this city. No offense, Mr. Garza, this city's been the best to work for. Kingsville was great too. I'm not going to lie, but this city's been the best to work for. So you've got that on tape.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Sorry.
Before Jason leaves, just a quick update on the soccer fields, and I think Jason talked about the slab. I know Councilman De La Garza was very interested to make sure that we have the food trucks. So that's phase 2 of the soccer field complex. Phase 1 was, of course, building the soccer fields and also the parking lot. Phase 2 includes the food trucks, which will be on the slab as well as parking, and we'll add additional lighting. And of course, on Red River, like Jason mentioned, we'll have trees as well as the big rocks to prevent people from parking. So that's phase 2, and the funding for that, and Gilbert's been able to help us, will come out of sales tax. So it's a very small budget, and we have the site plan done, so we plan to start the food trucks, lining it and so forth for the slab, starting in October. So that's phase 2. Phase 3 includes the championship field that we talked about, as well as the additional parking on the other side of Bluff Street. That's the site by the cemetery. So that's so we have a phasing plan for the soccer complex. So phase 2 is exciting. So that will be the food trucks and the parking lot on the slab, and of course the lighting and so on. So thank you, Jason, and thank you to Gilbert for helping to find the funding for the 2.
It's subject to approval from Sales Tax Development Corporation, Mike. Yeah, that's going to be proposed for the 24 budget for the phase 2, but phase 3 is also subject to funding too as well.
I've got a question.
Go ahead.
The food truck, the food park sounds great, but the improvements to parking, what are you talking about there? Adding more spaces Or
Yes, more spaces on the slab itself.
on the slab itself?
Yeah, the slab itself is large enough to accommodate food trucks and more parking
So
spaces.
just kind of a little hill or some kind of a road up?
There'd be a ramp built.
Okay, thank you.
The empty lot across the street from the stadium at the intersection of Red River and what is that? McRida. I'm not sure what road that is, Memorial.
The triangular piece?
By the cemetery.
On the right-hand side, as you hit the stadium, as you're on Red River, it's a big
The old
empty lot
rodeo?
that people were using for parking during the last event. What's going to be done with that?
As of right now, we don't have anything in the plans. I think we can look at that parking and see if there's a need for additional parking, and we could potentially use that. But as of right now, I don't believe there's any plans
I
for
know a
that
lot of people are
specific
parking
area.
there during the Generals games.
Yes, they do park there. So the plan that we have is to clean it up a little bit, and then also that will be the ramp. We'll also
Yeah.
kind of clean it
He's
where.
talking about a different area than you're talking about, Mike.
It's the old Horseman's Arena area.
Yeah.
It's at the
No,
intersection of Memorial and Red
understood.
River.
Yeah,
That's
we-
not currently being talked about, but we can
look
talk
at-
about
look
it
into it.
in the future. I think, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you finish and then I'll throw mine.
Well, I was just going to use that as a segue to remind you that we're also going through a sports facility assessment. And so the purpose of the sports facility assessment was to evaluate, the condition of our sports facilities, but also looking at the market to see if improvements to these sports facilities could potentially be beneficial to us. And so this is looking at soccer. This is going to look at Riverside Stadium. It's going to look at certain aspects of the community center, mainly the arena. Of course, the adult softball fields next door, the youth, et cetera. And I say that to convey that, we do anticipate providing that, the results of that to you in August, September timeframe. We don't want to sort of do it now and get it confused with the budget that's being talked about right now, since we don't necessarily have money in the proposed budget to do any of those recommendations. But when we have that conversation, is when we can probably talk about the area that you're discussing, because if there are improvements coming to Riverside Stadium, or even more improvements to the soccer area, then maybe that's the time when we look at that area that you suggest for parking improvements, if we foresee the stadium being more utilized, bringing more tournaments, et cetera. That could be a good time to kind of lump all that together when we discuss the bigger picture of that.
I was just going to throw a, brainstorming idea, because you mentioned in our one-on-ones that for whatever reason, people going to the soccer complex don't think to park at Riverside Stadium. But a lot of people, maybe you're coming, they're not thinking about Riverside, or they're from out of town, they came to watch their grandchild. I mean, it wouldn't take much to put up a sign that says additional parking straight ahead in Riverside Stadium, especially if we're going to be cutting off the parking along Red River. I'm just throwing that out there that you guys.
Yeah,
can
no,
turn that
definitely
into.
what signage could help. I think, sidewalks and the absence of sidewalks, I think would make that a challenge, because, people typically do show up with,
Chairs and
with chairs,
ice chests.
or they might put them in some kind of, wagon type, pull behind.
Right.
And if there's no sidewalk, that might make that objective a little tougher. But there's definitely plenty of opportunities for parking, but the challenge is proximity. And so really the only way to solve that is to try and find a way to include formal parking on the other side of the soccer field, as opposed to focusing on getting further away on the existing side of where parking is. But that can get expensive and it can get tricky, and it really just needs more, looking into. But signage would help, though, I agree, especially for attracting out-of-towners that may not be familiar with where the parking options are. It certainly wouldn't hurt.
All right. Any other questions?
Okay, so we'll move on to the golf course.
Okay. Whoops. Got carried away with the scrolling there. Sorry about that. So Riverside Golf Course, it's a division of the Parks and Recreation Department. It is an 18-hole, 6,579-yard par 72 arrangement that definitely relives the original 1945 Ralph Plummer design. Nothing has changed on our organizational chart from last year. We have the head golf professional and that oversees the clubhouse supervisor as well as the superintendent. A picture of our golf course team on the left-hand side and some wildlife on the right-hand side. The department, I'm sorry?
I don't know which was the loud.
Oh, the wildlife? Oh, yeah, you can take your pick. The mission of the Riverside Golf Course is to provide an enjoyable, well-conditioned course to complement Riverside Park and enrich the recreational opportunities available to the community. Some of our current goals and objectives is to just to maintain the course in the best condition that we can to be able to attract continuous play. We want to retain the maximum level of 225 members that we do have established. We also enhancing the practice facility to include a practice bunker. We know we've had a lot of comments about wanting to upgrade that area, and we've seen a lot of play on the driving range. And then a new facility, hole, and course directional sign. Kind of what you had mentioned, Ms. Scott, just signage to help figure out where you're at and what route you need to go. Our GPS is really great, but there are times where people don't pay attention to it. So those are a couple of the goals and objectives that we have. Some of the other ones just to maintain our green surfaces, to provide as much efficiency as we can, and have an absolute best course conditions that we can. Especially with all this heat, it's crazy. FY23 highlights. Some of the highlights were that we added artificial turf hitting deck on the driving range. That expanded some of the opportunities that we have over there. Now it's not just dirt and us having to move back. We're able to move folks to that concrete hitting range if dirt is, or if the grass is getting worn out, or if there's a lot of water. So we can continue to keep that open, which is excellent. We did install an automation and flow meter to the well pump. That improved our efficiencies with some of the data collection as well as just our irrigational practices. We've continued to upgrade our maintenance and equipment. One of the biggest things that you'll see, actually, I think it came this week, the replacement of the 50 original lease carts. You may remember that we had 20 of them that we had about 2 years ago that we purchased to create a 70 cart fleet. The other 50 were from the original purchase, and so that original purchase is at the end of its life, and so should I say the lease, it's at the end of its life, and so we have the new 50 carts coming in, and so we'll have our new 50 carts up and running here within the next week or so, and have our 70 carts back. We've also successfully held the American Junior Golf Association. That was really cool. We hosted over 100 juniors from 12 different states and 7 different countries. I can tell you they were here the week prior to just practicing, and so it was really great to see all of those people from outside of Texas and outside of the United States to be here. Some of our performance metrics right here, we're continuing to see I'd say a decent incline. We've continued to have a good number of rounds. We're projecting to hit 33,000 plus rounds this upcoming year. We're doing a really great job, and we're starting to see a lot of that positive revenue coming back into us because of the way the condition of the course is. Some departmental efficiencies that we have, again, just improved water analysis and data through some of our well automation systems. We, as I had mentioned, we did renew and receive the 50 carts. And then, of course, the addition of the GPS has helped out tremendously. That alerts people that they either need to hurry up or that there's slow play coming up. It also allows our team to be able to look at a screen and see where there may be some lag play, and we can send people out there to kind of push them forward. Some of our new programs and initiatives include, one of the biggest things for me, I think, is the expanded, we're wanting to expand Coffee with a Pro. We just started this a couple of months ago, and it's time for the golf professional to sit down with anybody in the clubhouse. We have a date, we have a time, and we can talk for an hour. We set aside time just to chat about some of their issues, some of their concerns. What is the golf course going through? What are some of the projects? That way we have more transparency with some of our members and just with the community as a whole. So that's been really well received from the people that were there the first month, and we're going to continue on with that program. One of the other big things that we are going to look at this year is consulting with the USGA for a course assessment and recommendation. They came down a couple of years ago, but it's always good to have them come by every couple of years just to see how well the course is doing and give us suggestions if needed.
Are they going to look at I call them the blues, the other ones we not really maintain? They're going to make any suggestions on those?
We can definitely get them to do that. Yes, sir. So really quickly, the budget highlights. Riverside Golf Course budget request equals $1.3 million, which is an increase of $121,000 compared to last fiscal year. This fiscal year budget includes a little over $85,000 in one-time expenses and $1.2 million in recurring expenses. Personnel stayed the same. You may recall that last year we added the clubhouse supervisor. That position has been filled and is rocking and rolling alongside Rolando and helping him with tournament play and scheduling. So that's always nice. Our one-time expenses include $85,100. Some of that can get broken down into a security film for the clubhouse. We have other structures too. We have heating elements actually for the irrigation systems to be able to help us during the wintertime because we have water lines that go through those hydraulics. We have a driving range T-shaped structure cover that we're looking at so that way we can continue to promote that driving range and get people out of the heat. The idea is that we get a shade cover over there and we're going to be able to see more people coming out during the daytime. I don't know about now with 116-degree heat index, but we're going to try. We need a little misting station in there too, I guess. And then another thing that we have is, as I had mentioned, course hole signage and then a break room for our maintenance team. Those guys don't have a legitimate break room, and they take their breaks outside and inside, and it's nice to be able to get them away from the elements for a little bit, just to be able to sit down and have a nice meal, and then be able to use that area for meetings for the maintenance team. So our maintenance and operations expense totals $653,000, which is an increase of $73,000, or 12.74% compared to last fiscal year. A lot of that really is the rising cost of goods. Mr. Garza had mentioned that earlier with herbicides and just fertilizer. Everything is costing more. And so that was one of the biggest things that we had an increase in. In addition to that, we also are looking at increasing our turf management practices with top dressing. And that is it. I'm trying to keep it in my time allotted, so.
A couple questions.
Make sure you get to revenues.
Oh, yes, sir. Sorry. Revenues, here we go. So here's our golf course revenues. Again, staying pretty consistent with what we've been able to do with the golf course. Again, the biggest one is going to be our golf, just the tee sheets, if you will. So our golf sales are going to be the biggest one. Followed that by the beer sales. Got to stay cool out there somehow, but still doing really well. Gilbert can chime in, but I think we're doing pretty well for the golf course. Still being able to hit our revenues that we're looking at hitting.
And I think I might get my years backwards, but when we have conversations around the fees at the golf course, we've decided to make changes every 2 years in essence. And so I think the last time we made an adjustment to the fees, they went into effect in January of 23. No, 22.
22.
Yeah. And so if we look at the history, there's been adjustments every 2 years before then. And so if we wanted to be consistent with making adjustments moving forward, then we are approaching that time, to make adjustments in calendar year 24. We haven't, discussed that and what that would look like, but I know that topic has come up as well. And so if you are interested in us wanting to kind of continue that trend of making changes every 2 years, we can certainly put a proposal together, show you that comp on the other golf courses, not only in town, but some other local ones. But historically, that's how we've approached these. We think it makes sense to at least do it every 2 years so people don't feel like there's a change happening every year, but also tying them to some improvements to the golf course so that people feel like there's some value added, right? So if you think of the things that have happened just in the last year, even just the GPS thing alone, that in itself, is changing people's perceptions of the sophistication of the golf course. And so it might be time to look at that again. But we wanted to defer to you for some further direction on that.
I think it's a good idea to go with that 2-year. If you start going further and you come up with, you might have to have a bigger jump. And I think that's harder to swallow. I'd rather have it continue at a two-year period, looking at it and make adjustments as needed, so we don't
Okay.
too big at once.
I have a question. What long-term capital expenses could there be for the golf course? Because I do see the ending balance is 2,000 less than a year ago, and that's no big deal, but to me, you need to know what capital expenses we're gonna have further down the road so that we have this money to care of those capital expenses.
Correct.
I don't know what they are.
Yeah, I think really quickly, so the sports facility study that's being conducted is also looking at the golf course. And so there will be some recommendations coming from the sports facility study as well on capital investment into the golf course. So for example, the draft report shows roughly $1 million worth of capital expenses to the golf course in order to improve its condition to hopefully attract, more tournaments. And so, when we get to talking about, the results of that study, I think that would be a right time to talk about some of these large enhancements. I think doing it from the perspective of sports tourism, I think will make everything more palatable, because I think just in general, when we think of the economic impact that the golf course has from a sports tourism standpoint, I think it just, anytime you look at something from an economic impact standpoint, it just makes the expense a little more palatable. But yes, so that conversation is coming, and we plan to have it as part of the holistic conversation around sports tourism, since we do think the golf course plays a role in that. And they've looked at some of what it is. Now, it's not the whole thing. They predominantly focused on, of course, the course itself. There are other ideas that we have that could potentially lead to capital expenditures that, we'll have to put some thought into it to present a package deal, but.
Thank you.
I think part of what I would ask you to think about, which obviously we don't need an answer now, is that historically, the thought process was that the capital expenses that we have at the golf course be paid for by the golf course revenue. But the reality is that the golf course revenue is never going to be enough, to actually pay for the capital expenditures that the golf course needs on its own. And so I think it's just something for you to think about on willingness to, expend other dollars from other sources towards the golf course in order to make capital expenses at the golf course. Just food for thought.
On that sports facility study, could we ask at the golf course if it's feasible or if there's a market for it to put in a putting course?
Put in a what, I'm sorry?
Putting course.
Okay, yes, sir.
Not like a putt-putt, but you would lay it out like if you wanted it to be miniature holes of St. Andrews, but you're putting it, or something along that lines. And I'm thinking for that age gap where we always hear that there's nothing to go do.
Yeah.
I just don't know the feasibility of
We can
explore
that, but I can also tell you that Danielle has been we will be in touch with a company that just does that as a restaurant, bar, and they have that offering. That's becoming, a thing.
Yeah.
So we are exploring the feasibility of trying to look at attracting a private, business to come in and offer that service, but we can also look at incorporating it into the golf course as well. It could almost kind of just be an offshoot of the driving range.
Right. And then also, you're talking about possible shade structure.
Yes, sir.
Just as a note, write down Turbo Cool. It's a company that's Turbo Cool.
Okay.
It's a company out of Florida. And if you've been to Arizona, you know they have misting systems, and flash misting works great, drops at 20 degrees, but in high humidity areas, it really doesn't work well. You just get soaked. But this company in Florida has developed a misting system for high humidity areas.
Perfect, thank you.
Yep.
All right, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so moving right along, we're on schedule. We will begin talking about the library, so Jessica will come up and walk you through that. And don't worry, we're not going to talk about buying it.
About what?
Just its budget, about buying it,
Oh, okay.
just its budget.
You mean the donation?
Donation, yeah, that's right, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I was.
We got the tax write-off paperwork ready to send.
That's right.
Yeah.
Somebody called me and said, hey, Josie, we paid for it once, we don't need to pay for it twice.
Yep. Anyway, Jessica?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm trying to scroll through this and this side, because I can't read that over there. This podium's too tall.
I was going to suggest that we have a stool inside of there for
Yes,
all our
next
short
year.
people.
Noted. The Victoria Public Library is a community connection space. We offer a variety of materials, technology, and the opportunity to connect socially. Our programming is geared for all ages, and our building provides access to technology, Wi-Fi, and meeting and conversation space. Right now, we are in our peak season of the year. Last year, we got the gate count for the month of June. As you can see, we still have 1 day left, but we had 15,500 already on the count. So we are considered a downtown hub, and we've seen a lot of people this month. Our organization, we have 25 full-time staff members. Because the library is open nights and weekends, it's really hard to get all of our team in the same picture at one time. So this was just one morning where we were able to grab that many team members to come in the picture. Our department mission is to bring people, information, and ideas together to enrich lives and build community. I want to highlight that our goals and objectives that we have listed right here are reflective of our newly adopted master plan. So our goals and objectives are now to improve access and technology, foster community awareness and support, inspire personal development, and serve as a community anchor. Some of the highlights for this year that we'd like to recognize right now is that we reorganized the children's area for a more visibly appealing space, as you can see in the picture below, and to improve flow of traffic as well. We've received a lot of community feedback, and they love the area, and they've already given us so many more ideas of what to do with the space. We've added 20 new partnerships with WIC, Texas AgriLife, Vitality Court, and many other organizations and businesses that are working towards similar goals of literacy, education, personal development, and community development. Our partnership with Goodwill of South Texas is on its third year. It continues to thrive. And they've started a new referral form, so now other community partners are able to fill out this form and send people to the library to get this literacy training. Our library master plan was adopted, and staff, we have incorporated all of the goals from the master plan into our 5-year strategic plan. So hopefully you'll see those ideas in the master plan and some of the things moving forward in the next coming years. Our online library card sign up continues to grow. We started this 4 years ago with 35 applications on our online registration. We saw 200 applications last year, and it's continuing to grow. And what that is people can now go online and immediately get a library card. It's temporary for 3 months until you come into the building and fill out a form, but we continue to see that our patrons like that. They get instant access to a library card. Our meeting room reservations continue to grow. We already know that this year we're going to surpass our reservation numbers from last year. So that's the area right there. And again, be on the lookout for some new changes because families have already told us, can you add this or can we try this? So hopefully we'll have some things coming up. Our foot traffic, as you can see, it continues to grow. Projections show that we will welcome more people next year, so we're excited about that. Our physical materials are highlighted in blue. As you can see, those numbers have to stay kind of the same because of the library footprint. We just can't add more collection, so we just have to continuously refresh our collection. But what you will see is the red, which is our digital collection. You will continue to see that to grow in that our patrons do use our systems, do use all of our digital access, and our services continue to grow over and over. So you will see that area continue to climb. Our target card holders, what I really want to highlight here is, yes, it looks like there's a decline, but I want to show that our library card holders is not reflective of our library users. Because Wi-Fi, you don't have to use a library card. All of our programs that you come to, because we welcome 23,000 people a year, you don't have to have a library card to use those. So I want just to highlight that our library card holders is not the same as our library card users. But we are going to try to continue to figure out and find ways to add to that number. Some department efficiencies that we wanted to highlight was that we did add a third person to the staff desk during our busy times. I will tell you right now that the month of June, we have 5 to 6 people on the desk, which is great because we get to see so many new faces.
Which includes our library director.
Excuse me?
I said, which includes our library director, or did the day I was there.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, Ms. Scott came in and I checked her out the other day. We do have staff-led.
In a good way.
Yeah. We do have staff-led trainings during the week as well, just for refreshers to make sure that our team is ready and have all the tools they need to assist our patrons. We have mini email blasts with our customer relations software called Patron Point. And what we see is that when we send out these emails to our card holders about different services we do see an uptick in our usage. So they are working. We have developed new partnerships, like I talked about, WIC, Goodwill of South Texas, Texas AgriLife. But what we saw last year was we added up all the community partner-led programs. That was about 250 hours that they contributed to programs for the library at no cost to us or our patrons. And then some new programs and initiatives I want to highlight here. We're excited about it, as these are reflective of our new master plan. We added the cloud library, which is, we added it to our Libby. So I don't know if y'all are familiar with our Libby, which are digital streaming service or digital ebooks. Now we have cloud library as well. What this is Libby app has about 65,000 titles. With the new cloud library, we've added over 200,000 titles. And this is a consortium shared with 64 other Texas libraries. And this is at a fraction of the cost. We launched it on Monday. We already have over 150 registered library card users on the site. Our mobile lockers, we recently received a grant with the Texas Library Archives Commission to purchase a 24/7 materials pickup locker. Patrons can now receive materials and use with their library card anytime. So you'll see this locker outside of the library. So we are increasing library services without increasing library hours or staff time as well. So we're excited about those 2 new things that we already launched the cloud library on Monday, but hopefully you'll see more about the locker soon. We've identified...
And real quick, to be clear, this locker we plan on having at the library itself, because I know that when we went through the master planning process, there was a thought about putting a locker like at the mall, for example. With this one, we plan to have it on site, just right outside. It'll give staff an opportunity to familiarize themselves with, just using a locker, everything else. And then maybe in a future year, applying for the same grant for a different set of lockers somewhere else. But for this first round of lockers, they'll be on site.
And this grant does have that opportunity that we can reapply again. But like Jesus says, we have to know how to use it and how to work with it. So it's better to have it on staff to see, so we can troubleshoot it and things like that. With the window shades, we have in our budget that we requested window blinds for the east side of the library, which is the Liberty side, because that brings in a lot of the light. It does get a little hotter over there on that side, and we are now seeing some wear on our furnishings and our book covers, that they're fading because of the light coming through. So that is requested in the budget, which is shades for that side of the library, which we hope to increase some building efficiencies and protect the UV furnishings from UV light. And our public printers, that's another request that we had, in that we will be replacing our 2 public printers that are use on the floor. And what we've noticed too is that is a big source of just why people come in to use the computers, is to print things off. So we saw about 20,000 logins through our public computers, and over 22,000 print jobs as well. So we know that printing, copying, that's a very important service that we do provide.
James, how old are those printers? The ones at the library. Okay, they're part of the cycle, the 5-year cycle? Okay, thank you.
So just some fiscal year budget highlights. Request equals just over 2.4 million, an increase of 4.69% compared to last year's 2.3 million. Fiscal year 2024 budget includes a $73,600 one-time expenses and 2.3 million in reoccurring expenses, which is about a 1.58% increase in the recurring budget. And the personnel increase is due to 7,600 in baseline adjustments and an increase of 26,400 for fiscal year 2024 pay program. So you're going to see an increase of a decrease of 1.6% in maintenance due to lower software cost, a 2.5% increase in other charges due to requesting the funds for those e-materials, 4.42 increase in interdepartment charges, thanks to James and Roger for that, and then an increase in 21.91% increase in capital, mainly due to the window shades, a replacement of the HVAC system, replacing the public printers, a wireless microphone system for the Bronte room, and our public workstations. We do offer between 35 to 40 public workstations for public use, so we're going to update their software. So those are the things that we're up. And we're currently working on, I think, 2016's office on those computers. And then just scroll through a little bit. I wanted to hit on, I think it was just revenue. When we talked about the copying, printing, fines and fees, we do bring in about $35,000 of revenue just on fines, fees, and services. We do have 25 full-time staff members. There was a little bit of a reorg a few months ago, in that we did have a children's programming department and an adult programming department. We have 8 staff members that are there to offer the 400 programs the library offers. So what we did was we consolidated now, and all 8 team members are just part of the programming department, because they were starting to help each other out anyway. So now we just reorganized and made it one department. Again, 25 full-time employees that work hard every day, and to welcome in our citizens of Victoria, and we just invite you to come and see our smiling faces. And if y'all have any questions, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The only thing I will add is that we have not had any conversations about including any major, capital projects, into the library, until, of course, we figure out, what's going to be the long-term, or what's going to be happening or going on with that long-term. We had, I think, implied or alluded to when we were going through the master planning process that we wanted to look at doing the outdoor area in fiscal year 24, because that was a project that we had identified as it'd be a neat project to do in time for Bicentennial as well. If we're going to have, the plaza going in downtown, here's another space that can also be just another neat project. But obviously, we don't feel comfortable pursuing doing that until we know for sure what's going to happen with the library. And plus, we didn't have a lot of money anyway in next year's CIP, but we're intentionally holding off on doing more at the library until that gets resolved. Thank you, Jessica. And so next up, Joel will talk about CVB. Are you going to dance? No, I'm just kidding.
That's right.
He's in a great mood, as he should, because his job is to sell the city, and so hopefully he sells you today.
All right. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm going to go through my budget story and tell you about all the exciting things going on with the Convention and Visitors Bureau in our world of leisure marketing, tourism marketing, and the upcoming bicentennial, which we're very much looking forward to. So our department description is right there, and as I've mentioned years before, we're funded by hotel occupancy taxes. Our primary goal is to increase overnight visitation to Victoria. We can do this in a lot of ways, promoting our rich history, our outdoor recreation, great events that we have going on, a lot of activity in life, especially in downtown these days. We also do a lot of servicing. We've got a great staff that services different sports and meeting groups, bus tours, things like that. And we're also very big on informing the community about what there is to do and enjoy here in Victoria. We feel like that's a really strong way to market us to outside visitors, is having a community and residents that love this community and tell family and friends about it. So we want them to know what's going on, fight that perception that every community has that, people say there's nothing going on. Well, there's always something going on in Victoria, and it's really our job to tell people about it. So we have a very small department, just a few of us. Myself, the director, our marketing manager, Nancy Britton, our assistant director, Elizabeth Tice, who we brought in December, has been doing a fantastic job. That's a new position for us. It's been really wonderful to have her presence there with the Visitors Bureau. And then she oversees Bridget Postel, our guest services specialist. You can see on the right, the grayed out, that is the Administrative Assistant 3. We share that position with Economic Development and Main Street, and that position helps us in a number of ways. We've had an individual there, Christy's been doing a great job, but I know that she will be, had given her 2 weeks notice, so we will be looking to fill that position again. She'll be relocating from the community, but she's been great to have on board as well. That position helps with Tourism Advisory Board matters. I was looking forward to that position, helping with the Hot Funds Awards coming up, but I've handled it before and I can do it again. So looking forward to filling that position, but it has been a help in these last few months. That is our staff right there, myself, Elizabeth, going from left to right, Elizabeth, our assistant director, Nancy, our marketing manager, and Bridget, our guest services specialist. So a small but dedicated staff to promote Victoria. Our mission, I'm not sure if it's Roger good, but it's pretty good, our mission statement, to foster economic development in Victoria, position it as one of the premier mid-sized destinations for leisure, travel, meetings, conventions, and sports tournaments, which you heard Jason earlier, sports marketing, sports tourism is such a big thing for us, and we play a big role and work with different departments, especially Parks and Recreation in that regard. Our goals and objectives, just simply to increase visitation to Victoria from leisure travel, impact our economy through convention and meetings, sports, group tour travel, that includes bus tours, enhance existing and create additional promotional events, activities, ways to engage our local residents, like I mentioned, and to help our tourism partners, to give us a presence with them to improve their marketing, improve their operations, best practices. And we're going through some programs that Liz is going to be getting off the ground that's going to really help in that regard. So what did we do this past year? I mentioned hiring our assistant director. It's been phenomenal to have that help. One of Liz's big roles is to have community engagement, to get out there, to be at events, to meet with different event organizers, while I can focus on strategy and strategic partnerships. We developed our bicentennial logo and branding guidelines. The bicentennial website should be launching at the end of July. We're working with our website vendor, Sapphire, who handles explorevictoriatexas.com. It's going to be a separate part of our website, but will have its own look and the bicentennial logo. We've initiated the tourism rebranding efforts with Madden Media, and that's going along very well. Have a follow-up meeting with them next week. We also, as I mentioned at the City Council meeting the other day, revised the Hotel Occupancy Tax Funds Awards. Those applications are opening tomorrow. They'll be available through the 31st, and we do have 4 workshops scheduled throughout the month of July. Also creating digital passport programs through our partnership with Van Wango, You Love Shopping Victoria, the Tacos and Margs Trail, the Birding I Spy that just launched last week. So that's been a successful venture to engage our local residents, cut down on staff time, and utilize new technologies. And then restructuring our wayfinding sign program. We'll be getting RFPs out for that very soon, but we've gone through different meetings looking at restructuring and how we send people around Victoria. That, you've seen the brown and green signs around town. Getting an updated look to that and an updated plan for that. Also, we have partnered with different media companies. We had a great video filmed at the downtown parking lot party with YOLO Texas. It's a travel show, and they will be premiering that episode that features a couple of downtown businesses in the parking lot party. I believe next week will be airing, and that was such a wonderful experience. We want to bring them back next year during our bicentennial year to film a full 30-minute episode. And then we support a lot of different other departments with events that are going on. So our metrics was a very great year. Like I mentioned, we had a record for website visitation. You can see it right there, over 122,000. I'll tell you right now, this number that I'm projecting, this is going to be higher than last year. We had over 18,000 visitors just in May. We already had over 12,000 for this month of June, so this is going to be well over that amount for last year. So I think we'll hit another record for fiscal year 23. Our social media reach, again, same story. Huge reach in fiscal year 22. This number is going to be, I think, quite a bit higher than that as well. We had a reach over 1 million in just May. And I think we have over 700,000 in this month. So staff, Nancy doing a fantastic job with our social media marketing. Our visitor center visits have gone up, which is great. We want to, of course, we're looking at the possibility of changing our visitor center structure or having a new visitor center one day. So to see those visitor center numbers go up post-COVID has been encouraging. Travel information lead requests, these are requests for good old-fashioned printed brochures, things like that. Those have gone down, and I expect that number to kind of stay down because those typically come from print advertisements. We just do less of that now. And that's just a changing nature of consumers too. They find stuff more online. Not a lot of people are asking for physical stuff, printed items, brochures. We're still going to produce that stuff, but I just foresee us continuing to mail that out less and less to outside potential travelers. And then hotel room nights. This is a new figure that we were able to determine this year. I mentioned Liz, she did a wonderful job going through our star reports, our weekly star reports. What we did is for the last few years, we compared what we were seeing in nightly occupancy, multiplied that by how many rooms were from the hotels that reported to the star reports, because not all of our hotels report. Pretty much it's the hotels that are chain properties, national properties, because STR is able to tie into their back-end systems. Usually your independent, smaller properties aren't reporting to STR. But it's very good because we do get still a snapshot of how our tourist quality hotels are doing. Your Candlewood Suites, your Best Western, Hilton Garden Inn, just to name a few, how they're doing. So we were able to get figures, and you can see obviously, and we were lower in COVID, but for the past few years, it's been a pretty steady number. We'd like to see that maybe go up a little bit more in fiscal year 24 for our upcoming bicentennial. But that's new figures that we will continue to track with just some new methodology we figured out with using our star reports. Some departmental efficiencies. We hired a new local service provider. Mary Calkins does a wonderful job to fill our brochure racks downtown. I mentioned the shared administrative assistant with economic development in Main Street, as well as utilizing our Tourism Advisory Board Hot Funds Awards subcommittee to help craft a new policy, cut down on staff time, on my time, trying to figure that out. Just having a workshop with them was a big help, and I think just came up with some really great ideas. So what are we looking forward to in fiscal year 24? Completing the Martin de Leon and Patricia de la Garza monument. That's moving along very well with Armanda Hinojosa, hosting our bicentennial 2024 gala, as well as a fall community event. You might call it Boot Fest, but don't call it Boot Fest. A fall community event launching in bicentennial year, as well as the new tourism brand I mentioned that Madden Media is moving along with. Creating a local hotel lodging association. We already pay for a membership with the Texas Hotel Lodging Association, but something here on the local level, getting the hotels together on a regular basis to talk about issues, talk about things that they're going through and best practices, so guiding them along in that process. Meeting with legal department, finding some kind of short-term rental compliance. Now, right now, our short-term rentals, our Airbnbs, our VRBOs don't pay the hotel motel tax. And that's not been a concern because the last few years there hasn't been very many of them, maybe one or two, but there's about 10 or so now. So that number is growing of the short-term rentals. And that's going to be, we're having these people come from out of town staying in these properties. We probably need to start looking at some kind of policy to where they're getting some sort of permitting, paying the hotel taxes, that thing. So that's something that we're going to be planning to implement in fiscal year 24. Of course, speaking with council first before any kind of decisions are made, but it's something that we're moving towards. Growing our music-friendly community. Liz has been doing a wonderful job with that. Looking to Nancy to work with some of the communities around us for regional collaborations for tourism marketing. Developing a local ambassador program. Liz has talked with a couple of cities. Corpus is one that's got a really great program where we're pulling ideas from other folks, how to engage our local residents. And then also creating some kind of trainings and workshops with UHV Small Business Development to educate our travel partners, especially those frontline workers, on what there is to do in Victoria. So when they get asked by a visitor what's there to do in town, they don't get, there's nothing. We want them to be, oh yes, so I went to this workshop a few weeks ago, and let me tell you about all the stuff there is to do in Victoria. So that's the goal of that. So budget highlights. We are requesting, the CBB budget request is $798,496. A decrease of that's a pretty significant amount. That's a lot to do with the fact that we're not requesting anything in one-time expenses this year. Last year we requested quite a bit for a new gateway sign, as well as a wayfinding sign project, which I just mentioned. We're going to be putting the RFPs out for that. So all of that's going to be accomplished in this current fiscal year. So we're not asking for any of that next year. No one-time expenses I mentioned, and it's gone up a little bit in the recurring budget. You see the personnel increase, just $579 baseline adjustments in the pay program. And then increase in the recurring expenses due to educational development, hiring the assistant director, so that'll be attending some conferences. A little bit of an increase in expending for advertising and brochures, just because of bicentennial brochures. Also, we'll be doing the tourism rebranding, so we're going to need to reprint a lot of things, visitor guides, rack cards, to have that new branding and logo and colors and things like that. So not a big change. We counteracted some of those increases with decreases in sports marketing and group sales, just looking at our annual expenditures, really trying to look at what we needed, and we were able to trim some off of there. I mentioned no one-time expenditures. Went through the recurring expenditures, so a little bit of an increase, but we counteracted that with some decreases, so it's not going up too much. The four positions, I believe that the Economic Development Main Street will talk about the admin assistant 3, so we were told not to put that in there. So, but that is kind of like a half position for us. And with that, I have my budget story. A couple of fun photos around the community, and I can answer any questions you might have at this time.
I have a question. Are you carrying in your budget the base for the De Leon Memorial?
Right. So we do have a $10,000 donation from the De Leon family to go to that project, and I'm hoping that can pay for that base, sir. I'm talking with Monuments of Victoria. They said they can do the project, so they're getting me pricing here any day now. I've checked, followed up a few times. I met with Kim there, but they said they can do the project, so we should know pretty soon as far as that would probably need to come from the bicentennial funds. If it's more than $10,000, hopefully it's not. We still need to get that pricing from them.
And is that base engineered?
I'm sorry, sir?
Is that base engineered?
Engineered yet? No.
We are going to have it engineered?
Well, I've been in discussions with Ken about that and how we would, develop the substructure on that.
Yeah.
Right now the artist Armando Hinojosa just got me kind of a rudimentary kind of layout of the feet of Martine and Patricia, and so what the size of the base would need to be as far as the top. the dimensions of it. So once we get further along with Monuments of Victoria, I want to tie everybody in together. So Ken, Monuments of Victoria, Armando Hinojosa, so we all have an idea of what we need to do for that base. So that should be moving along a little more here pretty soon.
Okay, because that'll have to be then coordinated.
Right, yeah,
The other
and,
stuff.
you know, there's obviously already some consideration for that in the design of the De Leon Plaza expansion, to Joel's point around base and foundation and things like that. But yeah, there definitely could be continued collaboration to ensure that all gets done, and it's coordinated and it's correct, you know, and everything. I think we struggled, just to kind of figure out, you know, the funding element to it. We're not exactly sure how much that would cost, but I know there were questions asked of us by the De Leon family around, you know, donating to a nonprofit for tax write-off, and so we of course confirmed with them that as a city, you can write it off because we're obviously, you know, the city, not a private entity. And so, yeah, I mean, we still need to fine tune that, but people will talk and we'll figure it out.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so in the same topic of, or in the same vein of economic development and tourism, we'll kick it off to Danielle to introduce economic development, and then she'll introduce Kate, who will do Main Street.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Try to make this presentation short and sweet. So I'm going to present economic development, and then Kate will come up next with Main Street. So we'll start off with a brief description. Economic Development Department is the new department that was created with the intention to help to retain, attract, and expand the business community and overall enhance the quality of life in Victoria. And with that said, we are a little over a year and a half old as a new division for the city. This is our org chart. I am the director. We have an admin assistant that is shared with the CVB, Main Street Manager, and Downtown Coordinator. We have our mission. We want to spur and foster economic growth. My favorite graphic that you've seen before that kind of shows how and why we do what we do. So economic developers are very effective in trying to increase that tax base so that we have more resources for what we need them for. Goals and objectives. So these goals and objectives have spurred directly from the Newmark strategic plans. We proactively seek out new business and developers that can provide retail or services needed in Victoria. We want to be more responsive to businesses and developers by providing a direct contact between them and the city. We want to provide a better menu of available resources and incentives. Promote and enhance the area as a regional trade center to increase that sales tax and hotel occupancy tax revenue. And by the way, I am voting and rooting for Wesley to win his bet. And I want a piece of the pie too, so if Gilbert, you can hook me up with a steak later when we meet that goal.
You know, I didn't even that.
He doesn't remember.
We look to grow a more diverse employment sector, and that will be in partnership with the VEDC and Jonas and his efforts that he's trying to accomplish. We look to diversify and grow the local tax base, as mentioned, and continue to work with our retail coach and our new software to help recruit those retail businesses to the area. So some of the highlights that we had from 23, we opened Boot Barn next to Home Depot. Murdoch's began demolition and rehabilitation of the Sears space, the mall. Longhorn Steakhouse announced coming to the mall. Freddy's Frozen Custard is under construction on Highway Business 59. Mr. Gaddy's is under construction on Lawrence Street. Springwood Medical Plaza began construction of the second of 4 sites for the additional family medical services for the community. We also, as you see, is the nice rendering, have secured a new VA clinic over by the Springwood Medical Plaza area. VicTech broke ground over in the industrial park across from Caterpillar. Midcoast Construction Academy, as a partnership through the Victoria Sales Tax Development Corporation and the Workforce Solutions Grant, we're able to have 34 students enrolled this past year, and 28 students were electrical pre-apprentices and 6 are HVAC pre-apprentices, and those numbers have already increased for the fall, And so we're looking forward to providing that same grant to that group so they can continue on those efforts in providing training to increase the number of folks in those trades. And also Enchanted Gardens opened up, which was a $31 million workforce housing apartment complex with 168 units for the families. A couple of my metrics that I have that I mentioned even in my annual report was tracking the public-private development investment in Victoria, which was $54.9 million in '22. I'm projecting $30 million in the next year, which we will probably surpass that. And then also keeping track of our retail recruitment leads. Last year we had 148 leads, and I would like to have 185 by the end of the year. As mentioned previously, we did hire an admin assistant. Unfortunately, she is going to be leaving us to go be with her family in Bryan, College Station. So we will be looking to rehire the admin assistant position. And we also, very early of the fiscal year, we hired Kate as our Main Street manager, which provided much needed and efficient efficiencies for our department. A few of the new program initiatives, we look to promote the area, of course, as a place to start and expand your small business, as recommended in the Newmark Strategic Plan. A lot of the top 10 focuses are small business and entrepreneurship assistance, retail recruitment, provide Victoria's responses to RFPs and RFIs, that is the City of Victoria's responses, economic incentives lead, policy development and creation, development ombudsman, or liaison, infrastructure improvements and bond support, represent the interests of the City of Victoria in housing and community development, and hire an intern for economic development, which we've already accomplished that. We were actually able to hire an intern this summer from UHB, and she is joining us today in the back, Tristania. She's learning many things. Not much changes in the budget. There is a slight increase to help fund the remaining amount for the personnel of the admin assistant free position, and then also an increase in the education line item so that myself can attend the Lone Star Community Development Institute to obtain professional community and economic developer credentials, and continue to grow in my career and learn more and new creative ways to do my job successfully. And then there's a brief overview of my budget right there. Are there any questions? Okay, thank you.
I'll just simply add that one of the a big part of what Danielle is involved with involves the Sales Tax Development Corporation. And so she's working with Bill Blanchard and the Sales Tax Development Corporation on updating their plan of work, which will have a direct correlation to what the VSCDC proposed budget eventually looks like. And so everything that you mentioned here, there's a much deeper dive conversation that takes place with the Sales Tax Development Corporation on like the recommendations stemming from the Newmark report and others. So just know that she plays a big role in the whole conversation around economic development and budget with the Sales Tax Development Corporation on top of what she showed you here today. So thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Does her budget include the retail coach in there?
I'm sorry?
The retail coach, is it included in her budget, or is it divided between?
That is 100% Sales Tax Development Corporation.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And currently, there's around $50,000 that gets allocated every year for that line item. And currently, we actually have 2 contracts with 2 firms, one being the retail coach and then one being Buxton. So we actually recently changed companies on which company provides the data to us. But the retail coach is still very involved in a much smaller scope. So their contract price went down like in half because we're not using them as much because we hired a different company to help us with better data. And we can, take a deeper dive into that, when we meet. But that's 100% paid for by Sales Tax Development Corporation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Now Kate will walk us through Main Street budget.
Everybody has been so much taller than me at this point. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. I am going to do my best to see over the podium and at the screen due to my lack of height. I am going to start with our department description. So Victoria Main Street Program is a department made up of an administrative staff and a 501c3 board of directors that work in concert with each other. So together, the city administration and the 501c3 board of the Victoria Main Street Program is responsible for collaboratively achieving goals and objectives detailed in the downtown master plan. This department provides resources, guidance, and initiatives or incentives for businesses, development, retention, preservation, special events and programming in downtown Victoria. This is the third year for the Victoria Main Street Program to operate under the City of Victoria. Victoria Main Street Program is also became nationally accredited through the Main Street America and the Texas Historical Commission in 2021. So the org chart, as Danielle mentioned earlier in the economic development presentation, we operate under her department, and under me is our downtown coordinator, Kristen Kopecki. Here's a little Green Cow Creamery. I think we had ice cream that day. Why make a trip and then not have ice cream? So our department mission, through leadership and the use of the Main Street Program, the Victoria Main Street Program will ensure that downtown contributes to the community's overall quality of life by providing opportunities for economic growth as well as for entertainment and personal enjoyment. We've got a list of goals and objectives. I won't go through each one in great detail, but downtown will have a dedicated and sustainable incentive program to encourage development and redevelopment in the area, as we'll see in some metrics below the trends that those programs have provided to the downtown area. We will meet local expectations for an active and interesting destination with a variety of experiences, and we'll coordinate all public sector activity and facilitate partnership to the best level of resources that help downtown reach its full potential, as well as make it a safe, walkable destination for all users. So for some highlights, we've got a surge in interest from business owners to relocate to the downtown area, as we've seen some spin-off from other incubator businesses in the Midtown area. Total of 82 business starts, expansions, and locations or relocations that include a very long list, as I mentioned before, but a net gain of 63 jobs created. Overall total public and private reinvestment of approximately $1.5 million. We awarded 8 facade grants, resulting in about $145,000 in public and private partnership investment. 35 total events and programs were hosted or sponsored by the Main Street Program. We continued implementing the Downtown Master Plan. We established the TERS in downtown Victoria, approved the De Leon expansion, and began drafting designs with Friesen Nichols. Victoria hosted statewide Main Street and the THC Commission annual meeting hosted. We had about 43 different communities come see us for our regional. We have a conference every year. Main Street has a conference every year, and we were excited to be picked to host that last year. We finalized and began implementation of the Building Improvement Grant to assist businesses and property owners with upgrades and restoration efforts to activate spaces and aging buildings. Partnered with the Victoria Fine Arts Association and Free Art Victoria to complete 9 painted crosswalks throughout downtown, and Economic Development and Victoria Main Street Program expanded staff to add an administrative assistant to help with both Main Street and Convention Visitors Bureau. So for some metrics, as you can see, we had a small dip in 2022 as compared to 2021. We had some really big ticket item projects, but then you see that come back up in terms of that surge of interest in coming to downtown to redevelop and relocate businesses. Housing units dipped a little, but we're really confined to how much space is in downtown for people to relocate, but we're always trying to find developers who are interested in changing the use of some of these larger buildings to include residential units for affordable housing. In 2024, I kind of wanted to keep the same baseline as last year simply because there will be the plaza expansion going on, and we've seen some events and nonprofits and event organizers already shift their events to other areas like the community center or Riverside Park in anticipation of the construction. So I wanted to be conservative with those numbers due to just the plaza being under construction. As I mentioned before, we gained about 63 jobs. Event attendance has gone way up, as evidenced by, one of the bigger events that we noticed a real surge in attendance is Christmas last year. So we anticipate that continuing to be a popular event. And our projects, there's not as many available spaces to develop, so we anticipate seeing that kind of stay level. Departmental efficiencies, with the reorganization of combining the Main Street program and economic development. Oh, well, Danielle already covered that in hers. It's kind of a little bit redundant, but we added me. Victoria Main Street program engaged 7 members of the community to establish the Cultural District Board to assist with applying for recognition at the state level by the Texas Commission on the Arts. In the long term, this advisory board will contribute to the overall operations and activities of the Cultural District. Victoria Main Street Board, the 501c3 nonprofit, has focused on developing and fundraising to plan and develop an app, a phone app, and a robust website specifically designed for downtown to help tourists navigate and continually prospering Main Street district. Now, programs and incentive in a new program and initiatives. Thank you. Work with the 501c3 board to expand fundraising efforts to facilitate projects that will directly contribute to the beautification and operations of the Main Street District as detailed in the Downtown Master Plan. Prepare for the groundbreaking of De Leon Plaza expansion set for July, at this point, the 10th, 2023 project. So the completion date that I have noted in here, we had the pre-construction meeting yesterday, and so to update that, it will be sometime late February, maybe early March, sometime in that area. Grow and expand Christmas on the Square festivities to leverage resources in all retail restaurants in the Main Street District. Revitalize and establish the cultural and entertainment districts, and streamline policies including street blocking and sponsorship policies that will positively impact our customer experience, as we will see De Leon Plaza expansion project bring even more interest to the downtown area. Budget highlights. We have an increase of about 7.8% compared to 2023 adopted budget. It will include no one-time expenses, and the personnel increase is due to baseline adjustments. The increase in the budget will cover necessary maintenance on the HEB Christmas tree, necessary traffic and pedestrian safety equipment for events, implementation of new waste programs for downtown events, etc. We'll work closely with the 501c3 to continue to select impactful projects and formulate funding mechanisms to accomplish goals and objectives from the Downtown Master Plan. Here's a little snapshot of our budget. As well as the expenses. And I do have, as mentioned before, there's 2 personnel. There's me, the manager, and our downtown coordinator, but I do have a small video that we worked on diligently for about a year for our cultural district application that was submitted on June 15th. We'll find out about our designation status in September of this year.
And you did see a version of this last year, but this is different. It's updated.
Victoria College is very involved in the cultural arts area in this entire community. And for us, when we had the opportunity to obtain the Welder Center for the Performing Arts, it was a natural fit because that's who we are. And we are currently doing renovations right now on the Welder Center Annex. And we really do see that as an anchor for this entire downtown area, but even broader than that for the entire region. It's just essential that we prioritize cultural enrichment. Our events are becoming so large that we need an overflow area. And even for artists who maybe don't have their own studio in the downtown area, Victoria College is very excited to be able to provide that for them because we'll have the existing space that will be available not just now, but for many years in the future. I'm actually an owner of the Jupiter Horizons Gallery. We actually provide gallery shows for those in the community. Our gallery is located downtown. When you have art and you're walking around, it creates a vibe and an energy, and that's what bigger companies are looking for. First thing they look at is the culture, because when someone is moving to a town, they want to know about the culture and the arts. Any study that you read will back that up. And so when they come downtown and they see this going on and they see the art and the windows and the local artists and everything that we have, it resonates with them. They say that they had this experience they'd never seen before, so much so that they loved it, and they're actually investing in our community.
I grew up in Victoria, Texas, but I've been involved in the arts and cultural scene through the nonprofits for 33 years now. The heritage of our area has created a rich cultural fabric which has always embraced the arts. The Cultural District will provide a space for not only artists to live, work, and create, but a space that will be a vibrant gathering for the community and visitors alike to share in the passion for arts, culture, and performance in a way that we've never seen before in Victoria.
And I believe that brings me to the questions. Yes, okay, if there are any questions, then I would love to answer them.
I have one question. When you talked about the housing, and you had that, and you said that y'all were working towards affordable housing in downtown, is that a workforce affordable housing program that I'm unaware of to convert buildings? So I'm confused.
No, I don't think we mean it affordable like you might be thinking. What we mean is just more housing options downtown in general. There have been some conversations around, I think we mentioned one in executive session, about transforming an existing building downtown into residential. I can remind you about that one later. But we continue to get interest in, for example, the piece of property that we own that where the sign of the 10 Friends is. So at an upcoming meeting, we'll bring that back up in executive session because there's a different developer interested in doing something similar to what the previous developer was looking at doing on that site. So I think we mean more so just creating more housing opportunities, not so much specifically, affordable housing like you might be thinking or associating like some of these other projects that we're doing elsewhere.
Okay. Thanks for the clarification.
Yep.
All right. With that, we'll take a 10-minute break.
Cool.
So we'll make it 12 minutes. We'll be back here at 2:20. Yes, ma'am?
I want to talk to Point.
Okay. All right, we're back in session, and we're going to have Mr. Gregory Rodriguez give us the utility fund update. You're up.
All righty.
You'll have to raise that up since Kate was there last.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Let's go ahead. Of course, this is going to be presented on Water Fund for the fiscal year 2024 annual budget. Our department description: Public Works consists of 6 divisions: water, wastewater, water treatment, wastewater treatment, pre-treatment, and environmental. All these 6 divisions go ahead and consist of Public Works. These divisions represent water production, followed by distribution to the customer, then collection and sanitary wastewater, followed by treatment. The city has 1 surface water plant, 2 wastewater plants, 18 lift stations, and 10 water wells. The city also has 386 miles of water lines and roughly 350 miles of wastewater collection lines. Below, looking at the organization chart, the Director of Public Works oversees all these divisions right here. That's going to be the city engineers, streets, traffic, water treatment, wastewater treatment, and collections and distribution. All these positions right here equals roughly about 120 positions. And right now, we have some vacancies. So if anybody wants to go ahead and apply on the City of Victoria, we'd be more than happy to have you. This is our utilities crew. These gentlemen right here have a lot of years of experience in the industry, and this is what we have right here currently working on the water breaks and wastewater lines. Like I said, there's a vast amount of experience here. Right now, they're severely understaffed, so once again, apply at the City of Victoria so we can go ahead and get these guys some help. Oops. Our department mission. Our mission is to provide a safe, consistent production and distribution of potable water and a safe, reliable treatment and collection of wastewater. So pretty much, we go ahead and get the water from the Guadalupe River, treat it, treat the water, distribute it out to the public, collect the wastewater, treat it at the wastewater plant, and make sure it's all within TCEQ and EPA's rules and regulations. Our goals and objectives. Our goals are to reduce loss of unbilled water through increased meter testing and replacements. So if we have any kind of meters that need to be replaced, we're going to go ahead and try to get those taken care of. Right now, we're also going to go ahead and replace about 1,700 meters through Aquametrics. We have a contract from there. We are also in charge of cleaning and inspecting the wastewater collection lines to prevent reportable wastewater overflows and odor issues. Of course, we don't want to have any sanitary sewer overflows and stay in compliance there. Our surface water treatment plant treats roughly 4,000 million gallons per year, meeting all TCEQ and EPA quality requirements. We are also maintain a high water quality standards to remain the Texas Optimization Program, and we are a superior public water system. Another one of our goals is to go ahead and report 0 TCEQ wastewater and water violations from any kind. Moving into our 2023 highlights. Like I said, once again, we're going to be replacing 1,700 meters, but we've also replaced in-house another roughly 430 meters, so that number is a little bit north of that 1,900, so about 2,100, a little bit more. We're increasing our advertising campaign to WaterWise water monitor system. We have a total users of 561. We began implementation of inflow infiltration study to reduce the wastewater INI. So basically what we're trying to do is make sure we have less INI so it won't put a burden on the wastewater plant. We completed design of the supervisory control and data acquisition for both the water and wastewater plant. So that has been 100% complete. And if you don't know about the SCADA, basically that's the brain of it. It shows you all the operations, has all the graphics showing you everything out in the system. With the lift stations, with the water wells, all the water towers, everything in regards to the water plant and wastewater plant treatment. We were re-awarded the Texas Optimization Program for the water quality issued by TCEQ. We repaired the 18-inch sanitary sewer collapse at the South Outfall and Bottom Road. We completed the regional wastewater plant evaluation study, so hopefully pretty soon we could be looking forward to starting implementing some issues we have at our regional plant. We created and implemented a grease trap policy and development of an education program for new businesses and just businesses that have been around to help them out. Like I said, once again, that helps out with our treatment process to produce fats, oils, and grease and whatnot from being in the system. On our performance metrics, those water sales right there have been pretty consistent from 2020 to 2024, between 13 and 14 million. our water breaks repaired. On there, we have had about 200 in 2021, and it's kind of decreased a little bit. Right now, we've been very blessed that we haven't had a lot of water breaks this year, and we're really thankful for that, so let's keep those fingers crossed that we don't have any more. Our meters installed, as you can see on there, there's about 100 in here, 195, 200, 203, and of course with that 2,000 right here, that's going to go ahead and be due to that contract with Aquametrics. Them replacing 1,700 plus the 400 that we have. Next year, we're also probably going to go ahead and try to get some more, implement phase 2 as well. On our 2024 average daily flow for the wastewater plant, we've been pretty consistent in the 5 million gallon range. This year was 6, and hopefully with using RJN for the I&I flow study and making these repairs, then next year we'll go ahead and see a decrease of about 5.5 million. So lowering that average. We had about 65 manholes repaired, and once again, next year we're looking at trying to get those numbers up due to the I&I study by RJN. Under efficiencies, going back to the meter replacement program, we're looking at that initiated meter replacement program, optimizing cities' water consumption and revenue. We reconfigured the SCADA graphics and screen, which is going to be a lot more user-friendly. It helps out the operators have everything on one screen, so they don't have to keep on going back and forth. So that's been really beneficial. We reduced downtime to annual cleaning and repairs on the sedimentation basins at the water plant. That's the picture right there to your left. We went from 3 weeks to 2 weeks, and our guys are doing a really good job at that. Completed electronic operations and maintenance manual for the surface water plant and wastewater plant, water wells and lift stations. Basically what that's going to go ahead and do is have everything in one centralized location, and that way it's, once again, more user-friendly, helps when we have problems having everything all in one area, so we don't have to be looking through any kind of planning and whatnot, so it's all in one centralized location. Another one is we repaired a 20-inch cast iron main on Airline in Ben Jordan, and there was another water main that was repaired on West Commercial Street. I believe it was a 16-inch, saving the city about $200,000. We've improved communications using public announcements, Facebook notifications, and press releases. That's helped out during the winter when people were going through a lot of usage. Also, with letting people in the public know what's going on using their Facebook page. Our 2024 program initiatives, like I said, we want to go to continue the water meter replacement program phase 2. We want to also go ahead and present a rate analysis of our current water and wastewater utility rates and development of a new stormwater drainage, which is coming up soon. Improve security at the surface water plant. That's going to really help out a lot, upgrading those surveillance cameras. So that way we can go ahead and monitor our plant and see what's going on over there. Replace the media and under drains of the surface water treatment plant. This is phase 1 of phase 6. What this is going to go ahead and do is our plant was built in 2001, and that's the original media that was in there. So this is going to go ahead and replace that media, the under drains and everything, so that way we can go ahead and see even better numbers. Now, we are in the top program, which has to do with those filters' efficiency, but right now we're at 50% efficiency, and we're still able to go ahead and be in the top program. So that shows you something about what our operators are doing and how well they'll be able to perform using the tools that they have. We also went ahead and began a water surface line inventory, the lead and copper rule revision. And we are designing a new influent screen facility at the regional wastewater plant. And that's going to be the project 1 that I mentioned earlier. Some of the budget highlights. This is what we have right here. So y'all can see those. And revenues versus expenditures of corresponding fiscal year presented. That's going to be right here. 30 million, roughly 31, and right now, expenditures, revenues are going to be roughly almost 27 million. Revenue highlights. The water department operating source of funds equals 26,758,000, a decrease of 127,233, or almost 0.5% compared to fiscal year 2023's adopted budget of $26,885, $233, mainly due to CIP service fees. And I believe those service fees were going to be more about personnel costs, bonds, chemical costs, construction products came under budget and whatnot. Here's some more information right here about the charts, the one-times and recurring. The water rates and the sewer rates, all these haven't changed. They're all staying the same. So apparently they've been like that for a few years. So that's all going to stay the same. I'll go ahead and touch on some of these 2024 budget highlights. The expenses. The water department combined operating budget requests equal $30,894,601, an increase of $1,461,834, or roughly 5% compared to fiscal year 2023's adopted budget of $29,432,767. The fiscal year 2024 budget includes one-time expenses of $6,940,648 and $24,053,963 in recurring expenses, a decrease of $634,807, or 2.57%. Personnel increase is due to $88,421 in baseline adjustments and an increase of $101,747 for fiscal year 2024 pay program. These adjustments include payroll, regularization, new hires, retirements that took place in prior fiscal year, as well as longevity and TMRS captured by the fiscal year. Some of the projects we also want to do is replace the high service motor for the surface water plant. That costs roughly $100,000. Replace the filter media I mentioned earlier, phase 1 of 6 of $162,000. Replace actuators, transducers, other critical components. Once again, the water plant was built in 2001. It's 22 years old, so these are a lot of items that are wearing naturally, and it's time to go ahead and get these replaced. This will cost roughly $1,155,050. We're going to be doing some lift station clean this year, trying to clean these 18 lift stations for $170,000. Replace some lift station pumps due to aging infrastructure. That's going to be roughly $120,000. Want to purchase a Vector truck. That's going to be another $516,000. Replace a secondary blower at the surface water plant for backwashing. That's going to be another $300,000. Replace the chemical feed pumps, analog gauges, and controllers mentioned earlier for $1,155,050. And the professional services for TEPIDES, or Texas Pollution Discharge Elimination System, and that'll be another $55,000.
Are two of those big ticket items are both coincidentally the same amount?
Excuse me?
Two of those big ticket items are both $1,155,050.
Yes, ma'am.
They're just coincidentally the same number.
Well, that's together. I should have probably put it in one line, but that's probably going to be all together. $1,155,050 for all that combined. With the chemical feed pumps, all those two should have been put like that, but it must have been a typo on our part.
Thank you.
So here's a chart once again about some of the other expenses. And these are recurring. And this will be our department full-time employees. Like I said, the whole Public Works has about 117 employees. Right now we have about between 25 and 30 vacancies. So these is going to be broken down to the wastewater treatment plant having 16 and and so forth, water plant 14. And with that, if you have any questions,
I have a question. You don't have a balanced budget. Where's the deficit made up?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The budget isn't balanced. So what is the deficit made up of? Just from the fund balance?
Yeah, I'm pulling up my presentation.
If you go
from our-
back, thank you.
Well, I don't know if we can pull it up there, but
It's a PowerPoint.
I'm looking at it right now to reference it. But in essence, yeah, so we show, where
Which made it
am I
3
at?
million from the fund balance. The fund balance decreases by 3 million.
We have a beginning working capital in the utility fund of an estimated 15.3 million, and we expect to end up at 11.2.
Okay.
So we do expect to tap into some of the fund balance to fund some of the one-time expenditures associated with the utility fund budget.
But we stay above our minimum reserve.
Yes, the minimum reserve is 8.6 million,
Okay.
and we're estimated to end up at 11.2 at the end of fiscal year '24.
Okay.
Any other questions?
You mentioned that I think the water rates are going to stay the same for
Yes,
this
sir.
year. Just out of curiosity, when was the last time water rate
That's a great question.
changed?
It was a long time ago.
Gilbert will
Great
take that
question.
one.
2019.
2019, okay.
That's when we did the
2019.
5-year, and we were supposed to do it again in 2013, but we,
2023.
in 2023, but one of the proposals we mentioned last year is just to, let's hold off, because we like to do another one. And if it works out with the sewer, with the stormwater, we'd like to do it together. That's what he mentioned up there. And by the way, we already got the RFQ back. We sat down, we're negotiating, so hopefully another month or so, we should bring back something to see what it looks like, the contract number.
Yeah. So expect to have a conversation about it this time next year, after we've gone through the more updated comprehensive analysis that'll not only look at updating the rates, but including a new stormwater rate. We didn't want to make any changes this year and then make changes again next year. So we figured we're okay to hold off. And at that point, we'd be able to convey that it's been 5 years since we've had any major adjustments. Obviously, we don't know what that's going to look like, hence why we're hiring a consultant to help us figure that out. But yeah, that okay for now. We'll probably be making some changes going into fiscal year '25.
All right.
Okay? All right, thanks, Greg. Ken now is going to take us through Public Works.
After this, I'll have like a 45-minute video. Public Works, basically made up of 3 divisions: streets, traffic control, and engineering. And this is the general fund portion. 326 miles of streets, about the same in storm sewer. Interesting thing, over 100 signals now. We were 96 a few years back, but TxDOT, they keep adding them to us. There we go. That's our organizational chart. Basically, again, it's the same 3 divisions: streets, traffic, and engineering. Made up of 29 in streets, we're 5 short. 9 in traffic, we're almost filled in traffic division, we're 1 short. In engineering, there's a total of 11. Some of those are paid out of the water fund. We're 2 short in engineering. Picture of our street crew, and there's the picture of traffic and engineering. Department mission: enhance livability, maintain the streets, signals, the whole 9 yards. Development of capital improvement program. That's a big one for us. I want to say that with all the changes we made in 23, 24, right after the budget, we're going to be working on getting you a new book that shows what changes we did last council meeting, so that you'll have a fresh book to look at instead of trying to figure out the old book. and what changes were. So we're going to be hitting that and getting that to y'all in the next couple of months.
Thank you.
Maintain, improve the drainage system, improve the street network, improve mobility, of course, with our optimization of signals, and then improve citizen communications with CityWorks and C-Click Fix. We've got about 400 respondents on C-Click Fix already. It is working. We check it daily to see what's out there and to see if we can get them fixed and responded to. Some of our highlights: completed in-house design of Stockbauer, Country Club sewer, Spring Creek reconstruction, which they're putting the final, not the final, the first topping on it, and that road will be opened up by the time y'all drive home. Continue streetlight conversion. We're working on phase 2 right now, which is the AEP section that's north of town. Then repaired 32,000 potholes, 21,000 proactive, which is key. That's part of our hitting a zone at a time versus just wait for a phone call to come in. 10,000 reactive. Replaced brick paver median in Sam Houston. Did the same type format that TxDOT did, where it's poured concrete with the color added. A lot better than the brick medians. Reshaped and cleaned Guy Grant. That was a big effort. Started out there at Leary Lane and worked our way north. Replaced span wire signal at West Water and Moody, and the old conduit conductor wire at a couple of intersections for signals. Some of the metrics: there's our street repairs, reconstruction projects, drainage work orders. And if you've seen these, we added this to the budget so that the public can see it again, but that shows our improvement of streets. So when we get to 2026, we're at that 105 miles. Departmental efficiencies: replacing the high pressure sodium lights with LED. I know that's a big push for Mike, and we're on phase 2 and getting ready to do phase 3 next year. Increase in-house design, saves money, not going to consultants. Sweeping, you saw the sweeper out there this morning. Increase residential to 6 times and our collectors to 12 times. We were 2 and 6 before. New sign table, that's allowing us to make signs in-house more efficiently. CityWorks in installation of storm sewer flap gates, they're complete. Initiatives: begin sign and pole replacement for the historical area. We're going to work with Joel and in-house make those signs for the new street signs on Main Street and on Bridge Street. Develop a CIP program for the cast iron water main replacement. Phase 3 for LED, Riverside Sidewalk Interconnect project. Continue to clean the storm sewers and develop an outfall maintenance program to coincide with the stormwater fee. I think that's all integrated together, so we're going to start working on how do we get those integrated, what's it going to cost, so that we can develop that fee. Go through some of the budget highlights. Our budget is about $10.9 million. It's a decrease of $702,000 compared to last year. The 2024 one-time was about $3 million and $7.9 million in reoccurring, and that's an increase. Personnel of course increased for baseline adjustments of about $13,000, and then for pay program about $37,000. Some of our big programs for next year again is crack seal. We want to keep that going. We're out there crack sealing right now. I don't know if you've seen the trucks, but we've got the contract moving this year. Again, we'll do it again next year. Replacing traffic cabinets and the controllers. The cabinets get a lot of heat, and that wiring inside them is getting old, plus we have to have cabinets for knockdowns. So we're getting 3 cabinets, 4 controllers, and then continue on with the striping program. Some of the differences, if you'll see in the street department, is a reduction of $476,000. That's a reduction in the CIP funding. In other words, this general fund, a lot of times will fund some of the CIP projects. This year, this coming 2024 is a little bit lower. Also, we didn't have some capital expenditures of what we had last year. Traffic control is a reduction because we didn't have the boring project that we had in 2023, and then we also had a bucket truck in our budget last year. And that pretty much wraps up my budget. If y'all have any questions on Public Works, the general fund. And I will turn it over to Daryl.
You still have 7 minutes if you want to talk some
Yeah,
more about.
I'll
thermal
take up 7
dynamics.
minutes. I'm just kidding. I do want to add, though, something that may or may not, change anything we do in the future. But you may recall that last year we did reorg the engineering division of Public Works to try and build up our internal capacity in light of increased CIP that we anticipate, moving forward. You may recall that. So we do currently have posted that additional in-house staff engineer position. We're opening it up to EITs so that we can hopefully grab someone, out of school and we can train them up as they get their professional license with us. So that's a work in progress. Part of that was also hiring a city engineer so that we can separate the responsibilities of Public Works Director and city engineer. The idea was to bring in a new city engineer while Ken, is still with us to ensure good transition as an employee. I don't mean like with us as in life.
Thank you for that.
Yes, I mean with us as an employee. Sorry. But we have not had a lot of luck on finding somebody to come in as city engineer. And so we're continuing to be creative with that. I think I've discussed in some of our one-on-ones just, some issues with what pay we can offer for someone in that position in the market out there. So that may or may not force us to rethinking the structure to just change from what we had thought we wanted a year ago. As of now, we're still going to pursue trying to go with what we think is best, which is to bring in a city engineer. But just want to give you a heads up that it may or may not change depending on whether we're successful this year or not. Fortunately, we do have Ken, so we're good now. But we definitely need to plan for that growth in CAP projects because it's a lot. But anyway, just an update on that effort. Anything you want to add to that?
I just want to I want to thank our staff, our Public Works staff. They're shorthanded. They're out there in the heat every day. It's, it's over 100 degrees, and just want to thank them for staying with it. And they're being safe. That's the key. We're encouraging. Don't just hit it hard. Take the break that you need so you don't get overheated. But I want to thank them as director. I think they're well deserved in keeping up with what they're doing. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks, Ken. All right, Daryl.
So I'm the one everybody looks for every year. I'm always last. I don't have any long videos or anything this time, but I've got an idea for next year, so stick around. Maybe. I'm rolling both ways, James.
You broke it.
Okay.
You had to get him off his feet.
Wrong way.
So, good afternoon, Council. We're going to talk about the environmental services budget. I won't spend a whole lot of time on this slide, but we do a lot of things, and I think what the public really doesn't see that, or doesn't understand, or may not know that we do on a regular basis is, besides the garbage pickup, besides brush and bulky and those other things, we own our own landfill, and we oversee that contract. We own our own compost facility. We oversee that contract. We own our own, we have a contract for our landfill gas. We own the gas, but we sell it. And then we've got our HHW pickup at homes. Those are some of the things that the public may not be aware of that I want to make sure that we get out to them, as well as our air quality program that we have for Victoria. So our org chart, only one change. We promoted Christy Euchre, so we now have an Assistant Director of Environmental Services, which I'm very pleased with, and she's done a great job with KVB, and I expect her to continue doing that for a long time to come. Here's some of our folks. We've also got our KVB board there on the bottom right-hand side. The reason that's important, that is an extremely active board. We've done a lot of things. I know a lot of y'all have been to some of the events we've done, cleanups and different things, and we really appreciate that. The other is pictures of some really hardworking folks that, again, I agree with Ken. They deserve a lot of credit working in the sun. Seems like daylight to dark every day. It's not an easy job. Being in the garbage business is not a pleasant smelling job either, but it gets done, and they don't get enough recognition for that. The biggest part of our department mission is that we're dedicated to delivering quality service to our residents and enhancing the livability of Victoria. And so when you look at the Environment Department as a whole, we do that. From garbage pickup to keep Victoria beautiful, to our landfill gas, and all the things that we do. Some of our goals and objectives, improve route efficiency for solid waste collection services. You'll see as I go through here, our productivity has allowed us, and Ms. Elise, this is for you, I'll say it early, to not have to do any rate increases. And again, this year we won't have to. Even though fighting through some truck issues this year, we've still been able to maintain a good balance and get the job done. Increase efficiency and productivity with working with code enforcement and overgrown lots. As Julie said earlier, that seems to be working. The productivity we're getting out of that is what I had hoped for. Now I will say the weather hasn't hurt because it really cuts back on how much mowing we need to do. But it's been big. Providing education on all waste services as well as beautification. We're responsible for that, so education on recycling and such things. Oversight and maintenance of the landfill compost facility, which I mentioned. Oversight and operation to keep Victoria beautiful. Christy sits as the executive director currently. We'll look at that as we go through the future, but again, a very active board. And we work a lot with the Main Street program and others on economic development throughout the city. Some of our highlights, we reached Gold Star status for the second year in a row with KVB, or Keep Texas Beautiful. We also received an award, which I'll be talking about. Christy was in Austin this week, received an award from Keep Texas Beautiful. And so we'll talk about that at a upcoming council meeting. We increased social media engagement, working with building brands for Keep Victoria Beautiful and the city Facebook stuff as well. We complete, I hope to complete, I'm actually waiting for our task 9 to be complete. It's supposed to be sent to me today for approval before it goes to TCEQ for our landfill expansion. And so I'm hoping that's the last one and that we can get our technically complete here sometimes in the next 30 days. We've recycled about 1,000 tons, which is up from last year, and at a 21% contamination rate, which is really good. Waste management helps a lot with that. Otherwise, we would not be that good. We've done 4 beautification projects, and one of the biggest things is the neighborhood cleanups we've done. We've done Silver City, we've done one in Queen City, we've done, I can't think of the other neighborhood off of Crestwood, so we've done multiple cleanups, and they've all worked out very well. And they're very appreciative, and they're very well attended by not just the neighborhood, but by council members, by staff, and by just volunteers. So here's some of our performance metrics. I won't touch much on those except for landscape projects maintained. One of the things that you'll see is we don't have a lot of new projects in community appearance. Well, the reason is because now I've got 29 projects I have to maintain. Putting them in is easy. Keeping up with them is the hard part. And I'll remind council that we take over the loop this summer from TxDOT. We built the Green Ribbon Project. They were responsible the first year for the trees and all that. We actually fully take over that this summer in September. So that becomes ours. And that's a lot of work to keep up with that. You know, we were just keeping up with the beds. Now we've got the grass, we've got the trees, we've got the sprinkler systems, we've got everything. So some of our efficiencies, we reviewed the collection routes and rerouted. We haven't started the reroute yet because of some truck issues that we've had this year, but and employee issues. As soon as we get staffed a little better, we plan on putting those into place. It should happen this winter. And provide departmental flexibility. We cross-train. Every single employee we have is trained to drive every piece of equipment I have. When we lose an employee or we lose 2 employees, I'm able to pull an employee from somewhere else to make sure that those automated routes get done. We conducted the CART audit. I talked to council about that a little bit in my presentation, my annual report, and we increased our revenue about $12,000 a year. And then a big one for us is we built a greenhouse, which we talked about a little bit, but we've expanded the greenhouse. It saves us about $6,000 a year in plants because we can grow our own now. That picture is not in my folder, so I'm not sure how that one got in there. Yeah, that's a surprise. I hate that suit.
Continue.
So new programs and initiatives. Laura, I'll get you for this. Expanded the Reach to Keep Victoria Beautiful grant program. We utilized drivers to monitor debris throughout the city. If you'll remember, we started this a few years back. So the solid waste guys are actually tagging and starting the process for code enforcement. So we were able to cut a full 7 days off that process. Focus on maintaining our current landscape projects. And we're working very well with code enforcement on the overgrown lots throughout the city. Like I said, the productivity on that's been great. It's what we expected, what we hoped for. We had a GPS system. It quit being supported a few years back. We're putting in a new GPS system that's in the budget this year. It's a camera-based system that comes already on the trucks as I order them, and it operates through the cloud. It works off of actually 7 cameras per truck, so and it records 40 hours at a time. So if we are in an accident or if we have close calls, any of that, we can go back and review those. Without having to pull anything out of the truck. It'll be a really neat program. Plus, every time we pick up a container, that container's photographed. Every time we drive by a house, there's not a container, we hit a button, it takes a picture of the front of that house and the container not being out. This will save me time and money in having to go back and pick up containers. So we'll skip down. I think this is important. Our revenues, you can see there as opposed to our expenses. Now I'll explain that by saying $1 million of that was 2 trucks that we purchased last year. And I don't have any trucks in this year's budget to purchase. So we want to make sure that you're aware of that. That's the big change there.
What is a lead time? But we do anticipate having money in the budget for fiscal year 25 for new trucks then.
And we have, in conversations with Gilbert, Roger and I have been able to talk to the manufacturers. There's a two-year wait for trucks. And so what we've done is we've kind of thrown our name in the hat. We don't expect to receive those before October of 2025. They will be in the 25 budget for you to approve. Should you not approve them, we don't have to take them. But we wanted to get in line. I don't want to order them in 25 and not get them till 27. I have 2 trucks on order now that were ordered last October. I'm not expecting to see those till next summer at the earliest.
Okay.
So expense highlights, our budget request is 5.3 million, a decrease of 1.2. Again, that's about 18%. Most of that is not purchasing trucks this year as opposed to last year. It includes about 104,000 in one-time expenses. Some of that's GPS, some of that's carts and different things. Of course, we had an increase just like everyone else in personnel due to baseline adjustments in the pay program. I wanted to get down just to here. You'll see we're not asking for any employees this year. We're maintaining with where we're at. And I'll repeat again, no rate increases this year for the solid waste department. And I'll answer any questions.
When was the last time there were increases?
I can scroll back up and we have it.
Which one?
Well, I guess that's
Residential?
true.
He had an increase not too long.
Residential has been increasing in the 1990s. We kept that 1375
There we go.
over the 20-something years.
But we have increased
The brush.
on brush and bulky. We've done some increases on recycling and different things. But it's important to note, as Gilbert said, on the actual garbage, that 1375 has been there since the 90s.
And that's because of restructuring the whole operations.
That's what I'm asking.
Alvin's a hell of a job. I'm impressed.
So, any other questions? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm impressed myself.
Yeah, you couldn't have done it without me.
I do have a 45-minute presentation too to wrap it up. I'm just kidding.
And where do we get to order that picture?
Yeah, blow it up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll distribute it to everybody via email.
That'd be great.
Yeah. It's not Laura's fault. No. Who was it, Allison? That picture was actually an Allison story, but since we didn't go through the city attorney's story today, we felt it was important to incorporate the picture in somebody's story. So anyway, I just want to briefly show you where on the website you can find some of the same information and the additional stories. I know some of you have already found it, but this went live yesterday. And so this is our homepage. And so you do have this button here for, the mouse is too sensitive for me. There you go. Oh, yep. So click on that. And you'll find the presentation that I went through this morning here. And if you click
Right there, yeah.
there it is. Oh! There we go. I don't know how that QR code thing popped up. Thank you, James. Anyway, you can find it as similar to years past. We have it structured to where you can go through it at a high level if you wish, or take a deep dive into the different sections. And so this is just to kind of show you how it's laid out. We, of course, have the summary sections. We have the different funds, the enterprise funds, internal service funds, and obviously as you click through them, hopefully you're somewhat familiar with how to click through them from the last few years, but all of the different budget stories and performas, etc., they're on there already. Yes, for you to review. And as I mentioned earlier, we'll continue to talk about them during our one-on-one meetings over the next month. And I'll make sure to keep you in the loop of any major changes from now until the August 1st version, which would be the officially proposed version. So yeah. Happy to answer any questions, address any comments or concerns that you might have. I just want to end with then echoing what Chief Fox mentioned, which of course is gratitude to Laura and her team, and the finance team, Marisa, and everybody. Sarah was here earlier, Adrian was here earlier. They all helped, played a big role in putting this together, and so I think they deserve a round of applause for all of their work.
I'd like to say something to the department heads and to you, Jesus. The continuing education program that you have established for all the city employees is what has helped this city to continue in spite of all the vacancies that we have, the cross-training, the whole environment is totally changed to where we can all work together. And I applaud you and all the department heads for the work that y'all are doing. With the little bit of people that you have, we're running a fantastic job for this city. Thank you.
Agreed. Thank you. Well said, Mr. Solis. Well said. Well said. All right. Anything else you want to do? No? All right, we're adjourned.